try that. Okay, there we go. Now all of them are connected. Let me get censorship up and bring his crew in.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello. How are things going?
Good, how you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Excellent.
Had a little bit of connection issue earlier with one of the platforms, but we got it all worked out.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just watching this interesting video about Japan and the Muslim population there. They're demanding to be buried in Japan. And yet, in Japan, they all practice cremation, right? So they don't have graveyards.
No.
And they're like, no, we're not going to start graveyards to bury, like, foreign people in them.
Right.
So if you're going to die here, be prepared to fly your body home to where you can be buried.
That or buried at sea. A lot of the
If they allow that,
Japanese
I'm
do
not
that
sure.
too.
I don't know if Muslims do, though. I think they probably want to be buried in the ground.
Yeah.
What's up, Barry? How you doing?
I think the only time that the Japanese do that is when, for historic sites. Those are people that are already gone.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of that tradition before, so I've only seen a few minutes of this video, and it was very interesting, though.
Yeah.
They're like, no, you do it our way.
Yeah, it's our land.
Yeah, our culture. If you don't like the culture, why are you here? They're really straight up about it. I mean, they don't mix, or they don't mix words. They're straight up about it.
Yep, and that's the way it should be, really.
Yeah. All right, let me put some articles here.
There we go. Oops. Need to do that. There we go.
My chat button is always lit up, and I never have any chats in there on mine. So it drives me crazy. Like, it's...
Yeah.
It's because I'm in groups. If you're in a group, you get notifications for anyone who says anything in the group or whatever. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. There's no way to turn it off either. If you turn that off, you turn everything off.
Well, you got to leave the group.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a hassle. Hey, Cecilia Adams. Hi,
Cecilia.
In the kick chat.
Oh, God.
Hugs, doll.
Undo remind. Jesus Christ. I noticed. I reminded a funny meme, and then I just saw it in my feed, and he's like using the N-word in it. I didn't notice that when I reminded it.
Uh-oh.
No. Like, oops.
The hard R.
Undo. Undo remind. Undo remind. It was a funny meme, but...
Yeah.
Are you there?
Are
Yeah.
you there?
All right, man. I'm going to be chilling out for a couple of minutes, slamming down a little bit of food. I haven't eaten all day, so I'm here.
Oh, Barry, man, how many times we got to go over this?
Yeah.
If you don't eat before, you don't eat at all, okay?
If you don't eat your meat, you don't get any pudding.
Pudding. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
And you didn't eat your meat,
You
so you're
didn't
not
get
getting
that?
any pudding. You got to wait until another 2.5 hours from now to eat. I'm sorry. That's how it is.
Is that annoying yet? Do you want me to do some ASMR eating for you guys? I can do that.
Sure.
It's live radio. Come on now. So we've had dogs bark, birds chirp, motorcycles go down the road. You name it.
Oh.
Things can happen.
Yeah.
A little bit of spicy dill hummus and some
Yeah, but
non-G
we
corn chips.
don't need the the play-by-play of it though.
No, that's good.
Oh, yeah. Reminds me of victory.
Yeah.
Dude, I got a place here that makes the best brisket every Sunday. It's just such a treat.
Must be nice.
Oh, it is. And they do these like meals where you get 2 sides and everything, and I'm like, screw that. I get like 3/4 of a pound, and it comes out to about the same price as the meal. I just want the brisket. I don't need the mashed potatoes and gravy. That's just weight. I can make my own instant mashed potatoes and gravy at home.
There you go.
Or I could buy a couple potatoes, boil them, and do it right.
I was bringing it in yourself,
Hmm.
They won't say anything. Cook it beforehand.
It's like a grocery store that does it. It's really cool. It's a cool place. It's like a small grocery store, and in the back there's a big deli counter, and they've always got like trays full of food in there.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And you can like mix and match or buy whatever you want out of there. They always got mac and cheese going. That they make it really good.
Oh, yeah.
Almost always have fried chicken going. But then some days it's lasagna, spaghetti. It might be brisket or tri-tip, or it's almost always ribs too. Their ribs are really good, man.
Is it made with some of that Bill Gates fake meat? Because, I'd definitely buy it if it was.
Oh, hell no. No, they're ribs, man. There ain't no way you can fake that. All the bones and the veins and you name it. The cartilage, the fat. I'd like to see a lab make that. Right down to the bone. Good luck.
They'll just make it out of plastic.
Yeah.
Like they do some of that rice. Some of that rice is actually plastic.
What?
Yeah, go look it up, man. A lot of the rice that comes from some places is fake rice that's made out of plastic. Good to know that you're eating plastic.
Yeah.
I don't eat rice.
Well, I'm sure that most of it's not plastic, but
I mean, I
But
do.
you said you had
If I'm eating Chinese,
Asian
I'll have
food,
rice.
though, right? Thai and all
Yeah, I
that.
mean, if I'm having Chinese, I'll have rice. If I'm having paella, I'll eat the rice. You know what I mean? But I would never sit down and make rice as a side, or pick it as a side, or eat it as a quote unquote meal. It's not how that works.
Yeah. Sounds pretty keto
Okay.
to me.
Let me consolidate all of these beautiful war posts to the front of the queue. Might as well get these out of the way. P. Diddy.
What do you do now?
What who do now?
P. Diddy.
Oh, wasn't he kicked out of a music festival?
Oh. I don't know.
E? Is that the same guy? E? Stunning celebration of the Inland Life.
Hey, Barry, you ever come across coffee grinders when you're out looking around?
Like an old school one or a electric one?
Yeah, you know, like the kind that they use in like the donut shops and stuff like that, or the kind you used to see in like the stores to grind your own coffee beans. I'm looking for one.
He said he was going to eat, so he's probably not listening.
Yeah, well, you know, I figure if he'd probably be listening but still eating with the mic off.
Yeah, he might have a mouthful of food. Maybe, who knows?
Yeah. Haven't found one around here, so I'm like, okay, well, maybe expand my to someone. I you know, if someone finds it that I know, I'd rather pay them than to pay, you know, someone I don't know. That way, if I get it and it's junk, then I can say, hey, guy, you know, we ain't like that. There have been some really cool pictures of the moon sent back, but I don't know if they're real.
Well, Willie's saying
yeah,
they're
I'm
not.
gonna have to confirm or deny with Willie on that one.
Wow.
Okay. I have another video or two if you need it for the show today.
What are they?
I've got Sam Altman saying that it is imminent that a world-shaking cyber pandemic is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Sam Altman, he's what, one of the one of the Bitcoin guys?
Yeah, he's a OpenAI, ChatGPT.
Okay. Wow.
And the guy,
Huge
I don't know who the interviewee is, but man, whoever's interviewing him is psychotic. Like when he asked that question, he's excited about it, and then this devilish, demonic grin. I mean, if you freeze frame it, you'll see it. It's he's like drooling over the idea of it happening, and he goes, "Wouldn't you agree?" And Sam's like, "Yeah, I think that's going to probably happen." You know.
Well, because Sam's company is the one that's making it happen, so yeah, you probably have some insight on that.
I would imagine so. Well, and then of course you have Grimes, Elon Musk's former squeeze, saying that a population drop event is coming. So I don't know what that means, but she said that just recently as well in the interview. So clearly, you know, I'm not scared. I'm not like buying into the fear, but clearly these people are still planning. You know what I mean? They're not going away.
Hey, I just want to let you guys know. I started taking those shots to lose weight about a month ago. I lost 10 pounds last month.
What kind of shot?
Doing anything different than I normally do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a vitamin concoction that you know they inject into your stomach. Well, not into your stomach, but into the fat around your belly. It's kind of
So they
inject it.
yeah. It's a
Not like
shot.
a pill or something.
It's a shot.
Oh.
But
Well, that's good. I mean, losing weight is losing weight.
So they put alien parasites in your stomach that go and eat all of your minerals and nutrition, and then you just kind of slowly but surely become famished and lose weight?
no, I mean, well, it's actually lowered my appetite too a little bit. But I wasn't eating a whole lot anyways. I just, my metabolism is just low because I don't move around as much as probably you do, Barry.
Mhm.
Because I don't go out and do the jog because hey, I got a hip and knee problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. True. Well, hey, man, if you lost it, that's great.
Yeah.
I was just kidding around with you.
Yeah, I'm real happy about that. I get those weekly at the injections weekly at the chiropractor I go to. It's pretty cool. The chiropractor doesn't do it. He has another doctor that's in the facility that offers that.
You know what trips me out is that dude Brian Johnson, who gets all kinds of injections, and he's basically trying to reverse his aging. And supposedly he's like 50-something, but has, I don't know, the organs of a 28-year-old. But I looked at him, dude, and I've looked at him in several videos. In most of the videos, dude, he looks pasty. He looks like he really needs to get out and get some sun. Yeah. I mean, this guy looks like Data from Star Trek. He needs some serious sun. And it's like, I think that your organs may be younger, but you're looking a little pasty, dude. You're looking a little robotic, too. It's like, go out and live life, man. He gets to bed like every night at 8:30. He's got this rigorous diet where all he does is eat this green goo every day in and day out. And he can't even have a real life because he'll never stay up past like 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And I'm like, dude, you're going for, immortality, but you're missing out on life, dude. But whatever, There's a great interview with him by Tucker Carlson back in the day that I would encourage everybody to watch because he kind of called him out on a few things. But yeah, Brian Johnson, man, check that guy out. He is a trip, dude. And he's the guy that injected his son's blood into him as well.
Yeah, well, that's kind of freaky.
Yeah.
Sure. In the Facebook chat. Welcome in, Chris.
Well, it's kind of creepy.
Chris has been a follower of almost all the shows that I've done ever since probably when I started. Actually, he started following me back when I picked up Nancy, because he always followed Nancy's shows. Thanks, Chris. Welcome in.
Well, don't make the guy sound like a stalker. You said he's following you, man. That's at least paint him in a good light.
I don't want to make it sound like I'm making money off the guy by saying he subbed me. It's okay to follow.
I know.
We are the leaders in this.
The stalkers are out though, for sure. They're everywhere, man.
Yeah, we got David Hogg somewhere around.
Yeah, he's stalking.
Yeah.
Here's interesting.
You should hear some of the new collabs that he and I have been doing together. They're pretty funny.
Music collabs or
yeah. He made one about going to the donut shop and seeing the goth girls in there. All right, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll put a little spin on it and I'll add one of mine to it. Something about dancing, hips, legs, feet, and I put it. He's like, wow, that's good.
Isn't that like a kindergarten thing? Hip, legs, feet?
No. It's like a salsa and merengue thing, you know?
Oh, okay. I thought it was like you put your left foot in.
I've done the hokey pokey too. It sounds really funny, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
I got an article just for you, John. I do, man. I was thinking about you when I posted it on social media today because I think you really were the one that kicked it off on our radio show. I've just joined in with you, but the Canadians are nuts, dude. Their medical industry. Glenn Beck had on a Canadian woman on his show, just like yesterday, and she went into the doctor for some back pain. And before there was any assessment or test was done,
I covered this story a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he had her on the show.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I'm sure it was wild. Like, she went to the Cuba and Costa Rica and climbed a volcano and yada 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 afterwards.
I haven't heard the whole thing, so I just saw his post that he made on X and copied it, and yeah, it sounded a lot like the story you've covered before. So I figured maybe we had. I don't know, but
it's insane. She's like, "Hey, my back hurts." They're like, "Okay, first thing, let's talk about death. Do you want to die? Are you ready? Are you coming in here today because you want to die?"
Sure. Yeah.
Like, no, I came to the hospital because I don't want to die. If I wanted to die, I would have stayed home and jumped on my trampoline for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, if you're up there in age, which I don't even, what's up there in age? I know people that are 100 that are actually self-sufficient. So what does age have to do with anything? But she said they were just basically wanting to free up a hospital bed, which is just like what Bill Maher talked about, getting the highway moving, depopulation, dehumanization, demoralization, just kill, kill, kill. Screw them, man. They're a bunch of maniacs. I can't even believe it's a real thing, dude. It's just shocking to me. And if the Democrats ever get the power back again, that's going to be the reality across the board. It will become systemic dehumanization. It will be like front and center, dude. And they'll somehow paint it as beautiful and lovely, just like in that movie Soylent and Green, where they'll put them in this room and show them this beautiful TV set with all this beautiful imagery and shoot you right off into the next life, man. Against your will, really. But at that point, I mean, if the whole population is going along with it, then they've basically capitulated.
Yeah. Exactly. Canada's crazy, man. The UK's, I think, leading the headlines right now, as far as nutso is concerned. But, they're all running for, that crazy pie in the sky, who's going to win the craziest lunatics award.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think so, dude. I think that it's like an achievement, I think. The more of a lunatic you are, the better, I think that's how they see it.
In Japan right now, I was watching this video before the show started, and it was about how in Japan there's a very small Muslim population. It's 0.03%. But they're, some of them are dying and they want to be buried in Japan in a graveyard there, a Muslim graveyard, right? And Japan is just saying no, flat out no, we're not going to allow it. You can't do it. They don't bury people there, they cremate them. Mm-hmm. And so there are no graveyards. There's like, no, we don't have that. We don't want that. Like, who wants to live next to that?
Yeah. Well,
from their perspective, burial. Like, who wants to live next to a graveyard? And who even wants to live next to one here, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, but burial's kind of like an important thing to people. You know what I mean? A lot of people are like, don't want to be cremated. I get if you want to be cremated or you want to have your ashes tossed in the sea or whatever. But
it's the same for us, though. I mean, if you're living in Japan and you die and you want to be buried, they're going to tell you, okay, ship your body home and bury it at home.
Yeah.
You're not going to do it here.
And they'll most likely do an autopsy there and then cremate you and then send you home. Because it's the cheapest way to do it.
No. Well, no. If you want to be cremated, that's not the problem, right? If you want to be if you want to be buried in the ground and you as a American die in Japan, they're going to ship your body home so you can be buried in the ground. They're not going to do it there. That's kind of the point.
Expense.
Same with... Same with Muslims too, right?
Yeah, I kind of think that I consider like burial to be considered sacred to people. Not everybody, but a lot. So I kind of get their point. But different cultures, different things. But I think that's bad.
But Japan doesn't, and they don't like it, and they just look at it like it's a very barbaric thing to do to put your dead in the ground. Right? Like that land is gone forever. No one can ever, work it, live on it. They don't look at it like a memorial, Yeah. So I don't know. It's just a cultural thing there. But it was interesting to see them pushing back on that. Because almost any country in the world would say, yeah, go for it. Like it's against our traditions or whatever. Even so, but fine, we'll make an exception. But they're not even going to do that.
Well, a lot of people, there's a big conspiracy.
Before you get too far gone, let's go ahead and switch rooms, all right?
Okay.
All right. We'll be right back and start
After
the show
messages.
then. All right. We end this and then bring us right back. That's right, with more Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show coming right up.
Hello and welcome to the Bullhorn Berry Hour.
Oh, no, not that. Did I sign up for that?
With the bullhorn.
I think you've lost your edge. You have not brought out that thing in a while.
I did bring it out at the end of the show a couple of weeks ago, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like getting Willie to sing now.
Well, it's sort of like, a teaser for more to come.
Oh.
Yeah, you get it, sort of like the Batman Robin thing at the end of the show, just leave them hanging, wanting more. I'm not sure they want more, but they're getting it. You understand?
They're gonna get it whether they like it or not,
right?
Right?
Yeah.
By the way, your interview with John and Brent went really well last week, I thought. I think Brent was most pleased of all time with the question you asked him.
Really? Yeah. Which one was?
How the world will come to an end, or whatever it was.
Yeah, he did say he had no problem answering that one.
Like, oh God, thank you for asking me.
Yeah.
What's the worst case scenario, Brent?
I did get his book, and as soon as it came in, my daughter Celeste took the second book right away. So I got a message, Brett, that came in yesterday late. But I almost forgot to say that.
Cool. What do you mean she took it? To read it or just to steal it?
Yeah. No, not to steal it. Come on, she's going to be 20 years
awesome.
old. Yeah.
I just was asking.
Yeah.
She's at a perfect age
if
she really absorbs it,
Yeah. I mean, that's probably a good age for her to read, too, at that,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I started a little bit. It's up on the top corner of my desk here. But here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live for the very first time tonight on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for April 8th. 2026. Sorry, I had to lean into my screen there a little bit. It was a little bit out of focus. What a great night. Tonight we've got with us, of course, Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, Barry?
Good evening, John. Thanks for having me again tonight, man. Love it.
Oh, always a pleasure, man. You're my co-host for Wednesday, so I, can't do the show without you, buddy.
Never take it for granted, though. I never take it for granted.
Love having you here, man. You always bring great perspective to any conversation we have. So let's dive right into it. 24 hours ago, I was watching the clock. It was 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. And I'm thinking, all right, are we bombing them? What's going on? Are we about to destroy every power plant and every bridge and everything necessary for life, desalination plants, water storage, dams, all of it gone? Like, really just absolutely commit near genocide in a country of however many hundreds of millions of people. When you see Iran laid up over the United States, it goes from like the Mississippi River over to, say, almost Denver, and then from like the top of Texas all the way almost up to Canada, to put it in perspective, the size of the country. Mm-hmm. And, to put that big of an area where, granted, there's only a couple major cities because, it's mostly mountains and whatnot, but you're starving people at that point. You're going to kill tens and tens of millions of people, as President Trump was threatening to do very vocally. We heard him on Sunday morning, come out on a little bit of a tirade, dropped an F-bomb, which of course deeply offended Tucker Carlson. But we diverted all that. Here we are tonight, and we get news last night that it wasn't to be. He wasn't going to drop the hammer, which I don't think he was ever going to do to the extent that I just described. I mean, that's what he was kind of threatening, and it was a way to get them to say, okay, let's do something here. And so they capitulated in the final minutes here. Mm-hmm. And we've agreed to some terms. We haven't agreed to some terms. All kinds of back and forth on this as to, what the ultimate outcome is going to be. It's still very much up in the air. And Iran has rained down, since the ceasefire, a large number of missiles into Israel, drones and whatnot into Saudi Arabia, into the UAE. They've destroyed the pipeline that crosses Saudi Arabia since the ceasefire was addressed. And they say they had a right to do all this because Israel was still, fighting against in Lebanon, right? Mm-hmm. And so that wasn't part of the agreement, though. What Israel was doing with southern Lebanon was not part of the agreement that the United States made with Iran, and Israel's part of it as well. They're in a ceasefire mode, even though they're getting bombed still. Saudi Arabia is now pissed. United Arab Emirates is on the brink, man. Think about this luxury town, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Dubai especially, though, the palms. Remember the world? They tried to make the world. Didn't succeed, but they had the money to make islands in the ocean out there. Islands made of sand in the ocean in the Middle East that you build mansions on. And these are not small. They're huge mansions, huge islands. The Palms is several miles from tip to I don't know, from base to top. Mm-hmm. It is huge, and it's loaded with billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars of wealth from the people who live there and their assets. Mm-hmm. And they're taking bombs. What happens to those places if they suddenly fall out of popularities to some degree? And then the maintenance becomes an issue. You've got an island made of sand in the middle of quote-unquote global sea rising that I hear all the time about on PBS. They can't cover a story about anything without bringing up global sea rising. And yet they're building islands in the sand. Who's ensuring that, by the way, if we are in such dire global straits? But I diverge. It's a country, the UAE, with powerful, powerful people all over the place that is now seeing its very existence threatened because it's not safe. It's not a safe place anymore. People look at it and say, wow, man, that's a dangerous spot. You could get bombed at any moment. Your home could be destroyed. Is it worth it? Why not go somewhere else? If you've got a yacht, you can't take it in there because you got to go to the Strait of Hormuz to get it out. So, I mean, it goes on and on and on, folks. The people that they're pissing off are powerful people, and Iran is just doing it. They don't care. And so it's happening. Now, Trump's not making a big deal out of this because he doesn't want to have to be called out for the threats he made, is the way I see it. And Barry, I'll let you talk a little bit. Do you think, I'm showing that they're violating it right now. It's happening. And yet we're not seeing Trump just say, okay, enough, let's go, bomb them, take out the bridges. Do you think he was ever going to do the kind of rain of destruction that I mentioned, or even a fraction of it?
No, in fact, I made a post about it yesterday. And it's a real short post. just go ahead and say it. I said if I was a betting man, I'd bet big that Trump is not going to blow up all of Iran. But that's what we're hearing from the anti-Trump doom and gloomers. They believe Trump is going to commit full-blown genocide. You can mark my words, that's not going to happen. And then today I pointed out the fact is like, do people not know by now how Trump operates? I mean, come on, you know how he operates. I know how he operates. Do they not know that he says all kinds of absurd things to throw people off his scent? Look, as I said, it's never going to happen. And I could cite 1,001 reasons why he wouldn't do that. Okay. I don't even think he's going to blow up. He's not going to do anything that's going to be seen by a large swath of the population as a war crime. I can almost guarantee that. Now, I've said I don't know a lot about a lot of things happening right now, and that's the safe thing when you're unsure. But I'm sure about one thing. Trump's not going to blast Iran into oblivion. That's rhetoric. That's called hyperbole. That's called strategy. And if people don't get that by now, they just need to shut up. And then let me say one quick thing about Tucker. I like Tucker, but I've got to admit, man, I saw that video, and I don't know what's happened to him, but he sounds like a woke person, man, like a crybaby, whining wokester. And I like Tucker because he's doing a lot of good, and I believe wholeheartedly, unlike Nick Fuentes, I believe he means well. I don't think Nick Fuentes means well. I think he's a bad apple. I think Tucker Carlson is a good guy. He's wrong about the fact that radical Islam is a problem. So I don't know what's wrong with Tucker. Hopefully he'll kind of come to his senses, but he's also doing a lot of good. He's also doing a lot of interviews that are really, punching at the establishment, the corrupt establishment in a lot of different ways. So I don't just throw him out and say, oh, I'm not going to listen to him anymore. Same thing with Alex Jones. I totally disagree with his absurd over the top analysis of what's happening. He thinks he thought Iran was going to be genocided. More or less. And that Trump has now betrayed us. He's done. He's finished. He's got a heart disease. He's got dementia. I'm just like, come on, man. Really?
Yeah.
Dude? Even if this war is a bad thing, we have got to stick with Trump or else there's going to be all kinds of hell to pay. And we can talk about that later in the show.
Yeah, exactly. And for now, though, I think I'm trying to see here if there's anything else I need to add to what we're talking about here. As far as just what news is out there, what kind of things are happening. There's some rumors right now that the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down, but the White House is virulently in disagreement with that, saying it is definitely open. From Carolyn Levitt, we've seen an uptick in traffic in the Strait today. She added, it's been relayed to Trump privately that the straits remain open, and these reports publicly are false. So there's talks of Iran wanting to charge something like $1 a barrel toll to go through the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
Which, okay, yeah, I don't see that happening. That's never. Now, Trump is saying we can maybe do that if we get half, if America gets half. 50 cents a barrel.
He's a negotiator, and we should expect him to do that.
Or shouldn't it just be free to go through there? You'd think Saudi Arabia or whoever else would be like, hey, man, we're not paying no tax to go through, international waters.
Well, they may have to be paying for some of their renovation because I think they've had some damage. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Well, and the trick here is that we've been paying for the security all along. And now, if Trump's saying 50 cents, if you can document that 50 cents is really going towards the security to keep the strait safe, then it's like, hey, NATO's not going to be here anymore either. So why don't you start your own little group here? We'll look over it, and we're just going to keep the Strait of Hormuz safe, and we'll do it by taxing the oil that leaves it. And I would think even Saudi Arabia might be like, okay, all right, we can do that as long as it's safe and we can actually ship our oil. And we don't have to worry about Iran going nutso every once a decade or however often they do so. And then suddenly you're back in war again and the strait closes and oil prices go up and yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. So I don't know, man. We'll see. It's interesting. But I think that kind of sums it up. We have another article here quickly about how they were amassing like a lot of kids and stuff to go out and like circle hands around the power plants.
Yeah.
So that they could sort of be human shields, which again, we talk about breaking international laws. That's definitely a no-no.
There's a lot of different opinions in Iran. There's a lot of people that are Iranian from at least videos claiming to be Iranian people that want this war to happen because they are oppressed. Mostly women are the ones doing the videos who are oppressed by the chauvinistic, sexist, dictatorial regime. But I want to say one thing about this whole thing, because I think people, and again, I get it, there seems to be some real danger in this whole thing, but man, I just don't sense it for some reason. I feel like we're still moving forward. I still feel like we're progressing. And I literally made a post that was referencing one of my forecasts where I talked about rapid change coming. And I think that is going to play a part in this Iran war. And what I mean by that is there's a good chance that in less than 3 months, the Iran war will barely be an afterthought because things are moving so rapidly and so fast. And I don't see that changing, not even with this war. And Trump has got a lot of business to take care of before the 4th of July, before the midterms. This thing is, I'm telling you right now, it is not going to go on forever. It is not going to be prolonged like the doom and gloomers think.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. God bless her soul. And we're going to celebrate it. We're going to have a big, beautiful 4th of July. And we can't be bogged down in wars or any of that crap. We need to be out here celebrating the fact that we've actually freed Venezuela. They're in a much better place. They're getting better every day.
Yeah.
Right? We're opening embassies. The oil's flooding and contracts are being signed. And money's being made there. And it's being directed now more so towards the people. I mean, it's never going to be what it was, pre-communism, at least not for a while. But at least the people are seeing some of the results of that now. Before they saw nothing. And, the industry was just dwindling down to nothing. And the people got poorer and poorer and poorer. And so we could see Cuba as well. That's the thing. Trump needs to turn away from there. Remember the Monroe Doctrine, right? And look to Cuba and help make things down there a little more successful. We need to focus on our neighbors and making sure that they can, maybe taste freedom too. And that's a place that, I mean, if they really want to get their act together, I could see in 10, 15 years, if they were all about it, yeah, we could make them a state, It'd be a wonderful addition to the United States. The people are amazing. And what a beautiful place. It's a, it's tropical paradise, really. So, yeah, let's get the communism out of there. Let's get some freedom going down there. Let's get some, real elections without any voting machines. Let's do it. Everybody show up with ID and you can all vote. And, we'll find actual good people that can get voted in down there and actually run Cuba as a free state. It would be amazing. And then you got this quagmire out here with Iran. And if you can put some sort of an end to that as well, where you said, Barry, that we're looking back on this in, 3-4 months from now and it was just a blip, that would be fantastic. But it needs to be a blip. It can't be a prolonged forever war.
Exactly. I think that's going to be the case because Trump already has an out. And I'm not saying that it's a justifiable out or anything like that. But essentially, if it doesn't go exactly like everybody wants it to go, he'll still declare it a victory, said we achieved our goals, and, things will go back to normal. So because a lot of people think that Trump has such an ego that he's going to continue to double down until he just destroys Iran altogether. That's not going to happen, folks. I mean, that's what Alex Jones types, that's his rhetoric lately. I don't know what's gotten into him, man, but he's like gone off the rails, in my opinion. But hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Ain't that the truth? So let's see here. I don't know. Do we want to move off of Iran? Are you ready to put a lid on that or anything else you want to say on that subject?
No, move right along. I got out pretty much what I wanted to say. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I did too, I think. And so thank you for that, Mr. Producer. And, I guess we'll move on to this. Here, let's move on to something actually fun. The biggest movie in the theaters right now, Super Mario Galaxy movie, $400 and some million over the last couple of weeks, right? And it's, it's good to see them put out a movie where, hey man, let's not make it woke and gay. And they just made a movie. And guess what? I think Brie Larson was even in it. And I didn't hear her say a peep about the thing. I'm sure her, her producer and whatever were like, you cannot go out on Twitter and talk anything about this movie at all. Right? Complete silence. If you say one negative thing about it, we claw back all your payments and you're done. So it worked. Yeah. And it's just kicking butt. It's just a fun time, I guess, at the theater. And the critics hated it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people that were woke didn't like it too much because it wasn't woke enough. So they're upset about it. But, when you just make a movie for people, it does pretty well. But I still don't think that's going to be the formula that Hollywood follows. They're fully committed to the woke agenda. They're fully committed to dividing us. They're fully committed to their communist, globalist, socialist, tyrannical ways. They're never going to change, man. There's a few outliers. Occasionally they let something good pass because they have to make some money, or they'll completely collapse.
Yeah. There was another Disney movie out here too that I saw kind of bombed. Yeah. And I bet if you look into it, it was woke and lame.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? And that's why it bombed. That's why I made like 20 million instead of 400 million over a couple weeks, right? Just huge money. And it's got Jack Black in it. We all love Jack Black. And again, he doesn't go out and talk down the movie because there's not enough women in it before it comes out, right? Mm-hmm. Or say, gosh, the original was racist. The original Mario brother were two racist Italians who, colonized the land that they lived in there, where they saved the queen. She wasn't Italian. It was colonization, man.
But he did backpedal on his sidekick when his sidekick said something about, I don't know if it was killing Trump or something bad about Trump. I can't remember the exact same thing. And he said that was wrong. But then later he backpedaled on that, because Trump is bad. Orange man is bad, And yeah, I just see
he wants to work in Hollywood, so he has to do it.
I know, but man, it's like you're weak and you're pathetic, dude. He's got enough money that he doesn't have to play the game. But he does, because apparently enough money is not enough and enough fame is not enough until you've had, all you can possibly handle and more.
He's got demandicitis, He's loaded. He's supposed to be Tenacious D, this rock god,
Yeah.
And like you say, he's got the money. What are you still plugging this thing for? But what does he make off this thing? If it gets $1 billion in the box office, what kind of bonus does he see for that? He did the Minecraft movie. What did he make for that?
It depends on what's in the contract. If you're a Tom Cruise, you put it in your contract that you make a certain amount of money up front, plus you get a percentage of the box office sales.
Yeah, and like I said, like if it hits $1 billion, you get a brand new yacht or something, a G-80 airplane.
Yeah. I think it's just bragging rights with those people. They want to be successful so they can kind of brag among themselves. I think even more so than bragging to us common folk. I think it's more of a competition among themselves. Look at me. I'm A-list. I'm a billionaire, because that's kind of a big thing now to hit the billionaire status. You got Jay-Z, Beyonce. You got all these people hitting the billionaire status. Of course, Oprah's been a billionaire for years, but a lot of artists and celebrities eventually become. Well, I think Justin Bieber's wife is a billionaire now. She, or close to it, or $500 million or something like that. She signed some, I think, perfume contract or something. And of course, he's worth a few $100 million, Justin Bieber is, because he sold all of his music. He sold it all for one lump sum.
Wow. That's interesting, man. He's probably going to regret that. But at the same time, I guess the theory is I can just write more. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Like I'm alive and kicking. I got another 40 years to live. Like I'll just write more music. I don't know how that works, but it's an interesting concept to just sell all your music at. What is he, like 40?
Oh, I don't think he's that old. He might be. I think he's in his 30s.
Yeah, that's wild. So you must just be thinking, I got I'll write music till I'm 80.
Right. They get a deal, man, here and there, and then they're set for life. All these people.
Oh,
Yeah, Kim Kardashian. I mean, they strike a deal for some. Even Kanye, you know, he probably makes more money off the deals than he does the music. So, you know, that's probably why they like to be in good with those people, is because they're looking for that big payout that's in a deal.
Exactly. Yeah. And, you know, the blackmail and all that stuff, we can always get into that as well. You know, it is Hollywood. Right.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I wanted to bring this up because I know you like to talk about this kind of stuff, Barry, and I figured you'd have a lot to say. So there you go.
Oh, yeah. It's always fun to talk about Hollywood, man, because they're always just getting weirder by the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that, and we'll come back to more stuff from Europe after the break here, but I saw Kanye West, was kicked out of a festival, a UK music festival, just for being, you know, Kanye West, being too, like, all their sponsors started dropping out because he's too controversial nowadays. And so I think, if I'm not mistaken, the whole concert has been canceled as of this point, right? So
yeah,
kind of wild there. And, and the government didn't approve his application to even enter the country in the first place. So he was denied the ability to go to England.
Yeah. Well, he did his mea culpas, you know, for all the offensive things he said about the Jews. And apparently that got him to where he could, you know, do his show again. And he's performing in front of large crowds and stadium size concerts with all kinds of tricked out, you know, stuff on stage, looking super cool, you know, and which makes me think, is all of this cancellation really a cancellation, or is it more hype to get him more famous?
And what did he do, though? See, that's the thing I was wondering the article never got to, is what did he actually do? They mentioned some anti-Semitic comments, but is that enough to get you kicked out of England for life?
Well, pretty much, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, they want to control. I mean, if you don't think exactly like they want you to think, man, you just can't come in. I mean, it's just Nutsville, dude. And that's how tyranny starts, too, you know? It starts with, you know, encroaching here and then there. And then before you know it, man, if you speak out against anything that they don't want you speaking out against, you know, the corruption or the scandal, that's why they really do all this stuff. Because at the end of the day, they don't want your eyes focused in on all their corruption and their scandal. Mm-hmm. So they put this tyranny in at entry levels to get you used to it so that they can crack down completely on you.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, they'd suddenly decided that what he said was worthy of censorship, and so he wasn't allowed in the country, and then everybody backs out, drops out, and suddenly the whole concert falls apart. And so everyone out there that was planning on going to this over the weekend now has nothing to do.
They suffer.
And what is it all about? Well, he said some comment that the Big Brother didn't like. So now nobody gets to have fun this weekend. So anyway, on that note, we're going to go to break. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we will be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break, guys.
Sweet.
Man, very cool.
Yeah, Roger was
I didn't realize
to say,
it was just his comments. Wow.
Not everywhere in Japan they bury. Not bury, but do cremation. I'm thinking it's maybe just certain families have plots and that's it, or, you know, but, you know, whatever they do, they do. You know, it's their country, you know, they can do whatever they want there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, sure, on behalf of Japan, they want to say thank you for letting them do that.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Barry?
There's a video circulating on X about something we've talked about before, but apparently it's kicked back in again. I'm trying to think exactly. I'm looking it up right now, trying to find out what state it's in. But they arrested a guy, charged him with seven different crimes for collecting rainwater at his house. Yeah. I mean, you want to talk about tyranny, man. When the state wants to claim they own the rainwater that falls in your house, that's tyranny, dude.
Mm-hmm. And the problem is rainwater is really good. Like, and at least it tastes really good. Every time I've had rainwater, I was like, damn, this is like surprisingly good water.
Yeah.
compared
How
to
do you
city
feel about that, Barry, after the planes fly by and it rains the next day?
There's definitely a connection between geoengineering and cloud seeding. It doesn't mean just because they're geoengineering, they're cloud seeding, but they could theoretically seed the fake clouds. That's not a problem. And there's other technologies as well. But when they spray real heavy, I mean like all day heavy, and it ends up in a gray out. It seems like, from my observation, that the chances of it raining are very high, extremely high. And we'll probably have one of those the next day or two, a couple more full gray outs. We have full gray outs about twice a week now. They spray 6 days a week, and 2 of those days they spray so heavily that it's a full gray out where you don't see any blue skies whatsoever. But they have to do that very heavily throughout the day and put layers upon layers. And then it turns, that white haze turns into a gray haze that turns into a dark haze that eventually turns to rain. So how that process actually works, I'm no expert. I've had ChatGPT explain it to me, how it's possible and feasible.
Here, real quick, I got a message from Jack. He's not going to be able to come in tonight. You want an extra hour?
I'm going to run out of articles. But if Barry wants to lead, I'll do backup.
You want to do that, Barry?
I can. I'll try. Let's put it that way.
I like to keep it live if I can, you know.
Okay. Okay, it was in Oregon. All the water that falls on your property is owned by the state. And he built 3 reservoirs on his 170-acre property, collecting rainwater and snow melt for personal use and wildfire protection. So he's actually doing something really good with it, you know, and to feed the birds and stuff like that. I mean, not feed the birds, but let the birds have water to drink, and the animals. But the state told him to drain the reservoirs, and he refused. 30 days in jail, and now 9 misdemeanor convictions. I apologize, not 7, but 9. $1,500 fine. I heard it was more than that, like 15,000. But
Well, Barry, you just signed up for an extra hour.
Here,
so put that in
we're
the file
under
and
30
we'll cover it live.
seconds. To let you guys know. So,
Third hour.
Yeah, that'd be.
Well, there's a video of it, of the people in Oregon acting like tyrants, demanding that, you know, he's a bad guy.
Okay,
It's
here's
like,
your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for April 8th, 2026. And oh yeah, what a crazy time we live in. You know that Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times? We live in interesting times.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, we were talking about London and this wireless festival and how they canceled it after British officials denied an entry visa to rap mogul Kanye West, who was set to deliver the event's headliner. And the country did that because apparently of his anti-Semitic comments in the past. Well, I mean, let's go. What, he wrote a song about like his praise for Hitler or something, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I mean, he's out there. But I was mixing him up with some of the other guys out there who, you know, have actually been convicted of some sexual stuff. He's never had any of that come down. It's just anti-Semitic comments, which is crazy.
Well,
Crazy, man.
A lot of it was satire meant to, I'm going to say this because I'm told I can't say it. I mean, that's kind of what I've understood him saying in when he's really called out, like, why are you doing this? Well, because I'm told I can't. And I get that. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I get that. You know, when you start telling people what they can and can't say, that's going to become very problematic, man. You know, there's no question that the power structure in the world today wants to create a hive mind, and they don't want anybody outside of that hive mind. You know, if you want to get all spiritual about it, they call it the age of Aquarius, where they believe everybody's going to rise to this higher level of consciousness, and we're all going to hold hands and sing Kumbaya and have a beautiful one world order. Well, it doesn't work that way, because there's called humanity. That's the problem, right? Humanity is imperfect and always will be in this life.
Yeah, it is. And you know, it's not this kumbaya stuff. We'd all love that, but there's a lot of greedy people out there, you know, and they want the power and they want the control. And as long as they're holding on to so much power, they're always going to want more and more and more, and it never is enough. So we've got to push back. And that's why, you know, you and I do this show, Barry, just to kind of get the word out and say, hey, man, we see you, we know what you're doing, and we don't like it. And I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead. I'll bring my point. I was going to actually bring up in a few minutes and a different story. So I'll just wait until we get to it to dive into that bag of worms.
Well, it's just a short point that I'm just going to kind of drop it right now, because we'll talk about it later, maybe in the third hour or what have you. But I think it's important that everybody understands, and I know that I've said this on the show many, many, many times, that the power structure, the globalists, call them whatever you want to, they are using what's called a foothold strategy to basically put their agenda in wherever they can. And they are being relentless. I feel like they've just like doubled down, man, even more so, right? Remember at first when Trump became president, they seemed kind of down and out. At their meetings, they were talking about how they had lost. But I don't think they feel that way now, because, you know, they are gaining ground in all kinds of areas, wherever they can get their foothold. And I think that, and we'll touch on this later, we need to be aware of this and what it is we're fighting for and why we're fighting. Because if we ever drop the ball again and let these lunatics have the power, I'm not going to say anything else. You know.
Yeah, it doesn't end well. You know, it just doesn't end well. So yeah, that's the point. You know, make everyone aware of what's going on, and you know, just kind of spread the word, the truths that exist out there. The UN recently, while we're still in England, they all voted to make reparations a thing, and they awarded themselves umpteen $1 trillion of money from, you know, the UK is a big one. Obviously, America laughed it off. You know, we're not even going to entertain it, but the UK will entertain it. You know, suddenly they'll get a bill for, I don't know, $2 trillion. And they'll be like, okay, guys, we got to pay it. It's going to go to all these different countries. They all get a chunk of our money, and it's going to be reparations. And then guess what? We'll look in the mirror and we'll say, we paid reparations, so we're happy. But then that money will get spent, and a year later they'll come back and say, hey, we need another $1 trillion. And let's just make this an annual thing, right? $1 trillion a year forever. And then it'll be 1.5 trillion, and then 2 trillion a year forever. And it never ends.
How much money went out, do you know?
Actually went out?
Yeah.
Nothing. I don't think anything yet. It's they just passed this recently.
What are they forecasting though? Like I don't think it's going to be a lot of money. I really don't, but I could be wrong.
Let's see here. I got to scan through the article to actually see if it mentions the amount. So bear with me. Thanks for asking me something like that, Barry. When I've got the article here, but as I've been looking through here, scanning for the actual numbers, I haven't seen it yet. Okay. Okay, Yusuf said countries who received 3.8 million visas and 6.6 billion in aid from Britain are demanding trillions in reparation. Britain's decision to abolish slavery was the most expensive moral foreign policy in history. We won't be punished for it. Under a reform government, if a country demands reparations, we will stop issuing visas. So they're just saying for Britain alone, it will be trillions, with an S, trillions, plural.
Well, it says that's what they want. It's not saying that's what they're going to agree to, right?
It's what they're demanding.
Yeah, that's what the people that want the reparations are demanding. But I don't think it's going to be anywhere near that, man. They'll be lucky to get some chump change.
Well, that's the nature of the UN, though. They vote on it, right? So you got, you know, Antigua, Bermuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Caribbean Community, CARICOM nations, Dominica, Ghana, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Kenya, Nigeria, St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Grenada. You get where I'm going here, right? Weigh that against England gets a vote too. Now, hey, should we get trillions of dollars? How many yeses we got? Okay, I count 15 on this side and 1 over here. So basically what they're saying is they're not going to pay it. Farage is saying we're not going to pay it if this comes up, and we're going to block visas from any country that demands payment.
I mean, there's a lot of problems in the world today. I think reparations is like at the bottom of the list of things that need to be solved right now. We have, just even America, we have infrastructure problems in all kinds of different places, right? Bridges that aren't safe.
All kinds of problems, yeah. And we're just pouring money down empty, bottomless money pits everywhere with no benefit to show for it. We do it all the time. Show me anything, any like big government project we're doing right now that's impressive, and you say, wow, I'm glad the government's doing that. Okay, we took Artemis around the moon. Great. But it didn't build a road. Where,
Makes you wonder where our priorities are. I tend to think our priorities are not in the right place. And to the people in power, I don't think that bothers them. I think they basically have an agenda, and they care very little about we the people on a global scale. I mean that. I think at least in America, there's a few good players. I think Trump overall is a good guy, man. I think he wants to do well for America. I think he wants America to truly succeed. I may not agree with everything that he does, but I know that he doesn't want to tank America like a lot of the globalists do. And they want to basically level every nation down so that they can be more easily managed, right? Micromanage every aspect of our lives. I mean, the last thing the power structure wants is us to be empowered and not need them.
Exactly.
That's the last thing they want. They want us dependent so that we're down on our knees begging for the crumbs from the table.
And in New York, to just show you how bad it is, we recently saw a story. I think they're spending $60,000 to $80,000 per homeless person there to, buy them food and shelter and whatnot, right? If you just gave everybody that's homeless a check for $86,000, they wouldn't be homeless.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Childcare. Mamdani said, okay, we're going to give childcare to a bunch of, government employees and yada. It's $60,000 per year per kid in the program he's putting together. That's what it costs the state or the city to put one kid through childcare. $60,000 a year. What? You know what I mean? That's how they run things. It's just a bottomless pit. You can say, hey, yeah, we're going to do all these wonderful things. And then you look at the bottom line. You're like, how did we get here?
I think it would be best to do everything in your power to make the economy strong for everyone. And then the people that are suffering, that's where nonprofit organizations come into place, volunteerism and so forth. That's the way it used to be handled. Nobody paid for a doctor bill if they couldn't afford it back in the day. There were charities and organizations that took care of that. There's still some today. You just have to know who they are. Yeah. So the church in America, which I've said many times, the institutionalized church in America needs reform, man, because the stupid gospel prosperity, and I believe in faith, believe me, but this faith message that they're preaching, is a false gospel. They're preaching that faith, if you're poor, it's because you don't have enough faith, or if you're not healed, it's because you don't have enough faith. It's always just a condescending and condemnation, and it's just not really what the Bible says. The Bible really talks about taking care of the poor and the widow and the orphan and all of these kinds of things. I mean, it's reiterated thousands and thousands of times. In fact, one of the things that angered God in the Old Testament was the lack of justice towards the poor. So I don't want the government doing much of anything. I would rather trust a reliable, verified nonprofit, doing the charitable work than the government. Because the government, as we all know, they do that in disguise with their NGOs, where they say we're a good organization and we're helping, but it's just a way to funnel money, dude, and to launder money.
Yeah, it's what it feels like, isn't it? What do they say that foreign aid is just taking money from poor people in rich countries and giving it to rich people in poor countries?
I've heard that, man, and I think it's true to a degree. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what the government does, man. It's just what it does. But anyway, we were talking about the borders and customs and stuff. So let's get into a comment from Mullen. He is the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. Right. Here's what he has to say about, and this is an interesting concept. I want you guys to listen to this.
To keep your state as safe as my state.
But Mr. Secretary, you know the issue here is that you have states and cities that are sanctuary states and cities, and that's part of the issue. It's part of the problem. We saw it in Minnesota. How do you get around that?
Well, I believe sanctuary cities is not lawful. I don't think they're able to do that. And so we're going to take a hard look at this. Just one area we may take a hard look at is some of these cities have international airports. If they're sanctuary cities, should they really be processing customs into their city? I'm seriously, if they're a sanctuary city and they're receiving international flights, and we're asking them to partner with us at the airport, but once they walk out of the airport, they're not going to enforce immigration policy. Maybe we need to have a really hard look at that, because we need to focus on cities that want to work with us.
So you're saying that big cities that are sanctuary cities that have a big airport, they might lose their customs?
Well, I'm saying we're going to have to start prioritizing things at some point, right?
They might lose their customs enforcement. They might just close down international airports and sanctuary cities.
I don't think they're lawful. I mean, you're literally hiding criminals from ICE.
Do you know what that would do to a city like New York? Everyone have to fly into, I don't know, Akron, Ohio, and then get a flight back. Maybe Pittsburgh. Like, where do you even land? Nowhere in New York. What's a big city on the East Coast that isn't a sanctuary city right now? You'd have to fly into Texas, to Dallas, and then like every international flight has to go through Texas before it can go back to New York or LA. Interesting concept. Interesting concept. I don't know to laugh or cry.
Yeah. This is the time where everybody's got a solution, and not every solution's going to be a good solution. That's for certain. And everybody's got a theory, if you haven't noticed, about everything. Have you noticed how people's sanity is cracking a little bit more lately? It's just my observation. I think people are going over the edge a lot easier than before. I don't know what's causing that, but people are getting way worked up, man. And just even the posts that I make on social media, I mean, I'm like angering people. I think I'm a pretty laid back kind of Clark Kent kind of dude. I'm not trying to tick anybody off, but man, I got people just getting upset with everything I say. It's crazy.
Yeah, fun time, huh?
It doesn't bother me. I'm pretty thick-skinned, so I've been doing this long enough where I don't care what people say. I'm in it to let my voice be heard. Doesn't mean I'm right all the time. It just means I feel like I have something to contribute, and what people do with it is up to them. They can discard it. They can take some of it, take all of it, do whatever they want, man. That's the whole thing. And that's what I encourage people to do, is to think for themselves and to always use a filter, man. To think for yourself. Go deep in your mind and figure out if what this person is saying is true. Don't just accept it, without thinking about it a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And, the beautiful thing about having a radio show, Barry, is we get to prognosticate, we get to put our commentary out there. And, it's out there on the record. We forecast trends to a large degree, as you like to say, and we are spotting trends, and we report on them, and they tend to typically be more correct than incorrect. I mean, when I see what the left is out there talking about on a day-to-day basis, it makes no sense, and eventually their logic loopholes implode on themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Eventually, it just doesn't all add up. If you keep following them, at some point you have to scratch your head and say, wait, weren't we totally against this when Biden was in office? Now we're for it? How does that work?
Yep.
And so we get that consistency of logic that we've carried through the years, through administrations now, through a few administrations, in my case, through a couple in yours, on the radio, talking about what's going on. And doing it, with the best intentions of really just analyzing it and putting the message out there so people can, hear it all and make up their own minds. And it's great. It's phenomenal to be in that position.
Yeah. And some people are just looking to say that over-sensationalized thing, to get people to tune in or to get clicks. And I can honestly say, even though some of the things we might say might be shocking, that's not the reason we say it. And we're not looking for clicks. We're not looking for views. We're just trying to give our point of view. And I feel like that's one thing we can say with pretty much confidence is that we've been pretty steady with our analysis. We're not all over the place, just saying whatever we want to say recklessly. That's ridiculous. I would never do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you. It's what's the word? A balance beam. Wasn't a tightrope. It's a tightrope. That's what I was looking for. That we walk where you have to sort of stay with your eyes on the horizon and cover one thing at a time and understand how, it all weaves together and try to just paint a picture for people how we see it at best we can at the time that it's coming out. Like right now, you get back to Iran, right? What do we say? We said our piece, but, at the end of the day, it's probably not going to, turn into World War III by any means. I love seeing the people that are posting Trump is going to take us into World War III. And then when we get a, 2-week ceasefire, it's taco. Trump always chickens out. Well, which one do you want? You know what I mean? You just hate Trump at that point.
And they don't understand Trump. I think anybody that understands Trump understands that he had no intention of literally committing mass genocide, blowing Iran to oblivion and killing everybody. Everybody knows. And look, he said, I don't want to do that. Come on, folks, this is Trump. Do you really think that he likes, sort of being seen, which we've talked about that, as a rogue loose cannon a little bit. That's sort of his style because he wants to keep people guessing. But he's the last person, in my opinion, that's going to blow Iran up to oblivion. Can't say that about Netanyahu. He may want to. I don't know. But Trump, no.
Well, I would see Netanyahu, actually. It's I thought you were going to say Biden, but Netanyahu, Russia, I think Russia is actually kind of sided with Iran to a small degree. They're not going to want to get pulled in if UAE, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq are all positioned against Iran. They're not going to side with Iran against, other Arab countries, like especially Saudi Arabia. Never going to happen. They have much better relationships with those countries than they do with Iran. But
how much the rhetoric that we hear is just the fake news reporting stuff that's maybe given to them wrongfully on purpose by intelligence or whatever, or by some unnamed source, as they always like to do. How do we, if we're being honest with each other, Trump can pick up the phone at any moment and contact Putin within 30 seconds if he wants to. And Putin could probably contact Trump within 30 seconds. We have no idea what's going on in their private conversations. What they report in the news may be something entirely different. That's why I always say, all these people that think they know all the answers, have a little bit of humility, because we're only given so much information. We can only dissect so much, and we have to kind of guess at a lot of it.
Yeah, and we, like you say, we have no idea, how many times they might be on speed dial, twice a day. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Just had lunch. Thought I'd check in with you. Miss you.
Yeah. Well, it is a bromance.
I doubt it's like that, but yeah, I'm sure they have a cordial relationship in the background and mutual respect. That's the key, is the mutual respect. You respect him, you get respect back. And if you don't respect Trump, if you think he's a clown, then right now we're getting ready to leave NATO, and we're talking about moving bases out of countries like France and even England. Out.
Yeah.
Gone. We've got massive bases that have been there for years. Potentially Germany. Gone. And we're going to pick other countries that are more friendly and move them there and have those associations with friendly countries that actually want to work with us. France and Spain blocked their airspace to our refueling tankers.
I know, dude.
Just to refuel to get over there, they blocked those. That is the most unally thing you could possibly do. Yeah.
Well, remember, we talked about this on the radio show at least a year ago, maybe even longer than that, where we talked about where NATO's values are no longer aligned with Americans' values. And maybe we need to get out of NATO. And maybe this was a test by Trump to see if that's exactly what we need to do, is get out of NATO. Because I mean, think about it. These people don't even believe in free speech, man. Most of these countries that are NATO based, right?
Yeah.
Like we do.
It was the Munich security conference, not this winter, but the winter before, where J.D. Vance came out and said, look, why are we protecting you guys? You've lost your sense of freedom of speech. You've lost, you don't have any of the amendment rights that Americans do, the Bill of Rights. They don't have any of those really in Europe. Search and seizure, it just go, name anything in the Bill of Rights, and they really don't have it. If they do, it's very limited. But freedom of speech, the first foremost one that we celebrate here in the United States, is non-existent to the nth degree, especially in England, the country that pretty much invented it. If you can think it, you can say it. And we can't hold it against you. If it's your genuinely held opinion, speak up. We'll debate you. We'll convince you you're wrong. That's the way it's supposed to work. I don't agree with what you have to say, but I'll give my life to defend your right to say it, is how it should work. But that's not how it does work anymore. And so if we're not going to align with their values anymore, why would we be part of their defense? They're far gone. They're too far gone. They're not there anymore. It doesn't work.
Too. We pay. They depend on us like, more than any other country. And yet when we need them, when we need to depend on them, they're not there for us. It's obvious, dude. Trump's figuring it out, man. We need to be as independent of a national sovereign nation as possible. That doesn't mean that we would not work with people if we had shared goals. But this little club that's just automatic, that's problematic. You know what I'm saying? Like, because then you're kind of narrowing it down to just, the NATO forces. Well, maybe Trump wants to align himself with somebody else that has a more shared value or shared goal or shared end game. So I see no problem with getting us out of NATO. I don't like it.
Yeah, well, it's just, God, there's human rights councils, There's always Iran is at the head of it. The Women's Rights Council, let's put Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia at the head of that, right, for women's rights. At least I'll give them credit for one thing. They can define a woman. Okay. Other than that, the women there have no rights, but at least they know what a woman is. But rights? Women's rights in Saudi Arabia? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's probably not as bad as I think it is, but I think it's pretty bad over there. I think a lot of these you go into Iran, I think, the women there are forced to wear head coverings or they can get beat and whatnot. The education is limited. Job opportunities as limited as can be. On and on. So, no, we don't share the values. But anyway, on that note, let's take a break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we are on radio break, and you didn't get that in, but oh well. We got John and Linda on Facebook listening to us as well. So, and we got Web Geek Kick over in Boxy and a whole bunch of others, and we got Roger restreaming, as well as the Great Conspiracies restreaming us as well. French Invasion is in here listening. Hazard FTW. Yeah. Thanks.
We're multiplying, man.
Oh man.
We're everywhere. Our networks are massive. They're growing like crazy.
Yep. We're getting there.
We're even broadcasting to the dark side of the moon tonight, man. We are reaching every alien on the planet, the moon. That's possible. It's amazing.
Yeah, and we're coming to warn them that the Anunnaki are coming to destroy and wipe out all those lizard people. All right?
Hey, the lizard, the reptilian thing is getting a lot of headlines these days.
It is, isn't it?
Well, I think one thing that was because of what Matt Gates said, that they're doing alien crossbreed, I don't know, and whatever, creating basically Nephilim type things.
Genetic manipulations.
Genetic aliens with the people or something like that.
Yeah.
And he was serious about it.
I got to watch our time because we got about 2 minutes left on this, but I want to take it as long as we can so that we have enough time to get to top of the hour and switch over. Also, our top of the hour break's going to be 5 minutes, not
10.
10, right?
Oh, so we're coming back at the top of the hour at like 4 o'clock on the nose.
Kind of, sort of, but
Okay.
we need to break it, at least 5 till, so that I can get that in, so we can do that. But whenever you take,
Oh, you mean the next, like at the end of
on the
I see what
third
you're saying.
hour, yeah, not third hour,
Yeah.
but the second hour, so that we can transition into the third.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
'cause
that's the one that's.
I have the stops
top of
all
the
moved,
hour.
all moved out for that, and
All right, Barry. Hour 3. I expect you to have some articles like pulled up to talk about, and you're going to take the lead.
Yeah.
It'll be the Barry Power Hour or whatever you want to call it, and I'm your co-host.
Yeah, and Jack asked me to say, if you're going to be talking about chemtrails and water fines, go for it. He said that would line up with what his show would have done anyways a little bit. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
then,
I've got some interesting videos to play. I just need to set it up during that 5-minute break time. Let me know when we get to that, please.
Yep, and also if you want to talk cryptocurrency, Jack talks cryptocurrency too, and how silver is affected in his show with it.
Oh, Barry, you can do an hour on that right there, Barry.
That's not. And I try to stick with what I.
Okay, that was hour 1, folks. We'll get hour 2 back up here in just a second. I don't want the chat. That's what I want. Got you back. I don't know what happened to Barry. I think he may still be over in the other call. But
I'm here, man.
There you are. Welcome back, guys.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. And we'll use this same room for the third hour as well, just to let you guys in on that.
I feel like Keir could be a Japanimation superhero success. I really do. I think that somebody needs to take his character, turn it into a Japanimation, and make him a superhero. And he could fight Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon.
He can fight English culture from the inside.
He can fight himself.
Maybe I shouldn't have the camera on.
I'd like to see him punch himself in the face. That'd be funny. Like Fight Club, remember that scene where he's fighting himself and he's dragging himself down the stairs?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was the only person that laughed in that scene in the movie. Everybody was horrified by it, I guess. And I just thought it was hilarious because, you could see the security camera was showing, something different than what we were seeing, which was he was fighting with another person. But in reality, he was just fighting himself and then dragging himself down the stairs. It was so funny, dude.
Last time on Dragon Ball
sick
Z,
actor, Barry.
Gohan and Goku got their ass kicked by the evil Vegeta. Oh,
Keystone powers activate! Form of a tyrant!
Okay. You go for that, Barry.
I'm ready.
Oh, man. I can just see him growing up and getting big. Are we the baddies? He's got one of those uniforms on from that meme.
Yeah.
If we're not the baddies, then how come we got skulls on the buttons?
Oh, yeah, he's got to have like a 322 Skull and Bones logo on his front chest,
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm telling you, it'd be a major success.
It would.
Dude, that's
And
it. Dude, you know, with AI, you could do that.
Remind me at the top of the hour,
Do
guys, to switch us over to D Live at the top of near the top of the hour when we do our last transition into the third hour. Okay?
Remind you to go D Live?
Yeah, to bring up D Live. They only they limit me to 3 hours. I don't know. I mean, it's just the standard thing that they do now. We're going to come back a little early on this one, but that's fine. Maybe not. No. It's going to work out. Man, I had this.
You think you could actually make that, though, Barry?
What's that?
Yeah.
You think you could actually make that?
Make what? Well, yeah, it can be. Japanimation is like one of the easier things to do on the different AI platforms. It's very convincing now, especially with Seed Dance. But you got to pay. I'm not really a paying person right now, but there is a couple of free sites where you could do it.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Sure.
we could turn him into a Japanimation character first, give him a costume, and then say this is the character, and then have, generate the scenes of him being the superhero tyrant, to basically not
He's gotta have, like,
destroy the world.
The barrister's hair, right? The wig.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's got to have poopy pants, like he's got to have white pants with a big giant brown stain on the back.
Oh, I'm picturing well, he could have two forms though, right?
Of course, anything could happen in anime.
Superpower.
The superpower. Yeah.
Activate dictator.
Yes, to say that.
It sounds more like you're trying to make him into a Power Ranger.
Well, I have no idea what anime is.
Yeah,
really, I just know that, like cartoon style, like Japanese style of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of watch a lot of anime on the side.
Yeah.
I like some of it, dude. I gotta admit, the real cinematic stuff, I dig it. The hokey stuff, I'm not too fond of, but yeah, it can be done.
I've seen a couple movies over the years that were really good.
Yeah, my favorite's Vampire Hunter D, and the second one.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I love those. I love the animation style and how well thought out. I mean, they do really good. And a lot of stuff by Clamp is pretty good too. And Clamp is a group of female writers over there that do that, and then they make their after they write their manga or whatever, then they turn them in. But anyways, you got 30 seconds, and then we'll be back.
I bet there's a few people in the audience right now who are already working on that, Barry.
I hope so,
Maybe.
man.
I hope so too. If you
Yeah.
guys get them, so come find my Discord and share them there.
Oh my
Please.
God! Thank God David Hogg isn't here with us today. Otherwise, he'd be like, "I got it already." Anyways, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now for hour 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night, April 8th, 2026. And Barry, man, did we have a great show last week or what?
Of course, man. It was a all-star cast.
Yeah, Brent Hamachek, the former, he's vice president over at Human Events Media Group, humanevents.com. And they're now being absorbed by Just the News. So he's, waiting to kind of get his running assignments over there. Works extensively with Common Ground Campus. And we also had Brent, that's Brent Hamachek. But we also had John Ottman, the chairman of the board for Minds.com, on the show last week. And I got to say, I intentionally carved out a half hour and just kind of gave you the lead and muted my microphone. And Barry, you did a great job. It was really, I think they like your questions the most.
Well, I like Brent and John. They're great people, man. And I really had never had a chance to talk one-on-one with John before. So it was really good. I mean, he's commented on some of my posts over the years on Minds.com, But just to be able to kind of talk to him, I've heard him in other interviews and I always thought, he's a likable guy, the likable personality. And it was cool just to be able to kind of talk with him. I like him more now.
Yeah. And apparently his wife is your number one fan.
That shocked me because I didn't even know they were married, dude. I did not know that was his wife. I didn't know that.
I don't know. What's her handle at Minds.com?
It's at Peggy2, and I've told you guys about her before.
Oh, that's her. Okay.
Yeah, I said you gotta subscribe to her. She's great. She's fantastic. She's awesome. She's an incredible person. Really, just kind and open person. But yeah, she's been a big support and always has a nice word to say, which keeps me going, man. You got to have some positive reinforcement, even though probably 90% of the stuff I get is negative. But hey, it's part of the. If you're going to do social media and you're truly going to express yourself, expect some hate. It's just going to come. Yeah.
Expect it. But yeah, Peggy too, I had no idea that was his wife. So cool. I was wondering, I kind of missed that when it all came down during the show and I didn't want to stop, the show in its tracks to figure out who she was. But okay, cool. I'll make sure to follow her with a different eye now that I know who she is. But that's cool. It was a lot of fun. And honestly, I think it was one of the better shows we've done in a while. We talked about all kinds of interesting stuff. So guys, archive.org, go find last week's show for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, April 1st, April Fool's Day. And we had 2 wonderful fools on the show. Well, 4 of us altogether, 5, including Mark.
The 4 Stooges.
Yeah, so let's see. I wanted to bring up this no kings thing. Yeah, we talk about the World Economic Forum quite a bit and all the, the powers that be, so to speak. And in America, they really don't like kings. No kings. We're not going to have a king. Donald Trump thinks he's a king. No way. No kings. Hashtag. Look it up. It's a huge, huge movement. Yet most of Europe has kings. Right? We were kind of laughing at them going to England about it. Name a country over there that really doesn't have royalty still. The vast majority of them do. And are they the ones that are really controlling the power? Because I see it in England as clear as I see the sun in the sky. That the royal family is the one element there that's preventing the people from getting anything they voted for in the last 20, 30 years. And the King of England is also the head of the Church of England, right? And so he's the protectorate. And he neglected to put out a speech on Easter Sunday, but he did not neglect to put out speeches for all the various Muslim holidays over the last few months. And it just makes you wonder where his allegiance is. They've been asking it for years. Is the King of England Muslim? What say you, Barry? Is he?
I don't think he's really any religion. He might be into the dark occult. That wouldn't surprise me. That bohemian club kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Worshiping Moloch and, chanting and doing all kinds of weird stuff, running around naked in the Bohemian Grove forest, whatever they do.
There's big movements right now of people in England that are showing up where the king is and saying, we don't want you. They're booing him and saying, step down. I've seen interviews with different people all over on YouTube and from different channels out of the UK that are saying, look, this guy needs to abdicate his throne. He needs out. He is not here in any way, shape, or form to represent or, look after the needs of England. He is a World Economic Forum globalist who is on the power, the train to change the world completely.
Remember the weird painting that he got? It was like this life-size painting. It was in blood red, and there was just like this giant picture in the middle of Baphomet. It's like there's always like some Baphomet symbol or picture in all that they do for some odd reason. Maybe it was a coincidence. I don't know, but it's clearly there. You know what I'm saying? And he loved it. It just looked like, I don't know, a dark and ominous, like okay, if you commissioned me to do a painting of you, and I gave you a painting like that, you'd be like, dude, what the hell is wrong with you? What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you are you? Do you think I'm a Satanist?
Trying to insult me?
Yeah.
Are you trying to insult me?
I mean, what's your problem?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not anything at all what I envisioned. And I'm not paying you.
But he loved it, apparently, you know. But they're into that kind of stuff. I mean, they're into the dark occult. They're into that. That's what all their symbols show. That's sort of what they do at Bohemian Club and Skull and Bones. I mean, it's no secret that they're into that stuff, man. It might have been 20 years ago, but not anymore.
But I don't know. I was watching something about the UK, and I've had this theory now for a long time that it's the royal family there that's just pushing this country down the toilet. And it just hit me like a ton of bricks that, like, gosh, there's like every country has royalty, and they're all doing the same thing. Nobody wants this, but they keep getting it. Why is that the case? Because the powers that be don't want them to get it. What are the powers that be? It's the royalty, and it's all over Europe. It's a problem. Why do they have these people in power at all? Why does England still have a king today? It's ridiculous. Well, they could feed the world for probably 6 months if they just confiscated all that wealth and fed the world for 6 months.
I think it's safe. We can go a little conspiratorial here since we're talking about King Charles. But there was a speech that he gave at the WEF that was very strange and peculiar that not a lot of people picked up on. But he said something about this man that had the power of more than an army that was, I guess, coming to the foresight or something like that. I actually posted the video, and I had to really listen to it to clearly see what he said because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't embellishing it any. But yeah, he there's some person of power that's going to come forward. He thinks with the power of a full blown military. And religious people kind of were freaked out by that because they immediately thought Antichrist type figure. But and it wouldn't even have to be the Antichrist. It could just be an Antichrist type figure, somebody that's got the power of the military, so to speak. But I don't think we ever got answers as to what he meant by that. Was it a Freudian slip? Did he just not speak it correctly, what he was trying to say? But it was kind of weird. And we do get these Freudian slips often from top people. Now, I don't know if it's actually a slip or not, or if they're just doing it because they want to see what they can get away with. Tedros said something really strange during the COVID as well. About the vaccine killing babies or something, and it's not good and not right. They do this thing either on purpose or because they're just so evil it just comes out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't explain it.
And if I'm not mistaken, he'll be here at the end of the month. King Charles will, and meeting with Trump at the White House, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. What kind of pomp and circumstance were they going to roll out for this guy? Because I mean, when Trump goes over there, it's a huge thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like the biggest. They have parades. They've got marching, armies, and you name it. He gets in the carriage with the Queen, and they inspect the troops and the whole 9 yards. Will they give him something above and beyond what, say, the Prime Minister of Japan just got recently? Granted, it's a king. Japan has a king, right? It's not the prime minister. It's different if Starmer comes over than if King Charles comes over as far as the pomp and circumstances. But what will come out of that? What will the reception be? Will it be cordial? And, you see two friends sitting there as you saw when he met with Queen Elizabeth. Donald Trump and Queen Elizabeth got along like peas and carrots. They were great. Will the same sort of relationship exist with King Charles and Donald Trump? And do we even want that? I mean, look at King Charles's brother, right? Mr. Epstein Island.
Yep. Well, I'm sure that a lot of those
Right.
people
Mr. Epstein
hobnobbed
Island.
around. What was that one pedophile? King Charles, then Prince Charles, hobnobbed with that one pedophile. I can't think of his name. He had the glasses, the long gray hair, looked psychotic, kind of looked like an Aleister Crowley type dude. He was like raping 13-year-old girls and 10-year-old girls in hospital rooms and doing satanic rituals. And for real, like this is all in the European papers. Seville, is that his name? Something Seville.
I don't know. I was going to make you say allegedly until you actually brought up a name. That name does ring a bell, Seville, yeah. And he was convicted of all that stuff too, wasn't he? Or am I wrong?
Well, he died. I don't know if I don't think he ever served any time, but I mean, they did find out all about it. I mean, like it's open, it's open, closed, shut case in that regard. And there's no doubt that he was a sicko pedophile with connections with very high and powerful people. Now, I'm not saying that King Charles was a part of that, but he certainly hobnobbed with the guy.
Yeah, it's an interesting little situation they got going over there in Europe with all these kings. And yet America, we scream no kings, yet they're fine with it over there. And they're a much more sophisticated continent, aren't they? I mean, aren't we always told that we should be more like Europe, more refined, less couth, you know?
More
I saw a video. I saw a thread the other day. I can't remember who wrote it. It was just a rando on Twitter. And he was talking about how America built up Europe after World War II. And if we hadn't done that and made the investments that we have since World War II over the last 60, 70 years to keep their country where it is, they wouldn't have a lot of the wealth and culture they have today. And they act like we're the inferior country and we're just a bunch of hillbillies over here. Yet if they stop getting our support, they learn really quick that we're actually the ones holding all the power and control here. They're the backwater. We're the United States of America. Thank you very much. We could crush you tomorrow.
But we don't want.
It'll be interesting to see how the next few years go as Trump sort of stops feeding them all the money they thought they were entitled to.
Well, let me just say one thing about the European eloquence. The guy's name was Jimmy Savile. He was a British media personality and DJ who, after his death in 2011, was exposed as one of UK's most prolific sexual abusers. Check this out. With allegations abusing at least 500 victims, including children as young as 2 years old. He died before he could ever be sent to jail for his crimes.
2 years old. That is demonic, man. You've got to be a special kind of evil.
He literally would use, it was reported of hospital rooms. Apparently he had access, because he had powerful connections, and he did some satanic ritual in one of these hospital rooms and raped some girl. I mean, this dude was nuts, man. And if you look at him, like all these people in power, you would think they would have some discernment. Believe me, if you saw this guy from 10, 20 feet away, you would run because he just looks like a predator. You know what I mean? Savile, go look at the pictures of Jimmy Savile and tell me I'm wrong. He looks like crazy man Aleister Crowley in his last days. Okay? So either they like that or they lack discernment.
Well, there it is. There it is.
I said it. I'm sorry. I can't backpedal now. There you go.
Let's get into, speaking of, the dark forces out there, Saturday Night Live, man, they've fallen from grace dramatically, but they just had this roundtable, and one of the, Chloe Feynman, can't say I've ever seen her or heard of her. I haven't watched the show in years because it stopped being funny a long time ago. I mean, it was really funny for a long time, and nowadays it's just completely political. Anyway, they did this little round table, and she asked a question to everybody. Can you name a job that I was fired from? And they're like, no, what happened? And she said, I was fired as a camp counselor. Mike Day suggested that she was fired for hitting on the campers. She said, no, I pantsed a boy. She said, basically...
I've seen this. Yeah, go ahead, though.
He would lift my shirt all the time, she continued. It was a different time. He'd be like, hey, can I have a hug? And then I'd go give him a hug, and he'd lift my shirt like a prick. I'll put in a nicer word there. And then I was like, I'm going to get you back. So we're on a hike, and I was like, hey, name, go look over there. It's a hawk, she continued. And then she yanked his pants down, and then I was fired. She said the boy was about 6 years old, and his wee-wee was out in the air, out in the open. Mm-hmm. He wasn't wearing underwear.
Yeah.
And it's just a funny story, It's pretty funny. You're not a sicko.
Ha
You're not a weirdo. And that's the thing. Okay, you did it. You were young, whatever. But to laugh about it now and treat it like it's not a big deal, that's the problem here.
I mean, I would think that's like the least of what these people are into. But we're going to find out, man, because we got 30 more days, and Todd Blanche has got to act on releasing the rest of the Epstein files. You see that, right? Massey's pushing to get the rest of them. And he said that Blanche has 30 days to comply. So we're going to find out more. Dude, the Epstein file stuff is nowhere near over, man. I've said that 1,000 times. I've been right about it so far, haven't I? I even predicted it was coming out, and then I said another batch was coming out, and bam, it happened the next week after I said that. So I'm telling you now, mark my words, we're getting more Epstein files. This thing is far from over.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. It's the problem is, I think for the left is that it's just not. You're not going to have anything on Donald Trump. You're going to have a whole lot more on Bill Clinton and some other people that were very close to Epstein. And it's just not going to lead the place they thought it was going to lead, which is straight down Trump's throat, and he's guilty, and he's a pedophile, and it's a known fact he's a pedophile. The Epstein files tell you that, and you say, okay, which one? Which file? What are you talking about? Well, I don't know which one. All of them.
If they were disgusted with pedophilia, they would actually probably be mad at Bill Clinton, not saying that he is a pedophile, but the evidence in the Epstein files are more compelling that he's a pedophile than there is with Trump. So the very fact that they totally ignore Bill Clinton shows they don't care about pedophilia. They only care about destroying Trump. And it really should be, if you're a decent person, it shouldn't be about the personality. It should be about the victims and these predators, period.
Yeah. If they had the dirt on Trump to that degree, we would have known about it over a decade ago. They would have never let this wound fester for 10 years and then dump it on him halfway through his second term, right? It's just not there. If it was there, we would have known about it a long time ago, because they've turned over every single rock in the universe looking for any information against Trump, and they've got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So go there all you want, folks. It's just, it's a dry well. You're not going to find it. He likes supermodels. Donald Trump was into supermodels. He wasn't into, underage kids. Supermodels. That was his challenge. That was his, race to the top. And he married one of the biggest supermodels in the world. And, now they've got Barron Trump, who's 7'10" and, handsome as can be.
And maybe a future president. I don't know. Who knows, right?
Yeah. He's very soft-spoken now. I like that about him,
Maybe he takes on his other's traits. I don't know.
Well, he knows it's just, hey, you're young. Don't say anything stupid. So just don't say anything at all. It's better to remain quiet and look like a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. And on that note, folks, we're going to go to break. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break. Great job, guys.
We're halfway through, Barry. That second hour, I'm going to run out of articles. I might be able to come into this third hour with one article.
Yeah, but we can talk about stuff for 10, 15 minutes easily about anything. So there's no shortage of that. Doesn't have to necessarily be an article. We can branch from an article.
Yeah, but I just want you to, have some talking points. If the conversation starts to die, just be prepared to.
Yeah, when we have that 5-minute break, before we go into the third hour, I'll pull up a couple of video clips so that I can play those. But
I gotta make a sandwich or something. I'm gonna have to make something and eat it in that 5-minute break.
What are we? How much time before we come back on?
About 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. We're halfway there.
Oh my God. Oh, yeah. It's a good night. Hey, thanks for agreeing to do that next hour.
Yeah, I'll do it as long as Barry's running the show.
Yeah.
If he wants to do it, though, then he's got to come up with a name for it.
It's just all censorship sucks until we're done, you know?
Okay.
The Barry segment. A very special Barry segment. Blah, 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 blah.
Bullhorn Barry Power Hour.
Power Hour. Yes. Or like he would do, Power Hour. Did it come through?
It's a power hour, isn't it?
The Power Hour. Yes.
Yeah, it's a power hour, isn't it?
Man, I was doing some stuff with the AI music and that, and I was messing around with Rammstein. Man, it sounds so much like Hansel. When it came out, I had to send it to David Hogg. I haven't heard anything back from him yet. I'm sure he's going to comment on it. I'm like, yeah, we don't need to use Hansel's voice anymore. We'll just do. We'll just use Rammstein instead.
Mm-hmm. Are we live?
Not yet,
No.
but we're getting there. Welcome in everybody that's joining us now and have been with us from the beginning. Appreciate each and every one of you. 30 seconds.
Tell you, I've been embracing the heat lately. I used to fight it. Now I embrace it.
Embrace
Soak it in.
Embrace the struggle.
Yeah.
Embrace the heat.
It's like 92. I just like, give it, bring it. Let me go sit in the sun for a while and just bake.
Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side once again right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to hour two of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, the fastest 2 hours in radio. Here we are, Wednesday, April 8th, going through all the news that's going on in the world. And let's, I guess, talk about, I've been putting these series of articles off. Let's talk about them at this given point, which is, Representative Jason Crow came out today. I'm not really familiar with the guy, but it's a trend. He came out with some comments on NBC today. Let's hear what he had to say. I'm sorry, MS Now, not MSNBC. That doesn't exist. MS Now. Because, that's what they call themselves now. It's a podcast. But listen to what this guy is. See if you can see the pattern here that we're hearing from everyone on the left.
Accountability will come sooner or later. You can't hide from that. We are taking names. I'm creating my own lists of people that need to have oversight and accountability. It is so important right now that people understand that if you're in this administration and you're asked to violate the law or violate your oath or turn your back on the Constitution, that you will be judged one way or another at some point or another. You cannot escape it.
He's making lists. You're going to be judged, and you can't escape it. This is, again, Representative Jason Crow. I've never heard of him, but they're convinced. There's a group of people on the left that are convinced that everything that Trump does is illegal, and that they can go after ICE agents. They can go after administrators. They can go after Trump's cabinet and put them all in jail for, they say following orders, but, enforcing the law, doing their job.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's shocking. We just saw Pritzker come out with the same statement a few days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Saying, hey, man, if you're out there, we're making lists, we're making names. If we win, we're going to take you down. Now, George Conway, Kellyanne Conway's husband, the total douchebag, had this to say. He went even further. Listen to this.
And I do think we're going to have also a Democratic Senate. And I don't know whether it'll be 52, 53, 54, maybe even more. And that, when you have control of the Senate in that way, you can set the rules. And the rules this time should provide for a real trial, not these show arguments, these statements on the floor by managers where there's politicians giving speeches, but where you put on live witnesses and you can show that they're lying and you can show how they're being. And they have to answer the questions, and the Chief Justice of the United States will direct them to answer questions. A trial, a real trial. That's what the framers of the Constitution meant. And that will be, I think, an education for the American people who will be suffering from all of the deleterious effects of Trump's chaotic policies and his psychotic policies. Frankly, he's now just out of his mind. And at that point, the trial will show people that this is not the way government is supposed to operate. This is corrupt, lying. A good trial presentation is going to basically, I think, flip enough Republicans who will be exhausted by this and who want to rescue their party, if it can be rescued.
And then give him J.D. Vance.
But look, J.D. Vance is subject to impeachable offense. He may be impeached too and removed. That's also possible. But also it will have, even if he is not, it will have a.
Okay, so they get rid of Vance and Trump, and then if they control the Senate, then the Speaker of the Senate, the head of the Senate is the next in line. So boom. He's saying openly, we're going to change the rules on the Senate floor. We're going to go after him. And I should have paused it. He rambled on for a long time there. But it's nice to hear what he has to say. It's nice to give you guys the full, context. But at the end of the day, we're going to, put him on trial, and then everyone's going to flip out, and we're going to send him and J.D. Vance, to jail? You know what I mean? Kick him out of office, and then instill whoever is, the leader of the Democrats into power for the remainder 2 years of the term. So they're going to do this, folks. We talk about how we need to just get rid of the filibuster now and get some laws in place that can prevent and bring sanity to the table, because this is the beginning. They're going to expand the Supreme Court. They're going to make it 21 seats or whatever, however many. They're going to stack it so it'll never be anything rational again as far as we would recognize the Supreme Court. They're going to mandate, mail-in voting. They're going to mandate that no ID can ever be asked for to vote. They're going to mandate that the borders open up. They're going to reverse everything Trump has done as fast as they possibly can. And it's like Brent was saying last week, it's just a scorched earth method of government that they will do because Trump bad. Anything he did bad must be overturned. You know what I'm saying, Barry?
Oh, man. Do I ever? In fact, I would like to kind of cover that a little bit more in detail in the third hour, because if we lose control of the power, the Democrat, globalist, Marxist, communists, tyrants are going to basically finish the job that Biden started, which we've talked about, man. And we know where that goes. It's horrible. It's full-blown tyranny at the end game. And this is why the globalists and all these Democrats are still pushing forward, because they're hoping and believing that the pendulum will swing back towards their way. And then their job will be a lot easier if they've still been pushing forward where they can versus capitulating. Like, they don't capitulate. That's why, because they actually believe they're going to take the power back again. And that would also go for rhinos as well, because they're all part of the same coin. It's heads and tails. But I think, the very fact that they're still saying all these things shows that they have fear that Trump is actually going to have arrest indictments and convictions. A lot of people think that's not going to happen now. I think it is. And maybe the reason Trump acts like as he was saying, like a lunatic, is because he wants the Democrats and the globalists to think he's a little bit of a lunatic. Lunatic enough to go for arrest, indictments, and convictions of all of these deep state thugs that have gotten away with all kinds of crimes for decades, that have basically piled sky high to the heavens, right? And they just keep piling their crimes on top, whether it's Minneapolis or California or Oregon or wherever it is, they just keep doing it. And if they take the power back, that's barely a glimpse of the corruption that will run and rule and reign over America.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And so it is a real high level. I mean, it's shocking because on one side, we just want to stick to the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, capitalism, make America great, look out for, us first, and retain common sense in life. And the other side really is pushing socialism. AOC, the future of the party, is a democratic socialist. Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, the whole squad. All these people are democratic socialists.
Mm-hmm.
Don't discount the socialist part of it, because the democratic part means nothing. It just means you get to vote one time. You get one vote, you vote them in, and that's it. You voted Democrat for them, their socialism. Now you're a socialist country, and you don't really get to vote anymore if it matters. And if you do get to vote and it matters, guess what? They control the ballots, they control the machines, they control it all, and they'll win in 90% victories forever. That's how it's done. Look at any communist country. They love, down in Cuba, they have elections all the time. He wins 90% of the vote because they love him, right? Yeah, because if you don't vote for him, they'll throw you in jail, and they'll also just change your ballot anywhere, throw it in the garbage. It's rigged.
Mm-hmm.
Name me one communist country that doesn't have rigged elections.
Right. And like they've said, the technocrats and the globalists and the most powerful people in the world, they've all said, in the future, no one's going to have to vote because AI will decide. That's pretty scary, man. And we know if AI decides that it's not conservative, it's not Christian, it's not MAGA, it's tyranny. It's not freedom. It's not prosperity. It's not any of the stuff that we value here in America, dude. It's the opposite. Mm-hmm. And so AI is going to be handling all of that if they get their way, right? And think about
it's the hive mind.
They're willing to submit even their own power to the AI like it's a god, right?
Yeah.
Now they're going to program it in their image, but they're still going to basically submit most of the power to AI. That's kind of their end game. So it's almost like they're paying worship to it.
It's a frightening thing. Like anybody who's willing to just say, AI can handle all this stuff for us. They can. It's like being part of the Borg. If you remember the Borg in Star Trek, the collective hive mind. No one has any authority to do anything on their own if it's not for the benefit of the greater good. Which is fine and all. I'm sure it's it's got its pluses and minuses, but that's not what America's about. That's not what we're built on. That's not, freedom.
Yeah.
It's the opposite. It's a prison. It's a dictatorship. It's the ultimate letting a machine pick your future. Barry, please say it ain't so. That's the most horrific thing I've ever heard.
Well, in the globalist hive mind, a collective hive mind, as you're talking about, what would be good for everybody is if, you cut your kid's genitalia off, right? And you transition. Mm-hmm. That will be considered good. And to say, I don't think that's a good idea because 80+% of children will outgrow that gender dysphoria. And you're basically going to, give them an early death sentence because of all those drugs as well. And they're never going to experience intimacy in the way that normal people experience it because they're not going to have any pleasure. There'll be no pleasure if they cut it off. That's something a lot of people realize. If you cut the junk off, man, you don't feel anything. There is no, I don't want to get into details, but there is no, you don't get
cut it off.
What's that?
Well, you cut it off. I mean, that's what it is. That's, that's where it is, if you're wondering. It's gone. It's on the floor. It's in the garbage can at the hospital. Well, you don't feel anything.
Yeah, it's sick, man. I mean, so like I was saying earlier, who gets to decide, what this collective hive mind is, and then of course, when you have a collective hive mind, there's not debate. It's just whatever the overlords say,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll go, well, hey, we're giving you the best advice because, well, AI said it, and AI is basically a god. I mean, because it's smarter than all of us combined together.
Yeah. Oh, it's not a future I want to live in. That's for sure. I don't want robots picking anything. I don't want them picking out my shirt today. Right. Let alone our systems of government and where I can and can't live. There's that old analogy of, you let cars drive, robots, AI drive your car, and you're on a mountain road, and all of a sudden there's almost an accident, and it can either save your life but injure the oncoming car, or it can just drive off the cliff and save the oncoming car. But you're in your car alone. There's 4 people in the other car. So it just says split second, boom, let's drive off the cliff, save the 4 people. Right? You at the steering wheel would never choose to just drive off the cliff and die. You'd say, okay, we're going to hit. Oops, this sucks. And you'd have your collision. But you'd live.
Well, dude, think about everything that they're asking us to do in this dystopian, tyrannical, liberal world order that they dream about. It's basically giving up your autonomy. You give up your autonomy for the hive mind, for the collective. You don't get to make your own decisions anymore. We now macromanage your life, but it's going to be beautiful because you're going to be taken care of. We're going to take care of you from the cradle to the grave. Hey, you're only going to live 40, 45, 50 years now, but we're going to take care of you. Don't worry about joblessness. We're going to give you a basic chump change universal income because we are so loving and we care so deeply about you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Sit on your treadmill, make some energy, and we'll give you a biscuit every half hour,
Mm-hmm.
Like an episode of Black Mirror.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of that stuff's now like more terrifying than when it first came out because we're getting closer to the bone now. I mean, the kind of stuff that they're talking about, it seems to be in certain circumstances to be a real possibility, Look, whoever gets the power of this, of just AI, right? And they have some sort of world control. There's just no way that's going to ever be good. There's just no possible way that's going to be good.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about the weaponization of government, and I want to kind of bring us back to a point if I can. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, this is a clip from Fox News, was asked about the weaponization of the DOJ. Here's what he had to say. Here's what he had to say. Let me cue it up again. Look what you guys have done. You're going to blame Trump for weaponizing the DOJ? Seriously? Seriously? When he's done nothing and you've gone after him like crazy, and yet you really haven't found anything that he's guilty of per se. And yet there's people that are actually committing crimes out there. But here's what he had to say. This is, again, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Okay, I bet YouTube took this down. Ha ha, that's funny. Okay, that's what happened. They took it down. But yeah, he just said what I said in a nutshell, more or less, but he expanded on it. That, look, you're going to really start hemming and hawing now? And he starts pointing to people. Look at some of you. You're looking down. You can't even look up at me right now because you know you did it. You know you were excited to hear the DOJ go after Trump and go after all Rudy Giuliani, all the people in his cabinet, put a bunch of them in jail for nothing, for garbage. And you didn't report and say boo. Now Trump's talking about bringing some justice to people who actually deserve it. And this isn't even necessarily high people in government. We're talking here to a large extent about just rank and file, people out there in engaging in fraud. And it's weaponization of the government somehow. No. It's a load of garbage, man. I want to see arrests every half hour, every 30 minutes on the 4th of July from midnight to midnight. perp walks every 30 minutes. That's what I want to see. I want to not even sleep for 24 hours because I'm watching perp walks and fireworks and eating hot dogs.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't agree
Right, Barry?
more. I couldn't agree more, brother. I mean, hey, it's what we all want. It's what we're all craving. It's what we all believe, and we're not going to give up that hope. You know, maybe if, say, Trump's in his third year and we have no arrest, I probably will say, hey, it's not going to happen probably, and I'll come out and say that. But I'm pretty confident, man, that we're going to have them because if we don't have them, bad things going to happen, not just to America, but the world, but also Trump, man. They're not going to relent with Trump. Once he gets out, they're going to go after him, man. Big time. And his family. They've already said all that kind of stuff. So he's got motivation to do the right thing and arrest all these people, whether they're a conservative or a liberal or whatever, that have committed these crimes, right? Corruption, mass corruption, crimes against humanity. Yeah. We got after them all. And some of it may have to continue after Trump leaves office, you know? Because I think there's a lot of stuff with the, it's just my personal opinion, and I have the right to voice it, but I think a lot of people are going to jail. I mean, a lot of people about the vaccine.
Exactly. That's the thing I'd love to see. I think most Americans would love to see a lot of people go to jail about the vaccine.
100%.
It's just, in Fauci, man, where's the perp walk there? Man, he should be the first one, right at midnight. Let's go. Let's kick it off with Fauci. Because, man, if that guy didn't commit crimes against humanity, who has? And, you know, they're really focusing, though, the left is, on Trump's family. They want to see them all going down.
And I don't think we can trust them at all. I mean, think about it, dude. They said 2 weeks to flatten the curve. I don't think it was 2 weeks. I think it was 2 years, 2.5, 3 years, but not 2 weeks, my friend. They lie. I mean, they just put that little, you know, they make it seem like it's going to be a minor thing so that we comply, and then they get us into submitting to it. And I don't think Trump wanted that. In fact, he was like, open up, man. You know, he was against all the leftists, he's shutting down indefinitely forever. So I'm not blaming him. I'm blaming, you know, whoever's behind that. Those are the people that need to be held accountable for that because they did great damage. And think about it. Whenever a vaccination kills just 2 or 3 people, they shut the vaccine down immediately. I think it was like the swan vaccine, but maybe it was the 70s, and it killed 3 or 4 or 5 people, and they ended it right then and there because there was some sense of moral fiber back then. But we have hundreds, thousands of deaths based on the VAERS reports, and we have other reports that indicate the same thing. Dr. Peter McCullough has given those statistics in congressional types of testimony. I've put them on my social media. He actually used to work for the CDC until he became the whistleblower. Then they wanted nothing to do with him. So, yeah, we need to have people held accountable for pushing this drug, this vaccine, whatever you want to call it, that many people don't believe was effective and it was not properly tested.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Hopefully we'll see some justice out there. But have you seen Gavin Newsom's wife in the last week or two? Any of the statements she's made?
Oh, she's nightmarish. Yeah. She's like woke to the upteenth. I mean, she is like, oh man. I mean, can you imagine being married to her?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
here's what she said the other day. I mean, this is again, she's a very pretty lady. I'll give her that, right? I can imagine that end of it. But the like woke craziness, she gives her girl dolls and stuff to, you know, when she reads story times to them, she changes the gender of the characters. Yeah. Okay. But she also said the other day, or she warned, quote, boys we all know are moving away from more progressive. Boys who have spent time online are moving a little bit, I'm trying not to be political here, but are moving to the right and are being sort of influenced by the Andrew Tates and some of the sort of alt-right socialization online that we know is very, very dangerous. My husband and I are alarmed when our kids were watching sports online. My son knew about Andrew Tate, thought he was pretty cool. We were one of the most progressive households, and our son is confused and asking all these questions. Remember when Gavin Newsom said his kid was a big fan of Charlie Kirk when he interviewed Charlie?
Right. I do. Yeah.
He's like, well, why don't you bring him in? It's like, well, he's at school. He can't miss school. He's like, Charlie's like, dude, you made him miss school for like a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, quote, we're working on legislation to hold tech companies accountable and help them be a force for good, so they won't go down this rabbit hole of very dangerous and limiting narratives around what it means to be a girl, what it means to be a boy. We owe it to them and ourselves to kind of heal the gift of modern technology, but curb it to be a force for good. We're trying to institutionalize our values so that they carry on beyond our own term. We're trying to legislate. She wants to legislate that boys don't get access to, I don't know, conservative thoughts, GOP, Republican.
If there's any level of tyranny, that's a pretty heavy level of tyranny. And like I've said so many times before, there wasn't any president that I know of that was more tyrannical, more authoritarian, and more king-like than Joe Biden. So they like authoritarianism. They just like their brand of authoritarianism, liberal, leftist, lunacy, authoritarianism. I don't like any version of authoritarianism myself. I like freedom, and I like justice, and I like prosperity, and I like to be left alone. I don't want to be bothered, and told what I have to think, what I have to say. I don't want to be controlled. I want to think for myself, draw my own conclusions, and if you don't like it, tough, and I don't want to be censored either. Pretty much. There is a difference between at least us on the alternative right, if that's what you want to call us, conservatives or what have you. We truly believe, we don't like what the left says, but we certainly believe they have a right to speak their mind as long as they're not breaking the law. They're not inciting violence or something like that. But like you said earlier, man, that you would fight to defend their right to free speech. I feel the same way. I hate what they're saying, but they don't want that. They don't believe in free speech at all. They want to keep that, all the diverse ideas out of the school system and just preach their craziness, their insanity, and their lunacy, and then demonize us and say we're the bad guys when they're the bad guys. But honestly, I don't think that we should be putting that kind of stuff in the books anyway. And if you are, then you need to give all sides of the story. You need to be respectful of all opinions. Like if you're going to be going with this woke leftist stuff, then you have to have the conservative viewpoint and say, hey, this is how people on the left think, and this is how people on the right think, and you can draw your own conclusions, and somehow we need to get along. But that's not how the left is. The left wants to completely do away with the right, cancel us, send us off into oblivion somewhere.
Because they can't debate. They're not good at debating. If they were good at debating Andrew Tate, they would debate Andrew Tate and they would make a fool of him. But they can't do it.
And she chose
because they'll ask him, what is a girl? And they'll say, well, it doesn't matter. I don't know what a girl is. I'm not a biologist. And poof, he wins. It's that easy.
Yeah, and she chose him because he's got some controversy, and maybe some of it's true, maybe some of it's not. All the stuff that he's done that he's been accused of that's bad, I don't support that. But him being a man and stepping up to the plate and not feeling ashamed for your male masculinity, I like that. I like that a lot.
And on that note, we're all out of time for this hour. We'll be right back with another hour after this. So, folks, stay tuned for more of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right after these messages.
All right, we're on our radio break.
Right on, man. Is this a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm setting this up, man.
I'm going to mute because I'm eating here. I'll be, back. I'll be listening to you, but I'm just going to mute.
Sure. Mark, what's going on, man?
Not much.
Tell me a story while I'm setting this up, man. Talk to me. We don't want dead air.
Yeah, well, there I was. Minding my own business, fishing for the giant megalodon outside Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh.
Are we switching room?
Yes, we are, but I want to give it a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I'll wait for you to call me back then.
Yep. Okay. All right, Barry, I'm going to cut us off and get us set up for the next round. All right?
Leaving this.
Yep. And then we're going to come right back in here. All right. End that meeting, start a new one, and we'll be right back with Hour 3, a special Hour 3, with Barry doing Censorship Sucks to finish us out for the first 3 hours of tonight's broadcast. Let me get the crew back in here. And get us back up on OBS. There we go. Got about a minute and a half, and then we'll come back in.
I'm scarfing down a little meat pie here. It's really good.
Huh?
I'm scarfing down a meat pie.
Cyber attack this year.
Okay.
Well, do you have articles that you want to cover, or do you want me to start in with a video?
I have one article we didn't get to.
Okay, well, we'll start off with that then.
Oh, we don't know. No, I can bring it up later or whatever. It's about aliens.
There you go. 30 seconds.
Oh. Okay. We can bring that. That's going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah.
Go right ahead. I got this queued up, and the audio seems to be working, so we're good.
All right, you take the lead. You're going to bring us in on the whole show.
Barry, here it comes. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hey everybody, this is Bullhorn Barry with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and I get to do that. That's the first time I've done that, I think. Maybe the second time, I don't know. Felt kind of good. CS, how you doing, man? It's glad to have you on the show tonight.
Doing great, man. You did a good job. You nailed it.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you.
We're doing a very special hour 3 tonight. We don't normally do 3 hours, so I thought it'd be fun to give Barry the lead role here in the third hour, and let's see what we come up with.
Yeah, let's get to what I was talking about, and you were talking about, and we've both been talking about for a long time, and that is what's going to happen if we drop the ball and we lose control of the conch. Because a lot of people seem to be turning on Trump right now, and I think that's a very bad idea. I think it's completely and perfectly okay to be upset with some of the decisions that he makes. You know, if you feel like he's making a bad decision, I get it. That's understandable. But to completely bail on Trump is not a good idea, because we still need him to do good, even if he does end up making some mistakes. And I said from day one, back in 2015 even, that Trump would be a mixed bag, that he's going to make some mistakes, but overall he's going to do more good than bad. And I think we need to keep that in mind and not just abandon Trump and say, oh, he's the devil now. Oh, he's working with the globalists. He's part of the New World Order, which there's absolutely zero evidence of that. I've gone over that many times on social media. I mean, he just endorsed, what's the guy from Hungary? What's his name? He's
Viktor Orban.
Yeah, Viktor Orban, and he's anti-globalist. So the globalists don't want him to win. Trump's not a globalist. Not in the sense of, wanting to create a liberal world order or a one world order. But anyway, the thing that I was trying to say is that these people, the Democrats, the globalists, the power structure, I said earlier, they're using their foothold strategy. That means they haven't capitulated, they haven't surrendered, and they have all kinds of plans. And this may be a little bit conspiratorial, but it's videos like these that make those conspiracies seem even more real. And this is the head of OpenAI, ChatGPT, Sam Altman. He's in some interview with some guy, and the guy just seems like a complete and total psychopath. I can't show you the video because we're on radio, but if I could, you would see he's almost gleaming in the eye that this is going to happen. He looks psychotic when he asks the question. But I'm going to play that video, and then we'll talk about it after the fact.
There will be a world-shaking cyber attack this year that would get people's attention. It sounds like you agree with that.
I think that's totally possible. Yes, I think to avoid that, it will require a tremendous amount of work, also in a sort of resilient style approach. Again, it's not just like make one AI model safe. It is defenders. We have this thing called the Trusted Access Program. Other companies have other things, but cybersecurity companies, the major platforms, the governments using this technology to try to rapidly secure their systems, the open source stack, all of that.
So basically, we have Sam Altman agreeing that there is going to be a world-shaking cyber pandemic. Now, we talked about this on the air quite often during the shamdemic about how the globalists were saying and declaring and decreeing that there was going to be a massive cyber pandemic and that it would happen before the end of 2024. Do you remember that, John?
Yeah.
And so when you hear these people talking like that, it literally sends a chill down my spine because, I don't think it's going to be some random hacker from Russia or China. I think it's going to be possibly some globalist who wants to use the crisis as a way to usher in a very unpopular agenda like we saw happen during the shamdemic. And so these kind of videos, they're just shocking to me. What do you think?
Well, I think with the advent of AI, these types of things could be developed in a lab with a handful of people and a lot of computing power to create systems that would go out and we just saw Russia attacking all these different routers. You have the Internet of Things. You get into a router in a home and suddenly the Internet of Things becomes a network of all these different devices. Your toaster can take down Amazon. Not your toaster alone, but every toaster Amazon's ever sold from, the beginning of their time, all working together at the same time, could take down Amazon, right? With DDoS attacks and whatnot. And so, you can point all the toasters in the world at Amazon. You can point all the, refrigerators, the smart refrigerators at Microsoft. You can just take your kitchen appliances and start pointing them at different key infrastructures. And, with the help of AI and really just you train it to say, this is the best thing that can happen to humanity. We really need your help. How can you help us? And it'll say, okay, this is how you take down humanity and kill half of society. So is it possible? Yeah. Do I expect it this year? I sure hope not.
Yeah. Well, there was
creating a monster.
There was a strange video that's circulating on X by Elon Musk's former squeeze Grimes. I don't know if you saw it. I talked to you a little bit about it before the show. And she was saying that she was talking about AI. She's an AI artist, a singer. She's into the whole technocracy and the alien, robotic, merger between humanity and machine. She's all into that. No wonder Musk liked her. But she said, she's a little bit concerned that AI is going to take over the art world, I guess, to some degree at some point. But she said there is some good news, basically, and that is that a population drop is coming, a massive population drop. And we can play that video as well. So, who are these people that are wanting and fantasizing about cyber pandemics and population drops and depopulation? They're so fascinated with depopulation, right? Because we're the virus, man. We're the problem. I think they're the problem. I think the people that think that humanity's the problem, those are the people that are the problem. And we need to stand up and stop listening to psychopaths like Bill Gates talk about how we're not needed anymore because the robots are going to do all of the jobs. Wrong. And he said, we'll decide. He didn't mean us. He meant his little secret shadow cabal will decide, because by that time, he believes there will be a liberal world order and a collective hive mind where they're controlling everything using AI. That's his dream fantasy. He even wants to dim the sun so we never see the sun anymore. These are psychotic people, and I'm tired of being quiet about it. I'm tired of not saying anything about it. I'm tired of people trying to silence me and tell me, shut up, because I'm not going to be quiet. Because if we don't speak up, this is what awaits us. Now, I've got another video right here, man. And we were talking about what's going to happen if the liberals and the globalists take back control. This dehumanization agenda, that's what a lot of it's about, is dehumanizing, right? Think about it. This is the most psychotic video. This comes from TLC, the network TLC. And it's a video. It's just a little short clip. I think it's about a minute. We'll play it. And it's of this woman. I don't know if I should tell you too much, but let me just go ahead and tell you anyway. She basically lives to abort her baby. She's had 56 abortions, and she has a boyfriend, but it's platonic. He just supplies the semen. They don't have any intercourse, and he pays for the abortions. I think it's like up to $12,000 so far. And she's waiting and can't wait to do another one. This
TLC?
is
You said it's TLC. That sounds like tender loving care, like TLC, like a nice friendly family show.
Of course. And this probably in some people's mind is tender loving and care. I mean, think about it, dude. A lot of the stuff, the euthanasia stuff, they consider that to be care. They consider that to be love and mercy. I mean, you got a back pain, we'll kill you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we covered that story. This, 70-year-old lady maybe goes into a hospital in Canada with some back pain. And the first thing they did was offer her medical assistance in death. Before they diagnosed, before they did anything, here, would you like to die? Are you here today to die, or are you here today to get rid of your back pain? Yeah, I'll check B. I can't tell which. Did you check A or B? It's hard to tell. You kind of didn't really fill in the box well. We'll go with A. Right?
Right.
Medical suicide and death. What is that? It's one of the leading causes of death now in Canada is the government killing its citizens.
That's right. You got it, man. And that woman that we talked about on the show, she actually went on the Glenn Beck show, and I think it was like yesterday. Go check out that video. He interviews her, and she said the very first thing they asked her was, would you just like to die? Not get treatment, not get help. And from her opinion, they basically just wanted to free up another bed. It's sort of like Bill Maher talked about, whatever it takes to get the highway moving. He's for it. Depopulation, get rid of the people. The people are the problem, especially elderly people, because they're going to cost us too much money to take care of them. I mean, this is really all part of the dehumanization. But speaking of the dehumanization, here is that video of the woman that lives to abort her babies because it's so loving.
Jessica, I am 38 and I am addicted to having abortions.
What Jessica is doing is not technically illegal, but it is incredibly concerning.
I just love the feeling of it. I met this guy on Facebook dating. We don't have intercourse. He kind of just does it in a cup, and then I do this method where I lay on my back with an injection tool. It's been a really good relationship because he also pays for it.
To date, I've probably spent a little over $12,000 on abortion procedures.
I've had 56 abortions so far, and I'm actually going to be 57 here in a couple weeks. If I did end up having a child, it would just be so that I can raise them so that they can get pregnant, and then we would continue because I don't ever see myself stopping. My name is Jessica.
And that was TLC Network, as I stated before. I pulled it off of X, and the video shows the TLC logo on it. So I'm assuming that it's from TLC Network. And
where's Jerry Springer when you need him, man?
I mean,
it sounded like a skit from Jerry Springer.
It sounds like an SNL skit, one of their pedophile skits. Remember how Rock's done that, and Tom Hanks did some weird pedophile skit as well. I mean, what is up with all these people in positions of power that they're so just absolutely bizarre and I would argue almost, evil in many cases?
I don't get it. I don't get it. That mentality right there, that you can get, 100, what would you say, 1,000 abortions? I mean,
she said 56 or 8 or something.
Oh yeah, thousands of dollars. Yeah. 50. Okay, whatever. That mentality though is disgusting. You'll never be. I don't see how she'll ever be able to have a kid if she, wanted to at this point.
Well, I'm sure her cancer rates, everything has just gone up. I don't think she'll live, a whole lot longer. You can't do that to your body and do that kind of evil and not backfire on you. But it did.
Soul.
Oh, yeah. Well, this outraged me like nothing before. I mean, I don't think something has disturbed me as great as this has, but it also sent a very cold chill down my spine because it's evil personified. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like she not only takes joy in them, but wants to have as many as she possibly can. And apparently, this is not illegal. So she can continue murdering future babies as long as she can get pregnant and as long as she can follow through with the abortion. And this is all part of that dehumanization agenda. And I would say, and I would argue that this is a lot to do with leftism and wokeism, has infected like a mind virus this woman's mind to where she doesn't consider human life to be sacred and something that you just dispose of for your personal joy. And look, it's been rumored through whistleblowers that used to be a part of the satanic cult or whatever, that they would, have women get them pregnant to offer up the baby to Satan because it was legal. They could legally murder the baby that way. I mean, this is well known. If you go check out the videos of former Satanists who have supposedly said this is what they do in some of these dark covens, these dark satanic churches. And it's legal. I mean, they have some abortion expert, that's clinically able to do it. So it's all legal, but it's still satanic and it's still dark and it's still disgusting. And this is the kind of stuff that's going to be like much more systemic than it already is if we allow the left to take control again. So please get off of this. I hate Trump. I hope Trump fails. He's betrayed us. We've got to get Trump to do as much good as he possibly can in the next almost 2.5, 3 years. So I'm just begging with y'all, please understand what we are up against if we lose.
It's a big deal. It really is going to change very, very quickly because there is panic on the left that they understand their policies are unpopular. Remember, they did a whole report about the last election and they never released it, right? That's something they've never done before. They never looked into a big report about why did we lose and then never release it to the public of their findings because it was them on the wrong side of every 80-20 issue. The wrong side of everything. Them looking down on middle America. You leave Manhattan and then everything between, New Jersey and San Bernardino, basically, we can go further. We can take it all the way into East LA, is just nothing. There's nothing there to them, right? You might pull over a few places to pick up money from people, but they're all just the flyover countries, the little people. You don't need their vote. They don't matter. They're just uneducated, unwashed masses who shop at Walmart, if you can imagine such a thing, right? No understanding of what the average person's life is like, how they live, what they struggle with, what they don't struggle, just no understanding of what's important to the average person, why they vote the way they do. And they're not going to course correct. That's the crazy part. They're not going to. They're all in on nut. They're all in on wacky, stupid, retarded positions. All in. They want to be able to take your little kid and transition it in school behind your back, and that's a hill they're willing to die on.
And it's shocking. I mean, there's a lot of people out there who just go to work every day, come home, and when it comes time to vote, hey, I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat all my life. I'm just going to pull the lever. But you're not watching what's happening on a day-to-day basis. You're not seeing the lunacy. You know, maybe you turn on CNN and you see, okay, Trump crazy, Orange man bad. I'm still going to vote Democrat. But you're only getting a tiny part of the story on the mainstream media. The vast majority of everything is being ignored, left out, and denied to you, because it would change the world if people really understood the gravity of what's happening. You know, you're waking up in England. You're starting to see, like, if you haven't been in London in a long time, maybe you haven't been in London in 10 years, you go down there today and you're going to say, what is this? I've never been to the city before. I don't recognize it. This is London. I mean, I see the streets. I remember this corner, but it looks nothing like it did in the photo I have with me and my grandpa from, 1980. Unrecognizable. A 1,000-year history there, and it becomes unrecognizable in one generation.
I know, and I mean, I've said so many times, and I'm sure it's ad nauseum, and I apologize for that, but it really is speak now or forever hold your peace. The problem we have, as I've said before on one of the other shows that we had, was, the reason we have all this insanity is because not enough people have spoke up. Not enough people have challenged, the left's lunacy and insanity, and has tried to step in their way and say, no, we're not going to go down that route. That's not what America is. It's not what we want it to be. But we are speaking up more. Don't even get me wrong. I mean, I'm not doom and gloom here, but I'm saying that they are doubling down in every single possible way because they believe they're going to get the power back, and we have to prevent that from happening. We have to set a trend that not only resonates all across America, but that literally resonates across the globe, so that there is truly the fulfillment of a great awakening, not just the idea or little brush fires of awakening here and there. We need to become the predominant force in the world so that actually things can be done for the better for everybody, right? Instead of this collective hive mind garbage, And I can tell you this too, Christians are going to be really persecuted bad if the left gets control. I mean, just look what they're doing now. I mean, they basically canned a basketball player simply for having a Christian belief. That's what they did. Yeah. They canned it.
I heard they made an offer to him, though, that he would do some coke and beat up his girlfriend. They would give him his job back.
I saw that. That was Babylon B. To force. And it's very true. It did happen. Maybe not. But yeah, it's just like, I mean, think about it. Let me just put this in a different perspective. Why would he even need to wear this LGBTQ plus rainbow jersey or whatever it was they were asking him to wear when that's not what basketball's about? I mean, think about it. What if was a Christian that owned the whole organization? They said everyone must wear the cross and say and says Jesus is Lord on their shirt, and knowing that maybe half or more are not believers. You don't think they would be upset about that? The atheists, the agnostics, Buddhists, the Muslims, even the Jews, right? They would be upset because they don't believe in Jesus. So it's wrong I mean, basically, you can't force your moral belief on people and make them celebrate your belief system. That's insane. Everybody has their own moral stance. And
I'm reminded of "In God We Trust," though, on the dollar, on all our currency.
Yeah, but it's vague. God could be, to certain people, God is just themselves. A lot of people believe, especially in the occult and in the New Age, they believe they are I am. They believe they are God, right? They believe they are divine. I reject that idea, but, everybody is free to believe what they want to believe in a free society, and I totally support that, man. Completely, 100%. Yeah. And I don't
to debate ideas too. That's the thing. To be able to debate ideas. They fired this guy for sharing his thoughts, and now he can't debate his ideas because he's been silenced for his thoughts, for his personal beliefs, and that's what's wrong with it. That's why censorship sucks.
Right. And if the Democrats get control again, you can mark my words, it will create so much chaos. It will create so much chaos that there will be more churches burning down. You can almost guarantee it, dude. That's how, whether it's radical Muslims or radical Antifa or just people that think that Christians are the problem. Look at the transgender shooters, man. They specifically targeted Christians. In one specific instance, they targeted children in a Catholic mass.
Yeah.
These people that are not right in their mind, but you never heard the media say, let's calm down the rhetoric. Let's calm down the hostility. No, a lot of times whenever it turns out it's a transgender or a Muslim that did the shooting, they cover it up. That's how fake the news is. They won't even tell you the truth because they want to keep dividing us.
Unknown motive, they call it. Whenever you see the motive is just unknown, the police have no idea, the motive is really obvious.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's amazing how many cars have just killed people, on their own accord. Cars just running over, pedestrians at Christmas celebrations and all different kinds of festivities, just, autonomously acting on its own. But hey, if all the cars become autonomous, they'll probably do that and blame it on the car. Say it was just the car that took over. It wasn't that radical Muslim that drove over all the Christians. No. It was the car.
I told the car. Will we be able to tell a car to go to the farmer's market and just run right through it? Probably not.
Well, if you hack it, I'm sure that somebody will be hacking those things.
I bet you could. Yeah.
I think, once the cars are fully autonomous, you're not even going to get to pick the road you want to go down. Like you say, I want to go to, say, I don't know, Office Depot, and I'm at this location now. And it's going to map it out.
Yeah.
And maybe you want to go.
I want to take Scenic Lake Drive. Can we take Scenic Lake Drive this time?
Well, no, because that would be your carbon footprint would be too high.
But I want to see the lake. It's a nice Sunday afternoon. Let's drive by the lake on the way to Home Depot.
Never happened. It won't allow it. That's what I'm saying. They want to basically turn us off from functioning and thinking for ourselves. And then once they do that, our brains turn to mush and jello, and we're not able to do it anyway. Remember that old commercial with Alec Baldwin, and he was talking about how, they brainwash us and they're all aliens, reptilians. They're basically here to turn our brains into mush. Well, I kind of think that's the goal. That's the goal of a lot of these people, is just basically to turn people's brain into mush. Just scroll through TikTok for an hour and your brain will basically turn to mush. And I'm sure there is some sort of scientific thing that's actually happening to your brain that's absolutely not good for it, nor good for your well-being. Just scrolling absolute nonsense for hours on end. And some people do that literally. I think the average person spends 4 hours scrolling. It's insane. Who has 4 hours to scroll?
Yeah, right. It's just one long scroll, though. It starts in the morning and ends around lunchtime. You know what I mean? It's just a long, continuous scroll. It's not like any independence. It's just life, It's an existence for them. But we got about 15 seconds. You want to take us out?
This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, and we'll be back for the second hour after this.
Third.
I'm sorry. What did I say? Second?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was going to tell if you look in the messages too. I was going to tell you could have took this out to the 20 till part.
That's what I was going to do.
Oh,
but that's fine.
But
yeah, we're good. We're good. This is acceptable. This is when Jack would take his break anyways, so we're good. Don't worry about it.
That's all good.
We're within parameters. All right. Parameters are good. Yeah.
And we're definitely getting a
You're doing really good there, Barry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Take a more Paul Harvey approach. I think you could nail it.
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know who Paul Harvey is?
I don't know what a Paul Harvey approach is.
Oh, this in the news. We're going to talk about this, then this, then this, and then go down the list. I'm like, And that's what I think.
And that's what I think on that. In other news?
Yeah, that's how he did it. I always liked Paul Harvey. How about you? Did you ever listen to him?
Oh yeah, of course, man. And that is the rest of the story, right?
And that's the rest of the story. Damn right, Let's get that going.
What would I do if I were the devil? Right?
Yeah, I think he did that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. That's one you could play like every year. It's worth looking back on that often.
Yeah, it becomes more real. It seems like by the year.
It without permission is.
I almost feel like queuing that up on Sunday night and playing it in its entirety. How long is it, Mark? Do you think it's like 5 minutes?
It may be less. His little clip was only like 25-minute long anyway, so he had to get the rest of the story in after that and make a commentary.
Oh, yeah.
I think he was one of the greatest commentaries of our time.
Yeah, he would never be allowed in that position.
Not in this day and age.
Paul Harvey, if I were the devil.
Mm-hmm.
They want to make a pact. I'm sure the fake news has made a pact with the devil. They wouldn't want somebody that would be opposing that, to be one of their anchor men.
Well, he was an anchor for years and years before he just did commentary too. And when he did the news, I always liked him.
Actually, it's only 3 minutes long.
Really?
Oh, we could play that right now.
Yeah, if you want to do that, that's fine. When we get back, because we have about 2 minutes till.
You want to do that, Barry?
Whatever you want to play, man. I got one more video queued up as well, so that's two.
Check it to make sure it plays, guys. And
I don't.
Always remember the source. We're still on the radio side.
Do you have the video?
Can you hear that?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Barry, if you want to pull it up, Paul Harvey, if I were the devil, and play it on your end, you can do that. Otherwise, we'll keep it till Sunday.
Will we have two breaks, or are we going straight to the...
If you send me the clip, I'll download it and actually have it so that that it's played as a file. We won't be able to hear it.
I'd have to get.
I could send you the clip, but I'd have to type this whole thing out into my phone to send it to you. It's literally just go to YouTube, Paul Harvey, if I were the devil.
Okay, I'll check that out later on. Just remind me later on in the week.
Oh, yeah, forget it then.
Because I have.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, because otherwise I'll forget, and I have lots of stuff to do tomorrow. I got kids.
No, I thought you meant in the show tonight, not next week. Like in the show tonight.
I can, if I can get it and download it, I can have it up and ready for Sunday.
Okay.
Okay.
No big deal.
And you just tell me when to cue it, and then I'll play it.
Bring it if you want to talk about it, though. I mean, because it probably will fit into everything we're talking about. So
30
bring
seconds,
it up,
fellas.
and then sort of just and tell everybody.
I could probably read it.
Yeah, read parts of it, and then tell everybody, hey, on the Sunday show, I'm going to play the whole thing. Kind of give a teaser.
Yeah, there you go. That's a great idea. Good thinking there, Barry.
God. If you took 3 minutes to read this, you paused a lot.
Yep. And here you go. 5,
Very cool.
4, 3.
It's
2,
hour 3.
Got it.
1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. This is hour 3, the second hour, and John has been very kind to let me sort of lead the third hour. So we're going to be covering some stuff that I've been wanting to cover, and I'll be able to kind of get some feedback from John because, I'd like to hear his opinion. Sometimes we don't always see eye to eye, which is perfectly fine. I think that's great. That shows that we're not scripting anything. We're real. We have different opinions. We vary on things, and that's okay because it's all about having the civil discourse, man. And we can do that. Yeah. I don't ever get mad at John when he disagrees with me or he has a different opinion.
Oh, no.
I don't want to stone him. I don't want to kill him. I don't want to cancel him.
Yeah.
I like him.
Just because you're a moron who knows a lot of things that are wrong doesn't mean I'm going to get in your face and be disrespectful. You know what I mean? No offense.
I feel you, man. I mean, I feel the same way. I feel the love. It's so strong. Speaking of love, we know that the tyrants on the left basically
rainwater is a public
basically love us, right? And we've talked about on the show before about how in some places collecting rainwater is a crime. And in Oregon, this guy was charged with 9.
Oregon. I hate to do it, but second time just tonight you said Oregon. It's Oregon, like oregano. So
Oregon.
Oregon. All the people in Oregon are like, well, why is he calling it Oregon? What's that?
How do you
Never
say
heard of it.
Say it again.
Oregon. Oregon, like oregano. Oregon.
Why is it why is an A in then? Why is it O-N?
If you ask any local in Oregon, they'll say it's pronounced like oregano. Oregon.
Well, you got to admit, Oregon, it sounds like a bathroom cleaner. I like it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that Oregon to clean the bathtub out tonight? I did. Thank you, honey. Thank you, honey. I did. Thank you for the Oregon. But anyway.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to correct you on that once and for all. Oregon.
Because you're always right, man. Okay? And we never fight, except for right now.
Yeah. Just because it grates on people. People from Oregon really hate that if you call it Oregon. It's just one of those things. Nevada, they don't care.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to offend anybody for sure. You know, that's not me. I mean, I've never offended anybody. Anyway, this video is from Oregon. I think I said it right. A man was convicted and jailed for collecting and using rainwater on his own property. The state is so tyrannical. It believes it owns the rainwater that falls on your property. This is what awaits us, folks, if we allow the left to take back control. This is a leftist tyrannical thing. And remember when the shamdemic happened? The tyrants came out of the woodworks. They were everywhere. And if you doubt that they're waiting in the shadows right now to come forth, you're wrong, because they are. They're ready to come out, man. Some people live to basically rule and reign over people. They get a buzz off of it. They like it. They want it. They love that power. Some people are like that. I know that's not how most of the listeners on the show are. I know that's not how most of the people that I know are. But the people in power, they love it, man. And they want to rule over us. So here's that video right now.
Water is a public resource, and collecting it without permission is illegal.
In Oregon, a man was convicted and sentenced to jail for collecting and using rainwater on his own land. The state government charged him with theft. Rancher Gary Harrington built 3 large reservoirs on his property to collect rainwater and snowmelt. Harrington said the water was primarily used for fire prevention and to provide drinking water for wildlife. However, the state classified his actions as theft and brought criminal charges against him. Under a municipal regulation, all water resources within city limits, including precipitation, are considered part of the public water supply system. The city asked the court to order the removal of his water collection system and impose fines. Despite multiple appeals, Harrington argued, "The water falls on my land. I didn't sell it. I only used it on my own property." The court ultimately rejected his argument. In the end, Harrington was convicted on multiple charges, including the illegal use of state water resources. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail and fined more than $15,000. The case sparked strong public backlash, with many residents calling it an act of tyranny. If a person cannot even own the rain that falls on their own land, what do they truly own?
That's the question. That's a video that came from TikTok. I don't know the source other than that. It had some news clips that were actually real concerning the actual incident. And it's just nutsville, man. I mean, obviously there is this hunger and thirst for control over the masses, and we have to put a stop to it, man, because these people will continue to do what they do as long as they can do it unabated. And what I mean by that is if we don't stand in their way peacefully, legally and lawfully, and oppose their tyranny, it will only grow. And the shamdemic is a perfect example of that. I mean, it's an amazing thing that we actually even came out of it, because I think the only reason we came out of it was because in America, we had a thing called state sovereignty. And that sort of helped open the door all around the world as well. That's why they want to take America captive, because once they take America captive, the whole world will fall under tyranny. America, as long as it's a beacon of light, total tyranny will not reign over the world. That's just pretty much how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty incredible what I've seen the government do with people, trying to do things on their own property. But, that's the thing. Like when we talk about having 1 billion AI robots that, follow us around all day and do anything we want, you'll say, hey, dig a hole over there. And it'll say, I just checked and I'm not allowed to dig at all anywhere in this area on your property, sir. I'm sorry. It's illegal to dig a hole now. And so you want a hole there. Okay, you got to just dig it yourself and hope the robot doesn't come fight you for the right to, take it away from you. But yeah, this dystopian world where it's all taken care of us. We've all got these robots. Everyone's just going to have it all made for them in the shade and sit around, and your robot will make you a soda whenever you want one. And, but what will be allowed and what won't be allowed? It'll all be regulated to the point where you can't you have a great idea for a project, and you're going to borrow all 10 of your neighbors' robots for a week and make this, new mud clay home out in the desert, and you can't even do that on your own property.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Because you'll have to live in the pods in the city,
Oh, the pods. Wonderful. Yeah, the pods. It's such a lovely community pod, as a matter of fact, sharing a bathroom and shower and everything. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And if you noticed, it all started with, you got to have a license for just about everything, fishing, hunting, going to play basketball, pickleball, cutting your own hair. I'm sure there's probably going to be a license for that sometime. It's too dangerous. You got to be trained. You can't cut your own hair, right? I'm being a little facetious here. I'm being a little bit over the top and using some hyperbole. But is it really completely hyperbole after all that we've seen? How far will they take it? I think they'll take it as far as we allow it. I really do. I don't think there's any lid on their tyranny. I think they'll just keep encroaching because they want to totally micromanage us and charge us some sort of little fee for every little thing, where we can't do anything without their permission. That's where it all leads, man. Where would they draw the line? Are they going to say, oh, you can't date this person? That's really far out there. But if you've seen some of the Black Mirror episodes, I kind of think they're almost telling the future at some point.
Yeah, Black Mirror was just an incredible series, folks. If you haven't seen that yet, go check out Black Mirror. I haven't seen some of the most recent seasons. I'm sure there's probably one or two I haven't seen, but I've watched most of them, and man, they're phenomenal. Just some of the best television out there. I wouldn't call it television per se. It's drama, 1 hour sort of scenes that unfold that just show these dystopian potential futures that are, really weird and crazy, which kind of makes me want to talk about aliens. Can we talk about aliens?
Let's talk about aliens.
Okay. There seems to be a number of people coming out of the government lately. Tim Burchett, most recently. We had some leaks a month or two back, and then we had somebody else, a rather well-known politician, as well in the last week or two, talking about how people are coming to them from the military and saying aliens are real. We've got breeding places where humans breed with them. Some hybrids are walking around in power. We've got these ships that are the size of, they have these ships that are the size of football stadiums that can travel underwater at over 200 miles an hour. And on and on and on. And for them to even be here, they have to travel at or near the speed of light to even make it here. You look at some of our closest, planets, and they're like 1 million light years away. This universe is massive. So how do you travel 1 million light years in less than 1 million of the speed of light is the fastest you can travel? And why would they even come here 1 million years ago? There was nothing resembling humans or intelligent life here. So it's an interesting stuff. But what they're saying is prepare. Aliens are real. They're coming out. It's going to be a thing. Get ready. They're saying we can't tell the people because they'll flip out. But at the same time, they're telling us. And I don't know, Barry, are aliens real?
I mean, I don't know where to really even begin with all this stuff. I have dug into the UFO community. I spent about 3 months researching it, and I really found that a lot of the stuff that's in the UFO community, that's not government stuff, but just the UFO community, is really very similar to the occult type stuff. It seems, a lot of it seems like dark occult stuff as well. Again, I don't want to really get into all of that, but I will say this. It reminds me of Genesis, I think it's like 6:3 or 6:6, something like that, where it talks about the fallen angels having come into the daughters of men to create these Nephilim, these giant men of renown, the Bible called them. And it's believed by many Bible scholars that this was part of the reason why the world had gotten so evil, was because of these half-breeds, these fallen angels that mated and married women because they found them to be attractive, to be comely, as the Bible says. And it was a great sin, apparently. There's been other books that have been written about it that aren't in the Bible, like the Book of Enoch or the Book of Giants, that are fascinating reads. I don't believe they're canon, but they're definitely give you an idea of how people thought during that time period about that particular passage. And this is like something that is like really dark and evil. And there is this strange biblical scripture in the Gospels where Jesus said, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be during the coming of the Son of Man. And some Bible scholars, I'm not saying all, but there are some, especially modern day scholars, who believe that that means that what was happening back then, this sort of interbreeding, this unlawful, ungodly act would be happening before the return of Christ. So as a believer in Christ, all of that stuff seems to kind of be taking some real shape. If you read the Book of Enoch, this was a terrible sin that was committed by the angels. And God was definitely not pleased with it. And he punished them and put them into chains of darkness until the day of judgment in Tartarus. I think we'd call that the abyss or hell, in a dark dungeon. And this is also kind of also echoed in the New Testament as well, where it talks about the angels who sinned, and it specifically seems to be regarding sexual sins. It's in the book of 2 Peter and Jude, where it says that these particular angels are locked in, basically in Tartarus. Which is, I think, what the Book of Enoch says, something similar to that as well.
So you think there could possibly be quote-unquote aliens, but they're probably fallen angels?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying that the crossbreeding thing, which I think God finds to be disgusting, because it's all about, hey, we're going to do whatever we can to destroy God's order because we hate God's order. That's why they do GMO. That's why they, chemtrail the skies. They want to destroy God's order. That's why they want to transition children to another sex, because we don't like God's order. These people are not atheists. These people are people that hate God. And the Bible does say that those who hate God love death. So that makes sense as to why people say, hey, this is a death cult that's wanting control. Well, yes, because
but
they
if
hate
you
God.
look into that, Barry, too, it says those that came down, will not receive death. They can't die.
Yeah, well, in the Book of Enoch, it talks about, and this is something that a lot of scholars. I
think you're quoting stuff from like L.A. Marsuli. So yeah,
I'm just
who goes along with that thought of thinking, and yeah, there are some basis to that.
Well, I mean, I think everybody's going to have their opinion on it, have their worldview opinion on it. To me, I've researched both sides. I've looked at every side. I'm not one of those people that's afraid to look at other people's opinions. So I look at all of it, and I based my opinion on what I think seems to be the most viable, likely scenario. But hey, everybody's can have their own opinion, and even people that
How
are.
do you know that they're not going to say, God created them as well, just in a different timeline, so to speak, and they're not like, in other words, I think a lot of times when religious people are asked about aliens, it comes down to, that it's automatically going to be some sort of a conflict with the gospel, or, the Bible. And yet it wouldn't necessarily have to be. You'd have to see, are these benevolent, like what, and if they do exist, it changes everything about society going forward. You know what I mean? Like if they tell us, hey, this should be a law that this or that, and it's hard to argue with them, You've got the society of 1 billion years coming down to help us, and we should take their advice, so to speak, I don't know. Might be flying around.
Yeah, but when you think about it too, if the angels and the demons come from a different place, they are alien. So, you have to look at it that way as well. Whether they're from another place within our universe or in another universe coming in interdimensionally or extra-dimensionally, they're still alien.
Like Mexicans.
Yeah, like Mexicans. And people coming across the southern and northern border.
If there are aliens from another planet, that doesn't frighten me or scare me. That doesn't change my faith and what I believe in Christ. I mean, and again, I didn't say I know that. If you heard what I said, no, I don't know that. I said, it reminds me of this. That's what I said. Just to clarify what I'm saying. But also,
and not that it scares you, but that there'd be some potential conflict there. I don't know.
I don't see that. But anyway, I think that a lot of people also simplify angels and demons, especially Christians. They really kind of put it into this really simplistic category. But I think it's much more sophisticated than that. If you read the scriptures, you'll see Jesus even said this kind doesn't come out of a person. In other words, without fasting and prayer, there's different kinds. Who knows exactly what that means? We've seen certain things like in the book of Ezekiel, what an alien might look like, pretty wild with lots of eyeballs and wheels and all kinds of stuff. So there's a lot of ambiguity, I guess, that comes with all this stuff. But I think that's where some of these other books that aren't in the Bible, that are not, I don't believe are inspired, they can maybe help give some insight as to possibly, and it's all speculation of what might be occurring here. But what is known and believed by most religious figures, Jews and Christians, I don't know about Muslims, but this kind of genetic modification is evil. It's bad. It's wrong because it's going against the natural order of things, which causes problems. That becomes problematic. Like when you take the DNA from an insect, a flower, or a plant, and you merge it in with corn to create something unnatural, cross species, that comes with problems, right? I mean, even the cows, the pigs that were fed the GMO corn, a big percentage of them had inflammation of the stomach. And that didn't happen when they were fed regular corn. So we see that when you start messing with God's natural order, things start to fall apart. And maybe you go, well, I don't believe in God. Okay, fine. How about just the natural order of the universe then? I mean, you can't understand that, right? I'm not preaching here. I'm just giving an opinion.
Okay.
That was the end. You were supposed
Welcome
to
the gospel hour.
No, I'm not a preacher at all. I
don't know. Aliens to me is just a fun thing to sort of think about. I don't try to source it back to any religious text or whatnot, but it's it does explain a lot about how Egypt got where it is and got the stuff it got. And a lot of ancient constructions. Lord, tell me how they did some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, so it would explain a lot, but.
There's a lot of wild theories out there that go beyond the Bible, but the Book of Giants covers some of the things that are outside of the Bible as well. Like they did these sins with animals as well. So there were like crazy beasts and animals according to the Book of Giants, which we only have like a very small portion of the Book of Giants, but it reads like a science fiction book like no other, man. It is out there. So there's all kinds of theories that go way outside of the Bible. In fact, most of the people that have a similar theory to mine, they all source from the Bible as well. They source from many different sources, Sumerian texts, biblical texts. I mean, I've been down this rabbit hole. That's what I'm trying to say. And I just think it's fascinating. And that's why we're talking about it, is because it is interesting. And you don't have to agree with anybody's opinion, but these are what people are saying. These are some of the ideas that are circulating out there. And if it is an alien, okay, fine. But you know what? They're not going to save us. If they could have saved us, they would have done it a long time ago. I don't think anybody can save God. That's just my opinion. The aliens aren't going to come to save us. That is a Hollywood script, man. And if you trust anything coming out of Hollywood, I feel for you, man, because the aliens aren't coming to save us.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, they're not. If they're there, they've been there the whole time, right? They've been somewhere in this area for a long time, since the dawn of man. And if they had ill intentions for us, they would have likely brought them out before now. But we could also be reaching a technological point where they're able to start showing us things, and like without, I don't know, if you sort of take the Star Trek theory where you don't really want to change the course of things, maybe they've been doing that until we reach certain levels, and then they can start saying, okay, be careful with this, don't go that route with it at all, go this route, right? Or things along that advice, not necessarily save it, but just overlook and share technologies and just make sure we head down the right path once we get to a certain point. I don't know. I mean, if they're there, they're out there in the quiet, not saying anything publicly. They're just maybe speaking with certain leaders of the world, And why are we all at war all the time, right? If they are out there, why is Putin? Putin's spoken with him. He would know about it. Why is he at war with Ukraine? Like, why? I don't know.
Well, there's some rumors. Again, I don't know how, reliable these rumors are, but there's a lot of talk from among the UFO community that these aliens have stopped, the nuclear codes from going active a few times. I don't know if that's true. It sounds like a whopper to me, but it's definitely something that circulates among that group. Like I said, I'm pretty familiar with the UFO community and the kind of practices that they do and the things they do. And here is one thing I do know. The two top ufologists have said that these are interdimensional creatures. So even if they are aliens from another planet, they are interdimensional according to them. And they're atheists, both of them. And they said they are more akin to the fallen angels of the Bible, that they are actually malevolent and not benevolent. And that's why when you see all these people that are being abducted, it's terrifying and horrifying. And even though it's terrifying and horrifying, some of them actually like it because they think they're contributing to some greater good of some kind. But all the experiences that I've listened to, and I've listened to hundreds of them, or these abduction experiences, and they're not pleasant. They're not good, but yet some of them actually welcome it and keep it coming because they've been told that this is being done to help save humanity, right? They get abducted, they get their, whatever DNA taken from them, or maybe a semen sample or an egg, or they get impregnated, some of them supposedly. I mean, and it usually happens when they're asleep. So that could give credence to the fallen angel theory. Like, again, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I'm just talking about what's out there.
Exactly. And on that note, where can people find you online, Barry?
You can find me on X, Bullhorn Barry, or Minds.com, Freedom Fighter Victor, and also Freedom Fighter Victor on Truth Social.
Excellent. Well, it's been a fun show tonight. We've done
You wanted to bring up
hours,
aliens, man. That was on you.
The what?
You wanted to bring up aliens, so there you go.
I did. I didn't think you turned it into a 15-minute monologue on the Bible, but there we go. It is what it is. Folks, this has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We will see you on Sunday night. Thanks so much for listening. Mark, our producer, will be right back with more after this commercial.
And by the way, I like L.A. Marzulli, too.
All right, we're clear. Let me get us cleared from TMV Cafe, and then once I do that, then I'm going to head over
and Barry,
Well, you do.
Your knowledge is like really impressive, by the way. Your biblical knowledge, I got to say. If that was all just off the top of your head, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, you do have to bring it up because this is what Luna's been talking about. It's what Tim Burchett has been talking about. It's what J.D. Vance said they were demons. I mean, this is just the conversation, man. It's not me being all biblical. That is my viewpoint, but I'm also open-minded, and I don't think if there are aliens that messes the gospel up at all. I just would like to know exactly if that's the case. Well, they probably need Jesus too. That's my opinion.
All right. I just cleared from TMV Cafe. You guys take care, and I will see John on Sunday, and I will catch up with you again later, Barry, next week or maybe in between. We'll see.
Appreciate both of y'all. Peace.
Yep. Take care. Let me get us over to the Vixen's Vault, where I can take and get them up and running. All right. More to come. More to come. Vixen's Vault coming up. We get Nancy and the crew up. Hey, Nancy.
Hello, hello. Hey, Mark.
How's it going?
It's good. How are you?
A little anxious.
A
little anxious.
Why are you anxious, boo?
I have lawyer tomorrow and court next week.
It'll be a breeze. Just breathe.
Yep.
I think Rafi should be signed on. He's got his.
Tell him to join, and we're good to go. Let me get us rolling over on OBS so that we got that going. Folks can see you. There we go. And then we'll.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Roger.
Hey, David.
Hello. Hey, Roger. Hey, Mark. How y'all doing today?
Vicky's not going to be in tonight. Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Hey, Mark.
Okay,
yeah,
she got migraines again.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
She and I were texting back and forth. But yeah, I get it. She's not feeling good. I know that feeling.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was saying to Rafi that pollen is so bad, Dave. It's so bad right now. I mean, if you are sensitive to pollen at all, you're in big trouble.
I said warmed up in the US.
It was a nightmare up here, Nancy.
It's been melting over where for the last 2-3 days. It's been 20, 23 centigrade and above.
Oh, good Lord!
You're gonna speak English. We're not used to that Brit stuff.
Hey?
It's Fahrenheit, Mark.
Oh, you do the maths. You do the maths.
You do the math.
It's like 75 degrees here. I believe. What is it? 75 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's balmy weather.
Yeah, we're windy up here. Cloudy all day. Any rain down there your way?
We got a lot of rain this morning. We got rain yesterday, but it's the winds. The winds are like anywhere between 40 and 60 miles an hour in the gusts.
Yeah. I've been cutting trees down for the past week, and it's just I wish I could cut more down, but I can't in this wind.
Yeah, it's bad. It's and actually the Suncoast Parkway, which is a huge connector in this area, half of it was closed yesterday because the power lines were going down.
No way! Wow.
Yep. And I said to somebody, it's better now than during hurricane season when people are trying to evacuate.
Exactly. Maybe it'll shore them up this time before the hurricanes hit. Yeah.
Yep. It's going to show you all the weak points before storm season, which is not a bad thing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. We'll be good to go here. Your intro's playing right now. A little longer than your old intro, so we got time.
Rock on.
You got 30 seconds.
Oh, gee. Thanks. Gas.
Yeah.
You have a great dialogue in 30 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean, I do have to
Okay,
mention
Roger.
something.
5,
Before
4,
talking
3,
about aliens.
2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And welcome everybody to the Vixen's Vault. Today is Wednesday, April the 8th, 2026. I'd like to welcome everybody to the show. I hope everybody had a relaxing, enjoyable week last week. I know for several faiths it was a holiday week. We had Easter for the Christian beliefs. You had Passover for the Jewish beliefs. And I believe the Islam also had, was it Ramadan? It was something in the Islamic beliefs last week also. Sorry, excuse me, that was not me being, that's just me not knowing my Islamic calendar off the top of my head. But basically, pretty much everybody was in this status of some type of an acknowledgement of a holiday. And it seemed that people were in good spirits, but, you know, as usual, something had to get feisty. We had the Artemis 2 launch, which was actually pretty wicked. I know we could see it from here on the west coast of Florida pretty clearly. People with good cameras were actually able to see the ejection of the boosters from this distance because the skies were that clear that night, which is always a kind of cool thing. I will tell you the Artemis leaves a hell of a contrail. She leaves a much larger contrail than the Falcon Heavy does, or any of actually the SpaceX launches that I'm aware of. So it was different watching Artemis go than it is watching SpaceX, which launches pretty regularly. But SpaceX, there's something to it. It's like, maybe it's because a lot of their launches are at night or in early, like pre-dawn, where the flames coming out of the back are just insane. It's the whole thing. It glows like a candle going up in the air when you're watching it from here. It's really cool. And I can tell you SpaceX has launched like 3 since the Artemis launch.
I wonder if they do it at night for the public relations sort of photographs.
It could be. I wouldn't put it past Elon. But again, I also think it's got to do with the windows, the orbits that SpaceX goes into, whether or not they're deploying satellite, whether or not they're carrying military packages. I mean, there's a lot of different things that play into it. I think we saw with the rescue of the US F-15 pilot this week, we saw some of what is most likely on board with some of these SpaceX payloads, with the recovery of that pilot, the type of technology that was used that had to have been an interaction from a satellite. No two ways about that. It was a frequency-based technology. In fact, I actually sent Vicky a message because I said, this is kind of based off RPAD's technology. It's kind of the same thought process. It's just, it tracks the heartbeat and the frequency of the heartbeat rather than DNA. But, you know, it's still basically, it's tracking a frequency signature, which is very unique to each person. Very cool way to retrieve our pilot. Glad both pilots were safe. Kind of laughed at Donald Trump's reaction to all that and the fact that somebody who didn't remain unnamed for very long, somebody leaked the fact that we had a second pilot on the ground that hadn't been retrieved yet in Iran. And that leak, of course, was traced back to our friends where? Let me think. Where's my favorite place in the world? Israel. It was an Israeli journalist that works for the New York Times that leaked that information. Not so good, guys. Not so good.
Yeah, but they got the guy. The FBI just arrested the guy who gave the journalist the information. The Army guy. Yeah.
Good for, you know what? And again, you got to start where you got to plug your holes at their base. I mean, I know it gets very, you're really kind of treading water difficultly when you're arresting journalists, because once that's out there, it's like Julian Assange. And I always said that Julian Assange wasn't. How could Julian Assange be arrested and accused of treason to the United States when he wasn't a U.S. citizen? He was a journalist, and not only that, he was being given that information. It's not on him to not report it. Once he has it, it's actually his job. It's on the people who gave it to him. And I always wondered about that. I'm like, how could they pursue Assange in the way they did when they knew that this was not on him? This is on the people who are leaking the information. So, and not only that, I know they made a big deal about what was given to Julian Assange. Oh, this is putting people's lives in danger. Yeah, but not people that are, it was putting the politicians' lives in danger because they lied their asses off, and it was all on record. So, yeah, and, like I said, when they went after him for pedophilia and everything they were going after him for, I'm like, yeah, they need him shut down. They need him silenced. So it's kind of funny. There's a pattern when they go after what we'll call leakers in many ways. They accuse them of all the crimes they themselves are guilty of. It's quite interesting, actually. Pretty funny. But
just to lend some credibility to that, German Supreme Court actually declared WikiLeaks a legitimate news organization.
Yep.
So they should have had, at least here in the United States, from our charges, they should have had some freedom of press. But obviously, no.
Well, and I find it very interesting, too, that right now, both Assange and Snowden are up for pardons under the Trump administration. And if that occurs, once that occurs, that's a game on situation. Because there's still, ridiculous amounts of terabytes of information that were not released. And same thing goes with McAfee. Tons of information that is still hidden somewhere that has not gone public. And trust me, it will eventually. It's just the timing of it. And I think, again, y'all can laugh at me as much as you want, but I think there's operations that have to be completed first before other things can be made public. It's like putting together a really, really intricate puzzle where nobody really knows what the picture is until the puzzle's almost completely done, and then everybody's surprised at the picture. But yeah, it's a very interesting, I guess you could say, pattern. How the people who seem to bring us the most truth are the people that are the most hunted. Even, like I said, with Snowden, it's the information he gave us. I laugh because you see these news stories where different journalists are just horrified because they found out they were bugged. Congress people just floored aghast that they were bugged. When, we know that since literally the technology was available to bug people, the government has been bugging U.S. tax-paying citizens with no warrant, no nothing. They've been monitoring everything. And Snowden told us that, and he told us how. And again, no, there was no outrage for the American people. There's outrage for the politicians who think they're untouchable, and outrage on behalf of, people who feel that everything of theirs is private. But if you happen to be a lowly citizen that, pays all the taxes, yep, you're a fair game because you could be a terrorist.
Technically, the US isn't spying on the citizens. Other members of the Five Eyes are, and then we providing the information to the US, being a member.
But you can't, here's the thing, you can play the game of proxy all you want, but those of us who understand technology know exactly what a proxy is and exactly how it works. And we know, actually, that was part of the Assange drops, which I was dying laughing when that happened. I think, was that Vault 7, Ralphie, where he was talking about the ability of governments to basically proxy their IPs and make it appear that they're in a different country. And I'm like, oh my God, I was able to do that back in like the 1990s. That is a very simple move. You can ghost your IP. You can proxy your IP. If you know how to work the internet or even DOS at any level, you can do this very easily. The fact that they thought this was some super secret government, cyber technology, I was like, are they retarded? Are they really that stupid? Are Americans that stupid that they don't know that can be done? Yes. I mean, so simply? You can write your own IP, for God's sakes. I mean, it's like not hard to do. And you can proxy it like, oh my God, a bazillion times. You can bounce it 20 different servers. Make it darn near impossible to track where you're coming out of. In fact, when I was back in the early, the turn of the century, early 2000s, the most popular place to proxy your IP to was Beijing. Like everybody proxied their IP to Beijing. It was just easy. It was simple. So,
but obviously, if you've got two public IP addresses that are exactly the same, then there is problems with various conflictions.
Yep.
You can have two, at least IPv4. No, you can also do 600. Yeah, so if you have two IPs address public addresses,
correct.
Then
Well,
you can have conflicts.
And it's hard. It is harder to track the static IPs, although you can still track them. It is harder to track a static IP than it is a regular IP. But you can ping. You can go into DOS and ping an IP, and it'll go all the way back to the actual point of origin.
Is it harder to track a static IP, because most static IPs are registered with one of the regulators,
carrier,
regulators. Therefore, and obviously, an ISP has to provide you with that static IP, so there'll be billing information.
There's
data protection issues there, and data protection issues there,
but they also tend to do static IP in what we call batches, as you well know. So it's harder to pinpoint a static IP. It is definitely, like I said, if sheepers, creepers, just go out to DOS and pop in your IP, and you can track an IP all the way back to its actual carrier of origination, where it came from. I mean, it'll go through. Like I had one IP, I think it had like 24 pings before it got back to the actual point of origin. But I mean, it's not hard to do. And if we have such super incredibly intelligent services, that's why I always said, who is in charge of CISA? I would love to know, because you must think we're all retarded. Because again, you make these technologies seem like they're so advanced and evil, when like a 5-year-old could do this, really. And
I'm not sure if I agree with that argument, because there's a good, especially in Britain, there's a good history of infrastructure projects, government infrastructure projects being absolute failures.
Well, I mean, look at here. Look at in the States. For how long have we been told that our infrastructure is at risk? And it's at risk because of basically inadequate cybersecurity on some of the sites that guide, and actually AI technology that's running our infrastructure is completely open and at risk. And now they're screaming, the Iranians are hacking the infrastructure. Oh, sure, great. Blame the Iranians, right? There you go. Because they're the simplest. They're the new Russians. They're the new boogeyman. Okay, that's great. No, in all likeliness, it is probably people who really want Iran out of the way, who are obviously hacking our infrastructure and blaming it on Iran. I know people hate it when I say that, but I'm going to call a goose and a gander. Because again, Israel did exactly what they have done by pattern for decades.
I'm going to give you a recent story that came out of Britain in relation to data lakes and poor infrastructure. It was only a couple of weeks ago that it was reported that the UK's Company House, so the agency that keeps all public limited companies' accounts, names, details, registrations. Their website was demonstrated to have a hole in it that allowed the public to be able to access private contact information.
Yep.
That stretched back to something like June, July last year, and it was only discovered in October, and it was only reported on only a couple of weeks ago, but 2-3 weeks ago.
Yep, and you guys lost terabytes I mean, I saw that. I read about that. That you guys were. It was a big problem, a very large problem. But the same thing happened here during COVID. I can't tell you how many states in this country their DEO or their Department of Unemployment sites were hacked on both ends. And because there's two different areas within an unemployment site. You have the registration area for the employees who are seeking unemployment, and then you have the area for the employers who have paid unemployment taxes. Both ends got hacked, and all of the banking information, everything that was stored on the unemployment sites was up in the air. Not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Is that a hack, or is that just poor implementation?
Oh no, it was hacked. It was hacked. It was
in
absolutely
the UK,
hacked.
there was actual poor implementation.
Well, it was poor implementation. It was poor maintenance. It was poor coding. But they knew that. In Florida, for example, and Dave and Raphael can both back me up on this, when the biggest problem we had was all these people became unemployed on the same day. Okay, literally, I believe it was March the 12th. Everybody who worked in any business that was considered non-essential was told they could not work. Okay, well, that is an unemployment claim because it's through no fault of the employer. It's through no fault of the employee. It was a government edict. Okay, so everybody goes home from work that day and tries to sign on to Florida unemployment. Yeah. The site wasn't even up 30 seconds and it went down. And you can get, I couldn't get into it until what, April 4th? April 4th. You could not get into the site. And then there was nobody on the phones. It gives you this phone number to call. Nobody's answering their phones.
So
and
March, what to April?
March. Yep.
3 weeks.
And it was, and I finally only got through because I called the local congressman for our area. And I said, this is absolutely disgusting, unacceptable. We don't pay our taxes and our employers don't pay their taxes to have this. This is a dinosaur. This is even a website. I don't know what it is. It's completely non-functional. And, we have no source of income right now. It's easier to go on the IRS site right now. That is scary because the IRS site is absolutely known to be in a hot mess. It was easier.
I can't even get my identity confirmed on login.gov.
Yep.
For my VA benefits.
And that's saying a lot because you know what? The government will be the first group of people to turn around and tell us that we're responsible for our accounts. We have to secure this. It's on us. Criminal activity isn't their fault. It's on us. We have to protect ourselves. Okay, fine. So why aren't you protecting our information that you require from us? Nobody was compensated for unemployment being completely hacked multiple times. Nobody was given any type of protection for their identity. I can tell you my account was compromised. I pulled all my information offline after that and made them, remember that, Ralphie? I made them do it via phone because I was like, I'm not doing this online anymore. I am not. Well, we're doing the ID where you have to do the biosensor ID. I'm like, absolutely not. Yeah, you are nope, and nope. And you cannot.
And now you understand why I'm so critical of the digital identification systems.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like you couldn't keep my stupid social security number secure and you want me to give you my biosensor material? Are you insane? Like, did you lose a couple of cells out of your brain? Did COVID kill it? What you prove to me you can keep my information safe and I'll give it to you. You can't do that. So, nope, not getting it. But you still owe me the money by law. And I feel the same way about banks because banks can't keep your information safe either. And they refuse to take responsibility for that. I mean, people have their accounts hacked constantly. How can somebody have a wire for, $10,000 sent from their bank account and not be contacted? Do you know how often that happens? It's constant.
Thankfully, this is where I'm so glad I'm in the EEA, the EU/EEA General Data Protection Regulation. And technically, if you're in California, the California Consumer Protection Act would give you some protection, which is very similar to the GDPR.
Well, here's the problem I have with California. Get me started there.
Oh, yeah,
They
yeah.
do have a protection act in California for your data. However, it excludes. You have to look at the exclusion list that they have. It excludes, like, I can't even tell you how many things. So it's basically, if you're a mom and pops, you're going to be held responsible if you're irresponsible with somebody's data. If you're a big company like Walmart or one of the big ones, or bank, you're excluded. You can't be held responsible.
I remember reviewing this year before last in relation to Minds.com, and I was talking about GDPR at the time. If California rules states that the company must have a certain number of
employees,
Canadian customer. Oh, it's not Canadian. Sorry, Californian customers, users.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: I have a lot of friends who live out in Cali. One of my best friends lives in LA, and she's constantly complaining to me, and I'm like, oh, well, you guys kind of created your own crap storm out there. I mean, where were your complaints when they were pushing this through your law? Where were your complaints when it comes time to vote? Because according to California, it's like New York. Apparently, a 3-block radius in New York decides the entire government for the state. No matter what everybody else thinks, for some reason, that block radius is just so dense, it's pretty much whatever they vote is what happens. And it's the same thing in California. I'm like, so you guys, it's like you're worried about your unemployment, you're worried about your illegals. I said, well, you might have tried to stand up and say, why are illegals that are coming into California, 1, given housing, 2, given full medical, 3, given money, 4, given food, and 5, given a voter registration form. And honestly, I said, if a really smart attorney thought about it, if they had a client that was here illegally and they were being forced to leave the country because they entered illegally, and they fought back with the claim that, well, we didn't realize we were here illegally because we were given a voter registration, and if you can vote, that makes you legal, because that is a sound argument. I was like, yeah, it could be really big trouble, because when you give somebody a voter registration, you're telling them that they can vote. And that,
with the exception of voting rights in Britain, we've got it worse actually when it comes to sort of trying to remove illegals from this country because of the ECHR rules. But I could just imagine Labour wanting to put voting rights onto in the next year or two.
It's you guys are kind of, it's weird because you've always had an immigration problem, but you've always been so polite about it. I've always kind of looked at it that way. The British are way too polite about their problems sometimes, because I still remember when it was the Poles, when you guys had all the Polish people, and it was a hot mess. And it's, oh, well, they're just filthy, and and it was not a big deal. Now you're run over by Middle Easterners, completely overrun.
To Eastern Europeans, I know I've met quite a few very nice Eastern Europeans. Especially the Poles. There was a drive not that long ago, I think a couple of years ago, that was related to trying to the Poland government trying to
Mark,
bring back.
Hold that thought. I can take a break. I'm running out of time. Mark will continue that thought when we come off break. We will return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break.
Sorry about that, dude.
I didn't mean to cut you off earlier there, Roger. I was just, hey, playing around.
Yes, you did. You absolutely did.
Yes, you did, Mark.
No, Roger has this habit of going right into like our intros or breaks or outros. Don't you, Roger?
I know.
Well, it's just you start your shows way too early, dude.
Mark, you gotta recognize this. Roger is basically peeing on the tree. That's what he's doing. He's peeing on the tree in the intros and the outros. Like, I'm here. I'm making my mark on this tree.
No.
He's actually quite good
what
on
it
our
is.
show.
Yeah, he's
Look,
quite good at it.
It's weird.
Yeah, you're right. You're
tonight's
right, Mark.
weird.
He's quite
No.
good at it.
Tonight's weird. Okay, Bullhorn Barry
I
talked
do-
about
I-
aliens, dude.
Yeah, aliens.
Well,
actually,
dude,
for the very first time, Censorship
weird.
Sucks talked about aliens tonight.
Oh,
on
well,
air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you there's, everybody was mad at Trump for what he posted about an entire civilization being annihilated. And I swear to God, I'm like, you guys are just morons. The Iranian civilization is not 47 years old. That should have been your first hint of what he was talking about. Yeah, it's like several thousand years old. Let's go there.
Persian, technically, Iranian.
Yes, but what
Big
he was
margin.
talking about was the Khomeini family in particular. But if you look back at the date, that's what I did. I went 47 years back and I looked at what happened around this time 47 years ago. Well, you had the deposing of the Shah of Iran. You had Israel making peace with Egypt, which I had forgotten about. I was like, oh, yes, that's right. That's when Hamas came into the picture because Hamas was Egyptian. That's right. And then...
How long after the 1967 war?
Do what now?
1979. Oh, okay. I was thinking... I thought it was a lot earlier than that. I thought it was back in 69.
Yeah.
That was
1979.
Reagan.
It was literally it was like there were several really interesting things that happened in 1979 at this time period. And of course I was laughing with the Israeli peace with Egypt. I'm like, yep, that was when the whole Hamas seedlings were planted. Good on them. But then it was also the same date, I don't know if you guys, I think it was flight 701 out of New Zealand, crashed into Mount Erebus in Antarctica. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm looking at it going, I remember this, but I don't remember it because I was little. I was like 9 years old in 1979. I'm like, I remember watching something about it, but so I started like looking more deeply into it. I'm like, wait a minute. Erebus, I know that's a Greek god. Looking at, okay, so Erebus is the Greek god of darkness. He's the son of the god of chaos. Okay, so that's already, now I'm like, oh, that's very interesting. Keep looking. Edmund Hillary was supposed to be on that flight. He canceled last second. Everybody on board the flight was killed. Five Eyes really congealed after that crash, and New Zealand was actually considered the head point of Five Eyes. And then, on top of that, I'm like, there's an outpost there, military outpost, right on Erebus. I don't know what it's called. Castle Rock. And I'm like, oh,
less than 30 seconds,
way.
folks.
Roger, didn't we at least mention this on one of our previous shows?
With
Castle
Erebus?
Rock sounds familiar.
Okay, here's your countdown.
Hold on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Guys, I love when I have cliffhangers on the break. Because that's what we just had, a cliffhanger on the break. I was right in the middle of giving Dave an answer right about on the tip of my tongue, and Mark's like, and we're back on the air in 5, 4, cut me right off. I was like, dang, cliffhanger. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is April the 8th, 2026. And before we roll back into the show, I would like to wish a 1 day early happy birthday to my little girl. My daughter will be 35 years old tomorrow. Super proud of her. And I'd also like to wish a happy birthday to my grandson, Gabriel, who will be 11. And yes, that is my daughter's child. And yes, I will never, ever, I will die with my daughter whispering in my ear, I can't believe I had my kid on my own birthday. That sucks. Yes, so there's that. But happy birthday to both of them. I love them both dearly, and my life wouldn't be complete without either one of them. It's a wonderful thing, and I'm very, very, I can't believe my daughter's 35. I feel so old. Holy crow. But that being said, Dave, to answer your question, the reason Castle Rock sounds so familiar is because Castle Rock is something that was not only a major part of the Q drops, Castle Rock Entertainment was used to film Joe Biden at the very beginning of his wonderfully ridiculous administration. And it was supposed to be at the White House, and they completely messed up the set. And you could see him sitting at what was supposed to be the Oval Office, and right behind him you see a parking lot, and there is no parking lot behind the Oval Office. So that was more than slightly problematic mess up of production. But yeah, Castle Rock plays a big part in a lot of things. But what I found very interesting is, again, with Antarctica, there's so many things in the ufology field that point to Antarctica. It points to a civilization that was there previously. It points to the fact that Antarctica was not a frozen tundra not too long ago, if we're looking at things chronologically by the Earth's chronology. And the fact that we have Artemis II up there supposedly swimming her way around the moon right now. And on top of that, pretty much. On top of that, you've got basically the Trump administration saying that they're going to do full disclosure of the alien files. And okay, my brain is chinking all this information together at one time. And then you had Trump talking about wiping out a civilization and how he didn't want to do that. And I thought, wouldn't that just be a crazy, crazy way to disclose certain things a little bit later down the line? Because again, you have to look at the fact that Iran has always been considered, around Iraq, the cradle of civilization. For thousands of years, that area is considered to be the cradle, the Fertile Crescent, where man first emerged, even though we know that's probably not true. We know man probably came out of Africa. South Africa region is probably more accurate, and now there's some evidence that says it may have been Western Europe. We've got some fossils there that are showing us that, yeah, maybe it wasn't Africa, maybe it was Western Europe. Who knows? I doubt we'll ever have an answer to that. But again, I'm finding it very interesting. You're starting to see science. Go ahead.
I'm actually kind of I have my opinions on that. I think that that's kind of arrogant of humans to say that we come from a set point on the planet. Yep. Like every animal you can see where they spawn up from different parts of the planet, and you take a look at a lot of the evidence that proves that humans probably did the same thing. You look at like the pygmies, okay, who've been secluded on islands, and there's no explanation for how they got there. People try to come up with explanations for that, and they still can't explain it. You know what I mean? So for me, I see it as human beings probably freaking evolved from different parts of the planet. It's just we haven't got the ancient DNA to prove it.
Well, see, when I'm doing my Piss Off a Christian Day, which I have them every once in a while, Piss Off a Christian Day, I will remind people that we have webbing. And we have gills. When we're developing as fetuses in the womb, we actually have gills. And yeah, that we were an aquatic creature at some point. We came from basically the mud. And that's how I put it, unfortunately, for me sometimes. I'm just like, yes, we probably evolved from the mud. Just good. Yeah, I know it doesn't fit the Adam and Eve story. I'm sorry. But evidence, if you look at it honestly, we are a webbed creature. We were aquatic at some point, or we had a duality. We were water and land-based. It doesn't matter how... I mean, the fact that we breathe amniotic fluid as a fetus, also very strong evidence that we came from the water at some point. But I do believe that there's somewhere in the evolution of mankind, and I've always said this, there's a jump from basically the Neanderthal type of being to Homo sapien, which we currently are now. It's a very short period of time chronologically. It's like 20,000 years. We jumped from one to the other, and we became this much more evolved creature in a really short evolutionary period of time. Like, pretty much impossible, to be very honest with you. And there's no explanation as to what caused that jump. What caused this evolution to occur? And in the ufology field, it's been something that's been talked about since I've been in it, which is the fact that, there was most likely a genetic manipulation at some point, and an outside interference that manipulated our DNA. And now we're seeing a lot of scientific publications coming up with articles that are backing that up, that they're finding things in our DNA that do not fit, they could not have come from a natural evolution. So you have two explanations for that. You can say it was an outside force, an alien technology, or you can say there was a much more advanced technology that preceded us and maybe manipulated our DNA because they may have had the technology to do that. Or you can go dimensional. That could be a third option. But again,
I was just thinking, if evolution is just based upon mutation and the adaptive argument, you adapt to a situation, you create mutations to adapt to the situation. It could still be technically natural. It could still be natural.
It depends on how you look at it. I mean, I'm a person who always believed Hollywood tells us very soft truths in many ways, like different things tell us soft truths. No, I really do believe that. Because there's too much that is proven true down the line. When I look at like shows like Stargate, SG-1, and I always bring that up because there's so much in there I can apply to technology. When it talks about the Goa'uld, the symbiote, the actual worm-like creature that exists within humans and can control the human personality, I think of parasites. And it's funny because, Ralphie has been really in-depth researching parasites. And even I've said it. I'm always thinking to myself, did anybody ever stop to think that, we have more parasites in us than you could possibly know? Did anybody ever stop to think that some of those parasites could be good, some of them could be bad, some of them could be allowing us to evolve, some of them could be stopping us from evolving? Because I don't believe we're a creature. I think we're a host. I don't know if humanity was ever meant to be what we've become. I really think that these shells are hosts. I think we are beings of light. I really do. I think our soul consists of a frequency. We're beings of frequency. We are housed in these shells. We are stuck in these shells. In fact, I've even written things saying basically these shells are like our jail cells. We did something wrong somewhere, and this is jail. We're stuck here. And it's a constant cycle. Like once you're here, you're stuck here. You're constantly recycling. And unless you realize it. And I know people say, what is the word for it? When a light being, oh my God, what's it called? When they enhance an...
I was just thinking on the Buddhist sort of concept.
Waves.
Well, no, when you are able to actually advance beyond, like people would call it ascending to heaven or ascending. Yeah, there we go. Ascendance.
Rather the trends. Yeah.
And it even fits into religious doctrine, if you think about it. Since the beginning of religion, almost every single religion has a belief of going somewhere as a being that is no longer in corporeal form. You are ascending. You're either going or descending. You're either going up, down, or sideways, but you're not in your current form. You're basically, people say energy, but I look at it as frequency. You're change frequencies. You're vibrating at a different frequency. So it makes me wonder with the parasites, could that have been a soft truth? Could we be something we would be horrified to know if it was, if that ever came out, if it was something like, well, basically you're just a shell, you're a host. Would we be horrified to know? Would it be too horrifying? And I always question that. Could COVID have been a way to try to kill us? Insert a different host, make us so we can be easier controlled. And Ruffy and I have always believed that the vaccine specifically, because of the way it breaks down what is in it. And I wish I had Sal around right now, Cypher, because he and I have done so much research into that vaccine. It's crazy. But we could show you how it literally could work like a bridge of technology because of the technology that's in it. It could literally be used to control you. It's crazy.
We actually did a show here recently where me and Mark were talking about this with viruses, and a lot of people aren't aware that viruses actually are significant when it comes to human evolution. About 8% of the human genome is composed of ancient viral DNA. That's essential for our survival. And if you take a look at like the placenta and its development, okay, they have something in there called synctin, I believe is how you say it.
Okay, yeah.
And it's actually a protein that's used in the placenta, which helps the child. It's like a mask. It shields them from freaking being introduced to any kind of contaminants or anything like that within the placenta.
Yep.
From infections and stuff like that. People don't know that, and that developed. That at first humans didn't have that.
Well, when we're developing, as in the placenta, as a fetus develops, its first 3 months, it looks like a little worm with a heartbeat. I'm not joking. It looks like a little worm, like a little parasite with a heartbeat. That's the only difference. And I will fight anybody right down to the floor when it comes to the heartbeat, because the heartbeat's there within days. So I always say that when they say, "Oh, the abortion heartbeat," I'm like, no, you're going to lose that battle, because it's there. It's just, it's so tiny as it's developing. It's there, but it's very, very, very hard to discern it. But that being said, we develop like a reptile almost. It's crazy. Like if you put a human fetus next to a tadpole, or even put a sperm next to a tadpole, and it's like, oh, which one's which? It takes you a few minutes to figure out which one is which. That should tell you something, that we are not what we think we are. And I'll say that from day one, we are not what we are told we are, which bothers me. And it kind of sucks that so much has happened recently that makes you question everything you've learned. Because this whole, going all the way back to Obama administration, which made us really all first start questioning. I mean, the JFK assassination, that was always a bane to everybody's existence. We always question things like that, but it was the Obama administration that really made a lot of people start digging in harder and looking beyond like the normal conspiracy type deals, just really looking harder. Why? Because we saw things occur in that administration that were wholly and completely unconstitutional. We saw investigations shut down. We saw laws being made that were not legal. I mean, to make a law making it illegal to investigate the background of Barack Hussein Obama, that was insanity. He was the president of the United States. He should have been micro-examined. It's something I've never understood in this government, how people can get elected into office and we have zero ability to really hard background. Because look what's happening now. I mean, if y'all are paying attention, when I post on Facebook, like at least once a week now, I'm posting about a congressperson or a state rep that's been arrested for child pornography or pedophilia. It's insane. Like constantly, I'm like, oh Lord, there's another one. Ding, up it goes. I mean, these are people that should not be in public office. Go ahead,
no, I was going to say was to Bill Edmonds. She's a FBI whistleblower. She actually said that she has a friend in the FBI background investigation division that does all the backgrounds for all the high level people that are seeking office, the ones that are going to the Hill to be not sworn in, basically get grilled by Congress to see if they're going to be confirmed. There you go, confirmation. And she says that the guy said basically they want dirt on them. They want the more stuff they can get on them, the more they can be controlled. That's the whole reason behind it. Yeah.
Yep.
Blackmail.
Yep.
Blackmail. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
But that is a sad state of being, because that means that our government, and again, as much as it grinds you when I say it, Q is right. 95 to 98% are corrupt. And that is a really scary percentage if you think about the fact that these people control the laws. They control our lives in many ways, and they are as corrupt as it comes.
Technically, they
ugh.
don't control the laws, they control the writing of the legislation, but because separation, the three.
No, they do control the laws because they control the appointments of the judges.
Yeah, that's really for the judge and the separation, isn't it? But there should be. There's meant to be a separation.
But what I'm saying is they control the appointment of the judge. So the highest court in our land, okay, SCOTUS, that is a judicial appointment. The president puts the person forward, but Congress has to approve it by a majority. So they control who sits on that SCOTUS panel. Okay, the state level, it's different. You can have judges that are, it depends on the bench, but you can have judges that are put in or you have elected judges. Now, what I find very scary is that in all 50 states of the United States, do you realize you do not have to be a lawyer or have a law degree to become a judge? You just have to be elected. That floored me when I found that out. I found that out a couple years ago. I was like, what?
Even on the U.S. Supreme Court, you don't have to be a lawyer also, either.
Yep.
This
you
is
just
the thing. Me and Mudge was talking about Britain and the House of Lords and the removal of hereditary peers, and the other day, and this sort of it's very similar. What you are creating is a form of cronyism.
Yes. But that's what we look where it's gotten.
Well,
I mean,
see,
you guys are a hot mess, but I think we're a bigger hot mess over here when it comes to the justice system, at least. I mean,
see, the conversation actually started out because Mark is always talking about like people who are, what was it? They're trained, I guess is how he says it, for the role of it. And I started doing research into it, and I found out that a lot of people in the House of Lords are actually noblemen who gained their positions there because they were born into it.
The argument is there is a history of looking after the land, looking after the interests of society. There's a historical interest as far as these individuals.
The House of Lords
for me, I see it. I see that more as just keeping monarchy alive. It's
called the House of Lords for a reason. It is literally the House of Lords. I mean, that's not just something that was coined. You have to have title to be in the House of Lords. You cannot be untitled in the House of Lords. It's historically speaking.
But the government can, and then there's rumours that Sadiq Khan, the London mayor, is going to this is going to happen to him soon. The government can just create a title for somebody. They say, well, you've done a lot of good for our party. You are now a baron.
Well, it happened to It happened to Rothschild. Lord Rothschild was given his title. There was no breeding there. He was just deigned and given the title. So it's, again, I think like any other government, we're all guilty of it. Every single government on this planet is guilty of it. They wash this hand and wash the other hand, and whatever hand rubs the right back gets the title. And here it would be congressman, senator. There it's lord, lady, or MP. But again, you're seeing in your structures, you're seeing a real power struggle over there. I mean, I almost feel bad for the UK because you're a small country. We're a huge country over here. We have a lot of land, a lot of people.
We are a small country with a lot of clout.
Yeah, you guys are feisty. It's so funny because you're really super polite, but man, you get riled up and y'all are feisty and you drink like fish. Holy crow.
You're
But
you're still powerful because you're the financial war castle.
Yep.
We're the military, and Rome is the religious war castle.
Yep. And that's why, again, people weren't understanding why Trump is doing certain things that are kind of sticking it to the UK. It's got nothing to do with her people. We love the British people. We're not so key on, let's put their money. We're not key on the people that control the money over there because they control a lot of things and they like to point fingers at everybody else.
Also, it's related to politics and the politics of the current time.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yep. In fact, it was funny because I posted yesterday about the Straits of Hormuz. And one of the reasons Trump is doing what he's doing, and I'm like, there's a reason he's submarining Lloyd's of London, folks. It has everything to do with the Straits of Hormuz. And it's actually genius. But, you won't see that until the clouds lift and the veil is gone because he plays this game of like checkers on 7 different boards at one time. And he says what people don't want to hear. It's really funny. He just directs the public to do his dirty work in ways that are just, to me, it's almost insanity because he puts a giant target on his head, but it works. And I said that over and over again. It works. It is the craziest weapon I've ever seen, but it works. I love Bibi Netanyahu. Bibi's my best friend. Now every Democrat Jew hates Bibi. It's great.
I think a lot of people underestimate Trump. He's much more intelligent than people give him credit for. He might not be.
No, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
Doesn't have the
not be
charisma.
the best communicator, but
I think he uses our stupidity against us. And he's an egomaniac in many ways, but that egomania works for him right now. He uses the stupidity of the people as a weapon. And that is kind of funny to watch. Like I said, when he says, I think Bibi's great. I love Bibi. Bibi is my best friend. Well, anyone who hates Donald Trump is now going to take a much closer look at Bibi Netanyahu. He's Donald Trump's friend. He's got to be freaking horrible. And they're finding out how evil Donald Trump doesn't have to say a word. People are doing their own homework. And I think I'm like, this is so funny. I've never seen, you have more New York Jews and American Zionists on the street right now protesting Bibi Netanyahu and saying he's horrible because he's a friend of Donald Trump. And I'm like, oh my God, it's beautiful and it's enchanting to watch because these are things that we need people to know. And I said to Ralphie a million times, I don't care how it gets found out. I don't care. People need to know.
It's swung so far the other way. They actually elected Muldowney as mayor of New York.
Yep. Yeah. And that's going so well for them. Did you see where Muldowney passed a law last week that basically raises the taxes on white people? And it is written into the law. It literally raises the taxes on Caucasians. So black people and people of color can, it's not as hard on them. I'm like, oh my God. I can't believe you just did that.
That's political theater because it'll never pass the Supreme Court.
Exactly. But it's as instigative. And this is why I keep saying I think Mamdani is a plant. I do not believe for a second that he's not, because he's showing people what can happen. All right, with that, I gotta take us out to our break, guys. This is our longer break, and hopefully we'll have a very enlivening and enlightening conversation on the break. Hang in there. We'll return with more of the Vixen's Fault in about 10 minutes.
All right. I was just worried that we'd go over and we'd get cut off somehow.
We didn't, so stop fretting.
I think my clock's a little slower than yours, Mark.
No, I'm not watching the clock. I'm watching the timer on the chat.
The timer.
Oh,
because that depends.
Yeah.
That determines everything.
You know what? Maybe I should watch that because I look at my clock too, and by my clock we still have 1 minute. So
your timer is going to be different than my timer.
Right.
Yeah, we're at
Roger that.
We're at 9:50.
Depending on when
right
you
now on
join,
my end.
depending on when you join the call, it
Yeah.
won't show the same exact time. Because I got like
Gotcha.
59 in like 4 seconds.
He's getting ready to get cut.
Yeah.
Oh, so if you get cut off mid-sentence, we can all laugh, and we're still in here, right? Just making sure. What? Okay.
No, I
Love you,
don't think
Mark.
we all get cut off all at the same time. That's why occasionally I see 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's why I always leave his stream up so that whenever we get cut, I can switch over to that real quick and get the audio.
Copy that.
Nancy, you just got me thinking. I'm going to have to do some research on how many SMEs I've left on Neil.
I'm going to let this go until it gets cut off, and then I'll bring us right back.
And then how many small, medium?
I got like 56 right now, Mark.
I got 59 plus.
Hold on, I can barely hear you, Mark.
Sure.
Go ahead, say it again.
I was just wondering how many SMEs have left New York State in the last couple of months.
They're running like it's on fire. And I can tell you that, I mean, like, he's getting pushback from, like, some of the major, because a lot of Hollywood people live in New York City. They have apartments there. And they're like, well, we voted for you. Why are you taxing us? Well, because you're white. Oh, well, that's not going to work. So, I mean, they're being played by their own stupidity. And this is why I was saying, there's no way that anybody is that stupid. They thought that they were going to get the sweet deal. Well, no, they thought.
Yep. And we will be right back after this. I will connect us all up and get us back again here in just a minute. So, hold on, folks. Let me get the, I'll get the OBS up here and fix us there. And then I'll make the call. Right now.
I'm back.
Good to
Hey,
go.
Mark. Good to go. Good to go. Yeah, we went off at 57 on my computer, and you were what, at 60?
Yeah, I was way over.
So we got a few minutes difference on our clocks. I know.
Yeah, well, it goes by the timer on the chat. You know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was kind of
not the clock, not your actual clock, but the timer on chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I use my regular.
We've already used up a minute plus here already.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like right at the last seconds whenever we were getting ready to say that. I was expecting it, to be honest.
Oh, wow. So I'm reading something now where they just linked a ninth NASA scientist death to the NASA. Do you guys remember the DART mission in 2022 where they tried to push an asteroid?
Oh, yeah, right, exactly.
That was the DART mission. This is now the ninth scientist that worked on that mission that's dead.
No way. It's 9, huh?
What's the official coinage?
Okay, so I'm going to read it to you. This NASA scientist who passed away in 2023 is now being considered the ninth death linked to the secret U.S. space and nuclear work. He worked as NASA's DART mission. According to the Daily Mail, there is a growing mystery surrounding the death of NASA scientist Michael Hicks, along with a series of other scientists linked to the same mission for DART in U.S. space and nuclear programs. Hicks was a research scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, from 1998 to 2022. He died July 30th, 2023 at the age of 59. But no public explanation of his death was being provided, and no autopsy records are available. His obituary did not mention any health problems making his death appear sudden and unexpected. NASA and JPL have no comment. Hicks was an expert on comets and asteroids, authorized more than 80 scientific papers. He worked on NASA's DART mission, which tested whether humans could deflect a potentially dangerous asteroid, as well as the Deep Space One mission, which tested new spacecraft technology and flew past a comet in 2001. And then it's basically wrapping his death into McCaslin's disappearance, the general.
Oh, that general, I was just going to ask you about him.
Yeah, what about that scientist that worked with the general that's missing too?
She's linked into this too. Monica Reza is her name.
Were they part of that same program?
Yes, it says his case is said to be linked.
No conspiracy.
It says his case is said to be linked to Monica Reza, who was JPL's new director of the Materials Processing Group, and astrophysicist Carl Grimrar, through their shared involvement in advanced missile and rocket sciences. So it is all linked. I'm going to actually copy and paste this into you.
Yeah. If you guys get a chance, John Ward out of South Africa has been putting a lot of cool stuff up about Mars.
Wait, John, is it spelled the same as my John Ward?
No, Gean.
Okay. All right, there you go, guys. I just put the article in there.
It seems like coroner reports in the USA public, but it's dependent on state laws. They're not covered under HIPAA privacy rules.
No, they're not, which is what makes this very unusual, that they can't get a coroner's report, they can't get an autopsy report, they can't get anything on this guy's death. But he was linked to the DART program, which I find, again, very interesting, because there have been, since the ceasefire, okay, this is crazy yet again, there have been five fireballs over the United States. And I keep saying to Ralphie, those are satellites. There is a war going on above us, and they're not telling us.
Which states did he die in?
It's not. I gotta see if it's in there. Hang on.
General was out of Arizona, wasn't he?
Yep, Michael Hicks. I'm trying to see. It's just saying he was JPL. It doesn't list the state.
No.
I don't know about the lady, the female scientist that worked.
She was out of Arizona too, because she disappeared.
Oh, is that right?
The same area the general disappeared, she disappeared in. It's crazy. Yep.
I was told coroner reports are public.
Yep. Well, JPL, I think JPL is out of Arizona, so that makes sense. Yeah. But again, the fact that they all worked on the same programs, they were all working on the same things. We've got fireballs. I mean, it's kind of a crazy link.
It is crazy. Yeah, all of them. Wow.
Yep. It's weird that actually just popped up in my feed.
JPL. Everything with JPL is pretty
all right, suspicious. Look out, curtains climbers and crumb beggars and all those other good people. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. I hope everybody enjoyed the 10-minute reprieve, the break to stretch out, get some coffee, get some soda, do whatever you're going to do. Sit back down and get ready to listen to us discuss. So, gentlemen, let's discuss. When we were on break, I got an article up in my feed talking about, the connections. Apparently, they've linked a 9th NASA scientist's death to the JPL DART mission back in 2022, which for those of you who are not aware, was a mission where NASA decided to see if we could push an asteroid. That's the best way to put it. They wanted to see if a collision with an asteroid could redirect the asteroid. So what was that? Was it Armageddon? Was that the movie where they kind of portrayed something like that? Or were they trying to blow that asteroid up?
Meteor also. Meteor was one.
Yeah.
It's been on almost every Saturday for the past month or something. Yeah.
Again, weird timing, isn't it? It's kind of weird how we're almost like being pre-programmed for an event. I always feel that way. Like, you got fireballs falling out of the sky with interesting timing. Like I said, I was telling the guys right before we came back on air, since the announcement of the ceasefire in the Middle East, we have had no less than 5 fireballs sighted across the continental United States. And I will once again remind everybody, we are not in a meteor shower right now. But sure as the day is long, within, I don't know, 3 hours of the fireball sighting, you've got NASA and all meteorological associates posting that it is definitively a meteorite. Okay, that's great.
Oh, let's hope it was the Jewish space laser.
The Jewish space laser.
Wobbly's in chat and says we are in some sort of meteor shower.
I don't think so. I think
sure?
it's not till April. I thought it was not till the end of this month. Hold on. Meteor.
Better check that.
Not only that, but here's the other thing. Fireballs are different than normal meteor showers. A fireball comes in real close and causes quite a little issue at ground level because it gets in so low. And it's Lyrids. No, it's not. The Lyrids aren't until the 21st.
Okay.
The Lyrids are not until the end of the month. Yep.
There was supposed to have been one come over Jacksonville during the daytime today, but we were so cloudy you couldn't see anything up here. I don't know if because I know they had a lot of rain over there, so I don't know where it went or where it went through somebody's house or something. They said it was it had to be a meteor that came down. Well, I shouldn't say that. It could be anything, like what you were saying, Nancy. It could be a satellite for all we know.
Well, like I said, the way these things are coming down, and some of them that are being filmed, you can see them breaking apart, like into like a ton of pieces. And that's, to me, again, normally we don't see them break apart that low to land, and especially not with this type of consistency. Like it's every day.
Yep.
And not just that, but normally that would be more of a debris issue. If you think about it, when something is coming in at that speed, how often do we see film of a meteorite breaking apart like that? You don't. It hits as a solid piece. It burns.
Roger's neighborhood up in Ohio, they had one last month, Roger? That one that came down and broke apart?
That's what I was getting ready to say. Are they actually meteorites or are they bolites?
I was just about to say, unless they totally burn up or they're, I don't know, land in an inaccessible place like in the middle of an ocean, surely there's going to be some sort of material that can be
not with bolides. Not with bolides. Bolides happen all the time. A lot of people who are at sea can see them almost every night where they go across the sky. I mean, it's amazing.
But they've got to land somewhere.
No, they don't. They just burn up.
Yeah, they burned completely up. But this is my thing. I mean, again, we have a history, especially in low light situations. That's why they're so visible over the ocean. It's low light. But the problem I'm having is, again, how long have we all been alive? I mean, so I'm 56 years old this year, and I don't know about the rest of you, but I can tell you, I can't remember any time period where there was a pretty much every day a fireball meteorite visible, not during a freaking meteor shower. I mean, according to the calendar, the Lyrids, they don't peak till April 21st.
That's
the end of this month. The Eddas, the Aquarids, they're May 5th and 6th. The Perseids are in August. The Geminids are in December. So we're not in any type of meteor shower right now where we should be having this type of activity. And that is what bothers me with all of this, that anybody can go look up our calendars. So either we have moved, the planet has moved into a bad area. There's some type of debris up there that's fallen in on us that they don't want to tell us about, or there's something going on up there. There's a ton of freaking different, literally satellites. Everybody's got a satellite up there. You know, we have been told over and over again, and I am the first person to say our government lies their asses off to us about anything they don't want us knowing about. And one of the things they don't want us knowing about is the space program. There's a reason Donald Trump made a Space Force. I mean, it wasn't because he had an ego. I can tell you that. There's a reason why he did it. There's a reason he wants Greenland. There is a reason Antarctica is having all sorts of issues right now. There is a reason volcanic activity is out of control right now.
Check this out, man. The government is so corrupt, they even tried to tell Columbus he didn't see a UFO.
I mean, again, I don't know how else you could put it. You can look at all these things as separate things, or you can look them as a symptom of a greater problem. And somebody not wanting us to, I mean, I literally sit here and think, am I crazy? Or is this, they basically want to fight a war and have everybody on the earth just be like, la-di-da-di-da. Oh, look, Donald Trump's going to blow up the Middle East. Isn't he horrible? Oh, he didn't do it. Isn't he horrible? What? What is wrong with people?
Newspapers. Yeah, it sells newspaper headlines.
Yeah, he did. He didn't. He did a ceasefire. Oh, he's so evil. What? Are you people like on crack?
Nancy, I want to go. I want to go back what you said a couple of minutes ago, because I know my father used to give his lectures in the 80s, late 70s and the early 80s, and he always told people, I don't know who he was in touch with. I wasn't around much, but he said the whole solar system was moving to a higher vibration within the Milky Way. And then in 1994, NASA says, oh yeah, the whole solar system's moving up to the everything. That's why we're getting those weird comets that are coming through here, like what is it, Oumuamua and 3I Atlas, because they've never seen anything like this. Because that's because we've been moving around, and that could be why exactly what you said is why we're in a different sector, and now we're seeing things that we would never see before because we were in a different area. Possibly.
Well, and it makes me wonder too if that's what held up. Because again, I try to be logical with the conspiracy side of myself, and say maybe they held off on another moon landing because we were waiting to reposition, where the Earth moved into an area that made it a lot more of a better shot to do it. But then I have to also question, how do we make it through the Van Allen belt?
Exactly.
There's so many questions that go unanswered. Like, nobody has logically explained to me yet how a spacecraft gets its way through the Van Allen belt, because that to me would seem pretty unnavigable. But, what do I know? So, again,
did you see that thing that was rolling around on the moon, that Artemis 2? And I kept looking at it, and all I saw was dust, but there was no track behind it. So I think it's AI. The only thing I could think of was AI. I don't know what your thought. I even saw a close up of it. Somebody had enlarged it and had the whole video there. It was very close and. Nothing, no track. They said it was a rock being blown around. Well, boulders don't blow around.
So let me get this right. A rock being blown around, but our guys bounce around like freaking they weigh nothing when they're on the moon surface. So that doesn't make sense at all.
So there's wind on the moon? Hold up.
You got, somehow it's like Mars has suddenly an atmosphere and they've got clouds. Yeah, okay. I believe that.
Yeah. That's crazy.
So this is on Mars, not on the moon.
Okay,
no.
I'm gonna say what Willie would say right now. Flat Earth.
Okay. No matter how you push that one, that got blown out of the water because it's like, sorry. Flat Earthers, y'all are having a real bad week. Just putting it that way. But it's, again. Certain things don't make sense. And I know I've sworn on the fact that my father swore to me that we did do these missions, but I even have questions because my logic bucks against it. And I don't like it when my logic does that because it's telling me the pattern doesn't fit. So how do you get through the Van Allen belt? I mean, how does any of this happen? Why are they allowing, if there was an object on the moon, NASA would never, they would cut off their head before they allowed that film to be made public, unless they want people to have fear. or they want people to believe there's a presence out there that could visit us very soon. I mean, NASA, there's always a rhyme to their rhythm. And it's like somebody was asking the question the other day, what is NASA? I was like, a black budget. That's what NASA is. A very large black budget.
I remember somebody just talking about NASA and basically saying it's not really a space agency, it's an intelligence agency.
Yes, correct. And it has been for a very long time. Again, there are reasons why Space Force was set up. 1,000%.
There's a reason why only Air Force pilots can be an astronaut too. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. It's government. That's it.
I thought Navy. I thought they took Navy pilots too. I didn't think it was just Air Force. I thought Navy pilots could too.
Well, I mean, it's still military. It's still military. I mean,
Oh yeah. What if it's just a race? NASA. Remember, NASA isn't the only player in the game. You've got the European Space Agency. You've got China. You've got laughably India. Russia. They really are related to the European Space Agency, aren't they?
Well, I think we seem to all forget if it hadn't been for Russia, and again, people make me laugh.
Yeah.
You know, everybody believed that Russia was the enemy. Well, then why was NASA piggybacking our astronauts on Russian vessels to go up to the space station? I mean, we used the Russian space program for what, a decade to go up to our space station. We were sending our astronauts up with cosmonauts constantly.
Can I add to that too?
Sorry, just before we continue, it's not Russia's space program. It's this European space agency.
None of us would be going. None of us would be going to the moon if it wasn't for a freaking Russian school teacher, dude.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
And this was 100 years before they actually went out into space.
Actually, sorry, it's always been a joint relationship after the breakup of the Soviet Union, so post 92.
But again, they're so evil. I mean, heck, Mark, it was the UK, it was MI6 that gave the whole Russia bad, non-vetted information to the American press that said Donald Trump was doing all these things with Russian prostitutes, and it turned out to be all BS. And literally, but that was MI6 that provided that. And it's like, and it was John McCain that bought it. I mean, this country, I swear to God. Oh my God. I mean, everybody blames Hillary Clinton for that. I'm like, it wasn't Hillary Clinton, it was John McCain. He bought the intelligence from Peter Steele.
That reminds me of a Richard Burton film back in the 70s, and I can't remember the name of it. But it was where Richard Burton was acting as a sort of double agent, and it was all related to providing false information back and forward.
But what if it was, here's the thing, this is what I'm saying. What if it's all just a show, Mark? What if it's all the governments? What if they're just a show? Because we all know that every government has a power broker behind it. It's not what you think. Your government is not what you think. None of them
They're
are.
all middle management.
Yeah. So what if this is all to keep everybody looking at each other? You know, call the population. Pretty much, we've been at war for 150 years now. We haven't had a time of peace on this planet in 150 years. Okay? Think about that. Think about all the deaths that war creates. Think about all of the bodies it creates. Think about all the medications that get sold because of war. Think about it. It's a big money business.
On an international sort of front, you could argue that we've had a fairly peaceful time since 1945. Fairly.
No.
We had Korea.
We had Korea, we had Vietnam.
From an international point of view, yeah, you could argue.
Afghanistan, Iraq.
Yep. I mean, we can just keep going and going. It's never been. We had Iran before Afghanistan and Iraq. You know, you had the hostage situation when Reagan came in.
Yeah, when Reagan. Yeah.
People have really short memories, and it's like, no, we have been in a constant state of war or proxy war for 150 years. And we have paid for it. The American taxpayers, more than anybody else on the planet, has paid for it. And I keep saying that. There's a reason Americans right now are really pissed off about Israel. Really pissed off. Because we've been financing Israel, and they're demanding that we put our soldiers in to do their dirty work. What? No. And I think that's what this ceasefire was, because I know Israel got really bent out of shape that they were not included in that. Well, guess what? Because you told everybody you were a superpower. Yeah, well, no, you told everybody last week that you were now a superpower. Remember, BB? You got on international television and said Israel is now a superpower. Well, guess what? Superpowers get to take care of their own crap. And you brought us over here, and we've now negotiated peace. And within 2 hours of that negotiation, BB was bombing Lebanon. And literally, the only headline you see is Iran has launched on Israel. Well, yeah, they launched on Israel because Israel was bombing Lebanon. So it's like, like I said, they have no intention of a ceasefire. They don't want a ceasefire. They want war. They want to expand their territory. They want what they want, and they're going to try, and I've said to people, they're going to try to create a false flag to pull everybody back into the mess again.
As far as Lebanon is concerned, you could make an argument that they have been an international threat since 1975.
But again, it's funny because during Rabin, they were not an international threat, were they? They were at peace during Yitzhak Rabin. And so was Palestine. Oh, gasp. And he got assassinated by his own people. And it all started back up again. I mean, what they're not showing you, Mark, is they're not showing you that the expansion of Israel into Gaza, they are literally, they're setting up tents out in Gaza. They are completely expanding. Israel's pushing into Gaza and expanding. When that was part of the ceasefire, that they not do that. Yet they've been doing it. And nobody's saying a word to stop them. Now you've got Israel. They went public 2 days ago and said, well, once the United States is done with Iran, we need them to attack Turkey. Oh, yeah, let me tell you, that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's not. And he had to be absolutely high to say that publicly. No, we're not going to attack Turkey. Why? Because the last time you talked us into something that stupid, I don't know, he took over our Air Force base at Inkerdink, which is a nuclear base. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure, we ate humble pie in that situation, and that is not going to happen again. And, by the way, Turkey is the only part of the UN and NATO who are actually ballsy enough to call Israel out directly. So, again, I find it interesting that he, I keep saying, BB's high on himself right now. His hubris is unbelievable.
Also,
but we need to see that.
If you attempt to go into Turkey, then you've got at least the EU that's going to be really critical.
Yep. But what did I tell you guys months ago? The idea is to get to Ukraine. It's got, these are all these, I said this to you guys. I said Ukraine is the stop point. Why? Ukraine is the seat of the Ashkenazi Jews. That is where it all goes back to. The whole Ukrainian war, all of that. Y'all are not seeing it. You're seeing what's on the surface. You're not looking underneath. You have to look underneath because that will tell you the truth.
Yeah, why would America, the US, be interested? Because the US have
we're
already got bases in most of Europe, and especially Poland and Germany.
Because the Mossad and the CIA own our politicians. They own our government. They blackmail. Why do you think the Epstein files were so critical? It's not because Donald Trump's in them, I can tell you that much.
The CIA was founded by a bunch of Jewish bankers.
Why do you think the
hand in glove?
Why do you think the JFK files never got released? Why do you think there's still over 500,000 of them that have not been released? Who do you think is in those files? It is not Cuba.
Nancy, we gotta go on break.
All right, guys.
It seems
I'm gonna
real
take us
easy
out.
to do that, though. You know what I mean? Blame the Jews for everything, but like,
No, but it is not easy to make the footprint that they left. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the end caption of the Vixen's Vault. And you can listen to us argue some more. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
All right, we're on radio break.
Giant.
Thanks, David. Appreciate you.
no, I like, you know, I mean, like, it's turned trendy to like just bash the Jews. Everything has to do with the Jews.
As critical of various Islam, and I am.
Well, it is.
Iran,
You can.
Lebanon.
It's
Roger,
it's
you're
both.
missing out in chat. Me and the
Oh,
Great
no,
Conspiracy. Me and the
I've been
Great
watching.
Conspiracy and Wobbly are in there talking about goth girls.
I know. I just said it'd be nice if they had big booties.
Yeah, you know.
Well, the thing is, Roger, like with the JFK files, they left
Mm-hmm.
footprints. Really, really strong. I mean, 9/11. They left footprints.
Bush is
can't-
the one behind JFK. I mean, no matter what.
Bush Senior, yes.
Bush Senior had everything to do with that.
Yes, I agree.
You know?
1,000%.
And like, if you want to talk about the Jews and be serious about it, let's talk about APAC, which nobody wants to talk about. Okay?
But what happened? When did APAC come into existence? When was APAC
it's-
given their position? It was after the death of JFK.
APAC is a combination of the U.S. as well as Israel. And
Yes.
it's more politically based. What they want to do is control everybody.
But what? Okay, Roger. What is Israel? And this is where I keep saying to people, you don't go back far enough. What is Israel?
You have
what is
you
Israel?
have Israel, you have the England, and you have the United States. Not
Yes.
one of them is more powerful than the other one, and they are
But
all
Israel is England. Israel is England. Israel is controlled by the English money. The Zionists came from London.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people, and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, guys, there's a reason things are happening the way they're happening. You have to know your history.
I do know my history, dude. I'm telling you right now.
No.
The only reason why it is even being brought up today is because it attracts attention. People will listen because those dirty, horrible Jews are trying to take over the world.
No, but the problem is people have been forbidden to speak of it before now. Now you can't silence them under threat of jail. Right now in Israel, if you speak out against your own government and you get caught and they track you, you're going to jail.
I've been hearing this stuff for the last 10 years, man. I mean, they even used to put up little memes of like Israel has these computer rooms where they are just putting disinformation out. Look at these Jews over here on this computer. And this was 10 years ago.
What about 9/11? Because they did have the dancing Jews at 9/11, and they are admitting that now. That film is real. You know, you can't.
9/11, I would honestly say that with 9/11, that was an inside job. That had nothing to do. That had nothing to do with any other country.
You could also make an argument that there was an Islamic sort of issue as well.
I mean,
as it was sort of argued at the time.
That was straight U.S. We did it to
Who
ourselves.
profited? But who profited? And that's what you have to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Who profited? Who makes follow the money? And I always say that. Follow the money. Follow it back. And the people who profited are usually the people who hold the guilt.
Well, look at today and then compare it, okay? After 9/11, it was such a traumatic experience to the American people, man. We have allowed our country to freaking just be taken over by these people. And it's all out of fear, okay? George Bush Jr. was freaking sitting there freaking just cheering blood.
30 seconds.
Guts, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And he was just feeding it.
Yep, I don't disagree. But I also think he was kind of he was the dopey kid. I always say that. Like, Jeb was the brains. George was the dope. He was a dope on a rope. He was he had alcoholism problems.
And here we go. 5,
Drug problems. He was
4,
He was a
3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
You know, it's sad, guys, because when I think back, we're having a conversation talking about different presidents, and Roger made a very good point that it's hard to make point at the Jews and blame them for everything. Yes and no, because a lot of it does go right back, not to the Jews, and you have to understand where I come from with that. It's their economic arm that I have a massive problem with, because they are connected to so many things. I mean, right now you've got, BlackRock. All of these things go back to Jewish people, to Zionists, and they control everything. And it's really hard to defend a group of people who make it illegal to talk about them. That is very difficult to do. So that's kind of my response to that. And it's not it's so funny because I have a lot of friends that are Jewish. I mean, I love them to death. I love them to death. I have no problem with Jewish people. I have no problem with the country of Israel. You want to have a country, that's fine, but you cannot take other people's sovereign property from them. You cannot take their land and put yourself on it and give them no compensation, give them nowhere to go, throw them into what was known as an armpit. Gaza was an armpit. Nobody wanted Gaza. It was considered a trashy area. Give them Gaza, give them the ghetto, and then find natural gas under it, and suddenly you want it back. No, that's not how it works. That is not how, that might be how business is played, but that is the problem with business. That's why there's no loyalty in business anymore, because you can't stomp on everybody else's head. I mean, right now, a handful of people hold all the money and all the power on this. There are billions of us, and a handful of people control everything. And that should really scare all of us because we're so complacent. Follow the law. It's drilled into you from day one. Moment you're bored, follow the law. You get a number. You're tagged. You're it. You're now a cow in the cattle. You know, that is how we are raised. We are raised that there are rules for them and there are rules for us, and we must obey. They can do what they want. Not acceptable. And until people start realizing it and standing up and saying something and making, at least try to bring an awareness about, you know, like I said, a cow is always happy. It can drink from a pond of shit if that's all it's ever known its whole life. It's a happy cow drinking shit water until it realizes and watches another cow defecate where it's drinking that that's probably not the best water on the planet and starts looking for other water. What is wrong with humanity that we have forgotten how to look for other water? You know, we're so lazy. We're so complacent. We just want to be able to turn our computer, open our refrigerator, pop the TV on, and sit down. But that costs us everything to do that. It costs us our freedom. It costs us everything. And like I said, to know what is true, so we've been lied to about so much. To know what is true is almost impossible. There's just so many layers of lies that go back generations. It's almost impossible to discern a truth. And like I said, truth, there's always 7 truths to 1. And it all depends on how you're looking at it. Somebody said to me the other day, how can we not take President Trump when he posts something? How can we not take it as literal? I'm like, because there can be a truth and a lie in the same sentence. Something can be true and untrue at the exact same moment. And you have to look at things that way, because it's the only way to play the game right now. There's just so much dishonesty. It's really, you can tell I'm really aggravated with it because there's so much. It's so prevalent.
Also, not only there's truth and lies and same things. Truths can be obfuscated. Sometimes you've got to watch what politicians don't say rather than what they do say.
I think trying to say all these people are smart is another thing that we need to stop doing, because there's a lot of stupidity going on, and it's so chaotic out here in this world that it's hard to tell what's real and what isn't. So,
well,
When it comes to saying that there's like this plan, dude, that's being, I guarantee you there is no plan. This is all chaotic, and there's
I
there's
disagree.
crap. There's crap coming down the
disagree.
pipes, dude. That's gonna hit everybody like a ton of bricks, dude.
I only disagree, Roger, because everything that's happening was written about. That's why you see certain groups that are very
talking
calm.
about the Bible now, because
No, it's not biblical. Although he did say it's biblical, it's not biblical. It was written about. And we were told what to watch for. We were told for certain events. We were told there would be certain things occurring at certain times. And we were told not to listen to the news. Specifically, do not listen. Do not believe anything that you're hearing. Use discernment. Watch what's happening. And that is what some people, I mean, like I said, it's kind of funny because I see a lot of MAGA who have become really disheartened, and I'm like, you're not trusting in the fact that there are patterns to Donald Trump. And again, if you watch his patterns and watch what he's doing now, they're very different. There's a reason for that, and we were told to watch for that.
Well, see,
and we were told how it would happen. We were told we would be taken to the precipice, the very edge of the cliff before annihilation.
Well, I mean, I just don't like agree with this whole freedom.
It's hard
through
to
power through force. Like he went from being a man that was supposed to be against war to actually instigating wars.
But Roger, has he put boots on ground?
That's what needed to be done. If we're going to go down to South Africa or South America, that needs to be done. I'm sorry, but it is. There's a lot more issues going on in Central America that requires troops on the ground. We're willing to do that over in Afghanistan and in Iran, but we can't do it on our own soil, that's what it is. It's America. We should be doing that in Central America.
Problems stem out of the Middle East. That's the problem. A lot of it stems from the Middle East. A lot of the drug trade, the cartel connections, the money, the financing comes from the Middle East.
Ground to stop that. See, you don't just bomb them and then run and say everything's taken care of. It doesn't work.
I agree with that. But I also agree with his way of looking at it, which is it has to be the people. It has to be the people.
It had to be the people in Iran too, and it had to be the people in Iraq. It had to be the people in Afghanistan, but we stuck around there for what, 15, 20 years?
We didn't stick around Iraq for any other reason except for DOD. And I've said that a million times. We stuck in Iraq not for the people. We stuck there for the DOD. But the thing is again,
same thing.
But again, the Iranian people.
I'm sorry. We stuck through it because of Wesley Clark's 7 countries in 5 years.
Yep.
And they were trying to encircle Iran. Iran was the ultimate target, but they wanted a control of Afghanistan and Iraq so that they can hit Iran from two sides, from bases on two sides. And that's all this has ever been. It's all stems from PNAC, 9/11, and the 7 countries in 5 years plan. It's all one and the same thing. It's not. This is not defensive. This is not even preemptive. This is premeditated. And there is no moral authority that gives us the right to invade any other country and kill a bunch of people and take their shit. And I don't care. It's not all white, Roger. It's not all white. Okay? Just because they're brown does not mean that we get to do whatever the hell we want in their countries. And that includes Latin America.
Well, when you destabilize the region, though, you need to freaking have somebody there to make sure that it's stable, okay? After they did their bombings in Venezuela, all of the freaking cartels went to the streets and started shooting, okay? We don't even know what's going on there now. They don't even put it on the news now.
No, because it's stabilized.
Nature
it's stabilized. It's stabilized down there.
According to who? Who's telling you this?
They have opened it up where the Venezuelans that are here, they removed their. Okay, so up to that point, Venezuelans were given basically safe haven here in the United States. They were given a visa position within the United States that made them basically asylum. They lifted the asylum, and the Venezuelans are going back. So that tells me that region is stable. It's a lot more stable than it was, at least. We are seeing their neighbors who are saying that the region is much more stable. The problem they're having and the complaints we're getting from the neighbors is, again, when Mandami was, or when Maduro was taken out, if you guys remember, again, think about what happened, and Roger, it's going to make you grit your teeth when I say it, but it's true. The day that happened, who went live before Donald Trump did? Who went live? Bibi Netanyahu did. And what did he say when he went live? He endorsed his candidate, the chick that we extracted out of there, and said, oh, she should be the leader. And Donald Trump went live after that and said, absolutely not. The leader will be elected by the Venezuelan people. She did not win that election. She lost that election. And it wasn't to Maduro. So what we're seeing is, I think you're seeing a strong arm situation where you're trying to regain these territories for these countries. Granted, he's not an idiot. He is a businessman. Yeah, great. Oil on us. That's awesome. We get this great oil deal now. That's terrific. Great. But you're also giving like right now in Cuba. They're not talking a lot about what's going on in Cuba right now. Cuba just gave us back 2,000 prisoners with nothing in exchange. Why? Because Cuba is going down. Their government is crashing and burning.
Mm-hmm. And it's the people
hugely.
that are doing it too, though. You see, it's the actual people of Cuba doing
exactly. it. Donald Trump didn't have to lift a finger, but he did allow the Straits of Hormuz to close. Which did what? Because Cuba was already in big trouble, and then the Straits closed, which means they're not getting any oil. So now they're in really big trouble, and the people are livid. So it's kind of a strangulation move, but it worked.
But you also have to look at all this instability at its root cause. A lot of it has to do with our sanctions and embargoes.
Yep.
Right. It's just Venezuela, just because they nationalized the oil and they used it to, and don't get me started on Chavez was lining his pockets, blah blah blah. I know that, and no shit. But you know what? That's our politicians too.
Yep.
At the very least, they raised the literacy rate. They raised the health standards. They raised a lot of things that were being thrown by the wayside. You find a lot of these contrarian governments that rise up. It's a response to our government putting undue pressure on them to make sure that our corporations get all the money. And this goes way back. I mean, you look at Smedley Butler's War is a Racket. He talks about how he pacified multiple continents, and that Al Capone was an amateur in comparison, who could only control 3 districts. This is a timeless tale of empire.
Yep.
And a lot of the instability that you see has nothing to do with something organic. It has to do something with that we organize. The death squads, Pinochet overthrowing Allende. There's plenty of things. I can just jump on AI right now and give you a whole list of things that we need to be looking in the mirror about. But this is, it enrages me when I hear people around me talking about how we need to bomb the Iranians. For what? The DNI, what's her name?
Gabbard.
Gabbard. She, the IAEA, both reported that the Iranians had not exceeded the 60% mandate, and that until the very last minute they were complying with IAEA inspections, and the only reason why they stopped because the IAEA was feeding intel to the U.S. and Israel for targeting packages.
Yep.
That's the only reason why they pulled out of that. But even to the last minute, even right now, Gabbard could not go before Congress and tell them that Iran was an immediate threat to the United States. Couldn't say it.
Yep.
She danced around that question like Mike Tyson and Ali put together. And
I think there are factions within Iran that are problematic. There's no denying that. There are definitely factions within Iran. Yes, I agree. And I think, like I said, you do what you need to do. And I think that the surrounding Arabic countries were on board with that faction being removed because it created danger for all of them. It really did. I had no problem with the Khomeinis being removed. They've made it really clear. Sorry, Mark, I didn't say the whole word. They've made it really clear to the surrounding countries that they were a danger. But again, I think it's being played correctly. When down to the line, they're allowing the ceasefire to take place. They have proven that there is a regime in power right now that wants to negotiate. No matter what Israel is saying or doing, they're not getting their way. It is, the ceasefire is the right way to go. And letting the Iranians actually keep their country, because again, I think Israel had the same plan for Syria. They go in with their tanks and they take over, they put their puppet in, and Syria is just an arm of Israel and they start setting up settlements. That was what their plan was for Syria. It backfired. It backfired badly. And now they're calling for the assassination of the leader of Syria that they installed. So again, you're seeing things backfire on them badly. And you're seeing, like I said, there's a ridiculous amount of patience that's occurring that's not natural. Saudi has been bombed and targeted. They're being very patient. Bahrain, bombed, targeted. They're being super patient. Everybody is getting hit, and yet nobody. Russia with Ukraine, super patient. China, super patient. To the point of scary patience. Because if any of this had taken place 5 years ago or 10 years ago, we would have seen annihilation occurring. We're not seeing that. Did anybody stop to wonder why? Why have we not seen certain countries turn to glass yet? Why has that not happened? What is going on? Something else is going on because the movements and the responses don't make sense. So that's why I keep saying there's something else going on here, guys. And it's hard to see it, but it's there. It's happening. You're seeing a change in power. And I really don't believe that these fireballs are meteorites. I think there's probably something going on up there. Most likely because we have had more military satellites up there. You have foreign military satellites up there. Heck, you had Chinese drones flying through our airspace unimpeded. For how long? Chinese weather balloons floating across our country, completely unstopped. Again, there's a lot going on that I don't think we're being told. And I think we're seeing a cleanup at this point. I think it's said and done. We're seeing a cleanup. But that's my opinion. Could I be wrong? Of course I could be wrong. But I was the one that was laughing when everybody was, he's going to nuke Iran. He's not going to nuke Iran. Holy crap. Are you guys really that dumb? You think he's going to nuke Iran? Really? You really believe that? Okay. If a nuke goes off in Iran, I guarantee if you trace the numbers on it, it was something we gave to Israel. That's my opinion on that. So again, you're seeing a game being played very carefully, but it's a game. It's a game. Because nothing is occurring the way everybody's telling us it's going to occur. And it scares me that we have a press corps that does things like this, that amps the fear up, that pushes it to that umpteenth degree. People were literally panicking yesterday. Panicking. Absolutely terrified that the world was going to end. Not joking. Can't even believe how many people I know personally who were literally melting down. Although he's crazy. I'm like, what would make what? Really? You really the greatest troll on the planet, Donald Trump, if he's known for anything when he dies, his epitaph is going to say professional troll. Because he is probably the greatest troll in history of the internet. He literally is. And he said certain things in that release that, again, when he puts things in capital letters, you got to kind of pay attention to what he's capitalizing. That's, again, a history with him. It's a pattern with him.
No, when you say troll, you need to elaborate on that, because I mean, I'm pretty much the coolest troll.
He, like I said, he says things for reaction because he wants a certain reaction. He needs a certain reaction, and it is classic. He's so good at it. I mean, it's funny because I look at him. I have this weird kind of respect for him because I think, nobody else has the balls to do it like that but him. Only him. None of us would ever, ever, ever troll to that level, but it's effective. It works. It might be completely unclassy. It might lack diplomacy and everything else we can name. But let's look at where class and diplomacy has gotten us. Look at the state of the planet right now. Diplomacy is nothing but lies dressed up with really pretty gift wrap. That's all it is. And it's never, ever to our advantage.
It worked in the 17th and 18th century and 19th century to a point.
Yeah, but look at where it's gotten us, Mark. Look at where it's got us. We all pay ridiculous amounts of taxes to support things that never seem to manifest, except the war machine. I mean, literally, we are still in the 21st century. We are looking at a medical system that somehow gets away with giving us stuff that makes us sicker and more dependent on them rather than cures. You're telling me after all this time they can't cure cancer? Oh, come on. I mean, that's what I say. We're so stupid. We sit and we willingly play the game. That's the crazy part.
You need to make your mind up. Now, first you're saying that there's a plan behind everything. Now you're saying we are so stupid.
No, I'm saying humanity as a whole. We take whatever they offer. Oh, here's something for the pain. It'll make it go away. Oh, wait, did we forget to tell you it's addictive and it destroys your intestines?
I'm on the stupid. I agree with the whole stupid philosophy. I think that people are stupid and that they've been dumbed down on purpose so that they could be controlled. I don't see no master plan here where people are actually like forming an actual thought. Like, this is just a plan of stupidity.
No, I disagree. I think there's something going on. You're seeing something changing in people. We are seeing people pay more attention to things, Roger. Like, how many people now since COVID who laughed at people who were anti-vax, who made fun of us, who ridiculed the anti-vaxxers, even though we gave them the ingredients. We told them, this is really freaking dangerous stuff. Hello. You may not want to put that in your body.
Well, that's reactionism, okay? And we're still reacting from the effects of this, what happened, okay? Now, whenever things settle down and they start actually thinking without reacting to what happened, and then they'll start figuring things out, you know what I mean? But right now they're just reacting to what had happened because it was a big event. It really was.
They're being tribal, Roger. Yeah. Call it what it is. People are being tribal. Yeah. But it's something where you are seeing more and more, especially the young people. I'm seeing it more and more now, where they're reading ingredients now. They're questioning things, which it should have been going on for decades. But no, we were never taught to do that. We were taught, you need to get to work on time. Just eat whatever you can on the way. Don't ask what's in it. Just, oh, look, it's available in a drive-thru. Go grab it. You're good. It might be
at home.
Yeah. You need to get online and find this information immediately. You need to have your phone by your side 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because God help, somebody might call at 4 o'clock in the morning. Literally, that's what we've become. You need to up your data plan. You need to do this. You need to do that. We need to put more towers up. We need to, put frequencies all around you that actually screw with your brain. We need to do all of these things because you need to have it. But do we? Do we really? Because I can tell you, Rafi and I love the silence of being in a rural area. Yeah. We love the quiet.
I've actually heard, I've gotten shit for saying that. Like, people are so dumb, man, that they would keep their family in harm's way living in the city, in downtown cities, on top of that with the crime, and instead of moving out into the country. That's just insanity. You say you love your kids and you don't want to take them out of harm's way. You'd rather live in that situation. It's just ridiculous.
Well, like I said, it is what it is. We're beasts of our nature, and they've figured it out. They figured out our nature. We like things quick, convenient, easy, and cheap.
Anyway, on that note, we should really wrap up. Yeah.
Yep. I know it's 10:55.
Thanks, Mark.
I know. I looked it down. I know. I saw it. But with that, guys, we are going to sign off for the evening. And I got to understand, it's not meant to be depressive when we're talking like this. It's meant to shake you and make you look around you and maybe respect and spend more time with yourself. You know, be with your family. Do things. Stop trying to be what society tells you to be. Be yourself. You know, enjoy the nature around you. Learn how to plant things. Learn how to cultivate things. Learn to do things that will help you in the future. Money is not everything. And if the economies collapse, it's going to be nothing. With that, we are out of here for the night. Hope to talk to y'all again next week. Hopefully, we'll still have a ceasefire in play. And hopefully, the Artemis 2 will have returned safely. I think we'll all be watching for that. With that, I'm out of here. Say goodnight, gentlemen.
Good night, gentlemen.
There you go. There. Oh, Roger, you're so obedient. Talk to y'all later.
All right. That's cutting it close. I have less than Jeez. Okay. I'm going to host out to the Great Conspiracy here in a few minutes. As soon as I get this the radio broadcaster finished out, and we're going to go over and help support him over there. Thanks everybody for tuning in and being part of us tonight. And when I get cut off here, I get cut off, and I'll catch up with everybody else later.
Mark, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
you're welcome.
It's going to be like a little briefing thing. I'm not worried about that so much as Tuesday.
Yeah, but don't be worried.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be worried. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Just breathe.
Mr. Daddy.
Yep. It'll all be good, and it'll turn out fine in the end. So just breathe, Mark.
All right. Let's see here. There we go.
Tom.
Getting that off there, and time to host over. Thanks everybody once again. Let's head over to the Great Conspiracy and help him out. And I'll get music up and out later on.